Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Weiss. Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Larry Thomas bought a cuckoo clock for his wife, without knowing the price he would have to pay. That night at the dinner table he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. "My God, what is it?" She looked up at him, bright-eyed. "Well, open it." Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. "A cuckoo clock!" Doris cried. "A real old cuckoo clock, like my mother had." She turned the clock over and over. "Just like my mother had, when Pete was still alive." Her eyes sparkled with tears. "It's made in Germany," Larry said. After a moment he added, "Carl got it for me wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise I wouldn't have—" He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it." He scowled. "What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want?" Doris sat holding on to the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. "Well," Larry said, "what's the matter?" He watched in amazement as she leaped up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. "Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough." He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed, drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisted together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he'd said, and what she had said, too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that about getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he felt that way, he needn't have got it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean, so damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges in the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo waiting to come out. Was he listening, his head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he could know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she'd soon see him. She could ask him, and she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward, but Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he'd seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming toward him shyly. "Go on," she said. "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous, perfect, and the way he looked around, studying her, sizing her up. He liked her, she was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she'd hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you'll like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate, weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down, and making sure that he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close." "Why not?" "Maybe you're afraid of him." Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who, or what, had pecked at him? One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right. Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of her robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake." She caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. "An antique, or what?" She took his arm, leading him toward the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time. He says—" "Says what?" Doris looked down. "He always says he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale." She brightened. "But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone he comes right out for me, every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour." She glazed up at the clock. "He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right." There was the sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. "Chambers! I'll be damned." His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He came into the dining room. Doris drew her robe about her helplessly, backing away. Bob began. "That is, we—" He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly, the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved toward him. "Shut that din off," he said. He raised his fist toward the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. "That's better." Larry studied Doris and Bob, standing mutely together. "I came over to look at the clock," Bob said. "Doris told me that it's a rare antique and that, Nuts. I bought it myself." Larry walked up to him. "Get out of here." Turned to Doris. "You too. And take that damn clock with you." He paused, rubbing his chin. "No, leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it." In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time, sometimes even at 12 o'clock, when he should have been busiest. And if he did come out at all, he usually spoke only once or twice, never the correct number of times. And there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things. And even the whirring of a clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him. "Listen," he said late one night to the closed little door. "I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest." He paced back and forth. "I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them. That young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women." He set his jaw. "Isn't that right?" The clock said nothing. Larry walked up to the front of it. "Isn't that right?" he demanded. "Don't you have anything to say?" He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. "All right. I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left." He grinned wryly. "Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone." He scowled. "Well, I paid for you, and you're going to come out whether you like it or not. You hear me?" 11 o'clock came. Far off at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself. But the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. "All right, if that's the way you feel," Larry murmured, his lips twisting. "But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like." He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out, Doris or no Doris. He'd always liked her from the very start. They'd got along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob, too. Probably he'd seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They'd be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to start on you first." He smiled. "Birds of a feather, that's what you are, the three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out, or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me—" The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything, hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except, of course, for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "Is it very easy to break your neck, falling from so low a chair? It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been—" "Suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive." "I don't mean suicide," Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him. End of Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Gillian Weiss.
Raymond Z. Gallun. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Big Pill by Raymond Z. Gallun. Child it was, of the now ancient H-bomb. New, untested. Would its terrible power sweep the stark Saturnian moon of Titan from space? Or miraculously create a flourishing paradise colony? Under the glow of Saturn and his rings, 5 of the air domes of the new colony on Titan were still inflated. They were enormous bubbles of clear, flexible plastic. But the 6th air dome had flattened, and beneath its collapsed roof, propped now by metal rods, a dozen men in spacesuits had just lost all hope of rescuing the victims of the accident. Bert Kraskow, once of Oklahoma City, more recently a space freighter pilot, and now officially just a colonist, was among them. His small, hard body sagged as if by weariness. His lips curled, but his full anger and bitterness did not show. 9 dead, he remarked into the radio phone of his oxygen helmet. No survivors. And then, inaudibly, inside his mind, I'm a stinking fool. Why didn't we act against Space Colonist Supply Incorporated before this could happen? His gaze swung back to the great rent that had opened in a seam in the air dome, under only normal earthly atmospheric pressure, when it should have been able to withstand much more. Instantly, the warmed air had rushed out into the near vacuum of Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Those who had been working the night shift under the dome to set up prefabricated cottages had discarded their spacesuits for better freedom of movement. It was the regulation thing to do, always considered safe. But they had been caught by the sudden dropping of pressure around them to almost zero, and by the terrible cold of the Titanian night. For a grief-stricken second, Bert Kraskow looked down again at the body beside which he stood. You could hardly see that the face had been young. The eyes popped. The pupils were white like ice. The fluid within had frozen. The mouth hung open. In the absence of normal air pressure, the blood in the body had boiled for a moment, before the cold had congealed it. Your kid brother, Nick, eh, Bert? An air-conditioning mechanic named Lawler said, almost in a whisper. About 20 years old, huh? 18, Bert Kraskow answered into his helmet phones as he spread the youth's coat over the distorted face. Old Stan Kraskow, metal worker, was there too. Bert's and Nick's dad. He was blubbering. There wasn't much that anybody could do for him. And for the other dead, there were other horrified mourners. Some of them had been half nuts from homesickness and the sight of harsh voidal stars even before this tragedy had happened. It was Lawler who first cut loose, cursing. He was a big, apish man with a certain fiery eloquence. Damned, lousy, stinking, obsolete equipment, he snarled. Breathe on it and it falls apart. Under old Bill Lauren, Space Colonist Supply used to make good, honest stuff. I worked with it on Mars and the moons of Jupiter. But now look at what the firm is turning out under Trenton Lauren, old Bill's super efficient son. He was so greedy for quick profits in the new Titan colonization project, and so afraid of being scooped by new methods of making these fizzled out worlds livable, that he didn't even take time to have his products decently inspected. And that after not being able to recognize progress. Hell, where is that dumb, crawling boob? There was a moment of silence. Then somebody muttered, "Speak of the devil." With eyes that had grown quite wolfish, Bert Kraskow saw Trenton Lauren arrive at last from the administration dome. He was plump, maybe 35, and somehow dapper even in a spacesuit. That he was here on Titan at all, and not in a pressurized settlement on Mars or at the main office of his firm in Chicago, was a cocky gesture of bravado, a leaf torn from the book of his more worthy sire, and perhaps more particularly an attempt to counteract the consequences of his bad business judgment personally. The fear of one who sees how his haste and greed can be called punishable criminal negligence was in his face. The things that had been human sprawled stiff before him, accusing him. But the worst was the presence of those grim, silent men who might add him forcibly to the death list. That moment held crystallized in it the conflict of an urge to win vast profits with the payment in human lives that had been exacted this time. Near-dead Titan was the present step in mankind's outward march of colonial dominion toward the stars. Titan itself was rich in the radioactive ores that had become the fuel, the moving force, not only of the rockets of Earth's expanding space commerce, but of the wheels of industry and comfort at home. And richer in those elements were the rings of Saturn, nearby, those stupendous whirling bands of dust, wreckage of a broken satellite in which, as in any other planet or moon, most of those heaviest, costliest metals had originally sunk to its center, far out of reach of mining operations. But in the rings, all this incalculable wealth of uranium, radium, osmium, and so forth, not to mention millions of tons of useless gold, was uniquely exposed, as easily accessible dust. Oh yes, and the SCS, Space Colonist Supply, wanted its cut for providing equipment as received elsewhere in the past. Bert Kraskow knew that this must remain dapper Trenton Lauren's aim, in spite of a vast and possibly ruinous investment in manufactured goods that could turn out to be obsolete and unmarketable, in addition to its poor quality. Bert studied Lauren from between narrowed eyelids, weighing his qualities further, judging, ever predicting. Trenton Lauren might hate himself some for the deaths that were his responsibility, yet Bert bet that he hated himself more for having to explain the failure of one of his air domes to those crude colonists. It hurt his ego. Lauren was full of fear. He was a stuffy, visionless conservative, but he was wily, too. Bert saw his lips tighten as he marshaled his forces to smooth down the fury of the men before him. "I'm deeply sorry that these people had to die," he said in his high-pitched voice. "But chance-taking is part of any new space venture, and all who use air-dome spacesuits or other SCS equipment are insured against its defective performance. $10,000 paid in case of death is still a lot of money. SCS has made fine products for over 40 years. No dangerous new-fangled ideas can yet replace them. Considering the risk inherent in space colonization, occasional mishaps can hardly be avoided. You all know that. Business, life, everything is a gamble." Sure, about chance-taking there was truth in his pompous words, but did one buy a life with a few $1,000s, or call money a just penalty for obvious and deadly neglect? Knots of muscle gathered at the angles of Lawler's square jaw. Old Stan Kraskow stared at Lauren as if he didn't believe that anybody could talk so stupidly. Bert Kraskow's savage blood seethed, but when he was really sore, his tendency was to be coldly and quietly logical in his speech and actions. The plans to change things were made. He was in on them. And what was the use of getting into arguments that might give the enemy a hint, or set off violence that might spoil everything? "Easy," he whispered. "Dad, Lawler, don't talk. Don't start anything." But Alice Leland Kraskow, Bert's wife, had arrived on the scene. She was little and dark and fiery, one of the few feminine colonists yet on Titan. In another air dome, where Bert and she had their cottage, she had been awakened by the shouts of those who had seen the accident take place. Donning a spacesuit, she had followed the crowd. Being at a little distance from her, Bert had no chance to shush her outspoken comments, and to try might have done no good anyway. She had truth to tell, and a woman's tongue to tell it. "Yes, Mr. Lauren," she said pointedly, "we're all gamblers, granted. But you started to cheat even before you were afraid of losing. Maybe it's time we did something about it." Trenton Lauren looked more scared than before. But now, as two space patrolmen in their silvery armor arrived from their quarters and stood beside him, he smiled a little. "Madam," he drawled, "maybe I know what you mean. You want to defy the law. Someone around here has been hoping for word from Earth that an OK has been granted by the Safe Products Approval Board for, shall we say, a radically new product. Well, the optimists will wait a long time for such approval at the SPAB. The action of this invention is, to say the least, extremely dangerous. So, if they're that foolish, those optimists might as well go ahead with their alternate course, to bring their deadly and spectacular innovation dramatically into use without the stamp of safety. Bert's concern about his wife's outspoken challenge to Lauren was thus suddenly diverted. His jaw hardened further. A nagging suspicion that Trent and Lauren had found things out was confirmed. It meant, perhaps, that Lauren had already taken counteraction secretly. Bert Kraskow longed to beat up Lauren, in spite of the presence of the two space policemen, but the need for immediate and better action denied him this extravagant luxury. He went to his wife's side and took her arm. "Lauren," he said, "I've got a brother to bury, so discussions are out for now. Guys, will you bring Nick's body to my cottage? Come on, Allie." Bert was trying very hard to slip away unobtrusively when Lauren grinned mockingly. "Hold on, Kraskow," he snapped. "You're tangled up in this matter somehow. I've learned that you've already broken a minor law by landing a ship quietly out in the deserts of Titan without declaring its presence. A ship that can be assumed reasonably to be freighted with lethal materials. As a dangerous individual, you can be put under an arrest of restraint. Legal technicalities can be disregarded in a raw colonization project where people are apt to show hysteria, and where something like military law must be enforced for general protection. The say-so of an old and honorable firm like SCS that you are a menace can, I am sure, be accepted. Patrolman, take him." The cops were puzzled. They offered no immediate objection as Bert, leading his wife, tried to pass them, but Lauren got in Bert's way to prevent him from slipping into the glowering crowd. Against a man in space armor, fists weren't very effective. Still, Bert had the satisfaction of giving Lauren a mighty shove that sent him sprawling. A terrible fury was behind it, the desperation of a last chance. Here was where he had come to become completely outlaw. Alice and he threaded their way through the crowd, where the cops could use neither their blasters nor their paralyzers, in spite of Lauren's frantic urging to get them. Once in the clear, Bert ran with his wife. There was no question of destination. They came to a metal shed. Inside it, beside the small spaceboat, they found Lawler, who had anticipated where Bert would go. The two men spoke to each other with their helmet radios shut off to avoid eavesdropping. They clasped hands so that the sound waves of their voices would have a channel over which to pass in the absence of a sufficiently dense atmosphere. "All of a sudden, I'm a little worried, Bert," Lawler growled. "About the big pill. Maybe Lauren is half right about its being so dangerous. After all, it has never been tested on a large scale before, and there are 200 people here on Titan." "Well, you know what's got to be done now. When you get to the Prometheus, tell Doc Kramer that I'm squeezing my thumbs." Lawler sounded almost plaintive at the end. Bert felt the tweak of that same worry, too, but his course was set. He grinned in the darkness that surrounded them. "Nuts," he said. "Even Lauren admits that everything is a gamble, remember? And you can pile all of the people into the spaceship here in camp and blast off with them, and hover at a safe distance from Titan till we're absolutely sure. I'd better hurry now, Lawler. Lauren's cops'll be on my tail any second. Gotta go." "With your wife along?" Lawler demanded. "Sure," Bert answered. "Allie's a fine shot with a blaster. Often I wish she wasn't such a good shot with her tongue. But I guess that with Lauren she cleared the atmosphere. Right, Allie?" With a small hand on the shoulder of each man, Alice had been listening in. "I think so," she answered grimly. "Let's dash." 10 seconds later, Bert Kraskow and his wife went rocketing up into the weird and glorious Titanian night, which was nearing its end. They thought of Doc Kramer, the little physicist, waiting for them out in the desert, in the spaceship Prometheus, with its terrible and wonderful cargo. Bert thought, too, of his contact and contract with the new colonist supply company, which was also called Prometheus. Yeah, Prometheus, the educator, the fire-bringing god of the ancient Greeks, the symbol of progress. At that moment, Bert Kraskow felt very right. He'd been hired secretly to help carry the torch against the stiff and smug forces of conservative obstructionism, with its awkward and now antiquated methods. Alice kept looking behind through the windows of the spaceboat's cabin. She spoke now with her helmet face window open, for there was breathable air around them. "I was thinking that Lauren might want us to run like this, Bert, so that we'd lead the cops to the hiding place of the Prometheus. So far, there's no pursuit." Bert growled, "I'm not worried that the patrol boys won't be along. What really scares me is that some of Lauren's men may have already found the Prometheus. We'll just have to wait and see." Beneath the spaceboat, the desert rolled. Vast Saturn and his multiple moons hung against the black and all but airless star curtain. Then, all of a sudden, before the eastward hurtling craft, it was daylight as the tiny sun burst over the horizon. Its wan rays fell on pale, stratified mists of air, all but frozen in the cold night. Those mists, cupped between the hills, were the last of Titan's atmosphere. Once, eons ago, when monster Saturn had been hot enough to supplement the far-off sun's heat with radiation of its own, those hills had been, for a few brief ages, verdant with primitive mossy growths. Bert followed the dry bed of an ancient river till he came to the rocky cleft where the Prometheus had been concealed. Just as they glimpsed the ship, Alice gave a sharp gasp as they saw another spaceboat dart unhurriedly away. Bert landed in the rocky gorge, and on foot they approached the Prometheus, cautiously, the blasters from the cabin of the spaceboat gripped in their gauntleted hands. They found the ship's airlock securely bolted, but someone had tried to cut through its tough, heat-resistant shell with a blaster, for the metal was still hot. "A break," Bert breathed raggedly. "We got here just in time to scare them off. Hey!" That was when they found Doc Kramer. He lay behind a boulder, a pathetic little figure who seemed to be merely sleeping. There wasn't a mark on him that could be easily discovered. There was no time to figure out how he had died. By poisoned needle, overstrong paralyzer beam, or whatever. His body within its spacesuit was just beginning to develop rigor mortis. Alice's eyes were wet, her small jaw set hard. "Your brother's death was at least an unintentional accident caused by carelessly made equipment, Bert," she said. "But Doc was murdered." "Yeah," Bert grated thickly. "Only murder is awful hard to prove as far from civilization as this. Come on, we can't do a thing about it right now." Double rage and grief drove him on toward what he must do with greater insistence than before. With a key from his hip pouch, he opened the airlock of the Prometheus. With great caution, they went inside, but found no one in the ship. The mood of its interior was brooding and sullen. Every cubic foot of the space not taken up by its machinery and fuel was packed with black ingots of an alloy, a large proportion of which was fissionable metal, quiescent now and harmless, but under the right kind of primer capable of bursting into a specialized hell of energy. 5,000 tons of the stuff, Earth weight. But even all this was the secondary part of the purpose for which the Prometheus had been fitted. Bert and Alice followed a narrow catwalk to a compartment along the keel of the ship which was fitted like a huge bomb bay. And the monster that rested there, gripped by mechanically operated jaws, would certainly have fitted the definition of a bomb, as well as anything that had ever been made by Earth science. Child it was of the now ancient H-bomb. It was a tapered cylinder 100 feet long and 30 feet thick. For one grim, devilish moment, Bert Kraskow paused to pat its flank, to feel the solid metallic slap of its tremendous shell case under his palm, to be aware of the intricacies of its hidden parts, the fork-like masses of fissionable metals that could dovetail and join instantly, the heavy water, the lead, the steel, the beryllium. Here was watch-like perfection and delicacy of mechanism, precision meant to function faultlessly but for a fragment of a second, and then to perish in a mighty and furious fulfillment. Here was the thought of man crystallized, trying to tread a hairline past inconceivable disaster to the realization of a dream that was splendid. In that moment, this thing seemed to answer to all the fury of wrong and sorrow that burned in Bert Kraskow, and the vision soared in his mind like a legend of green fields and light. For a few seconds he was sure, until doubt crept up again from the bottom of his brain, and until Alice put that uncertainty into words. "Doc is gone," she said. "Even with his expert help, using the big pill would be taking a chance. Bert, Do you think we can do it alone? Will it be all right? Are you certain, Bert?" Her large dark eyes pleaded for reassurance. He sighed as the strain plucked at his nerves. In spite of what he knew of Doc Kramer's careful, small-scale tests, maybe what he felt was just a normal suspicion of anything so new and so colossal. "No, Allie, not absolutely certain," he replied. "But how can anybody ever be sure of anything unless they try it? Doc died for an idea that holds tremendous hope for the good of all people who make their living in space. He was the principal inventor, and much more than just the boss of a new company. We aren't going to let him down. What we're going to do is for Nick and for everybody who ever died violently on near-dead worlds. Lauren and what he stands for won't stop us. We can radio another warning and instruct everyone on Titan to blast off for a while." Alice seemed to draw confidence from her husband's words. She smiled a bit wanly. "Okay, Bert," she said. "This is also for the folks who have gone nuts or have just gotten terribly homesick from seeing too much black sky of space for too long. Let's go." They strapped themselves to the seats in the Prometheus's control room. Bert depressed the throttle. Rocket jets flamed. The rebuilt freighter lifted heavily and gained momentum toward a speed of miles per second. In the rear vision screen, the Kraskows saw 2 police spaceboats flashing the blue signal for them to land. Bert set the Prometheus in an orbit around Titan about 1,000 miles above the bleak and dried-out surface of the Saturnian satellite. Thus the ship became a little moon of a moon. Alice was shouting into the mike of the large radio transmitter. "Colonists at Camp Titan, enter your ship. Blast into space for safety. We are about to use the big pill. Colonists at Camp Titan, blast for safety. Police boats, give us room. Don't interfere." This was the start of a wild drama. When Alice switched from transmission to reception, the calls from the patrol craft were stern. "Freighter Prometheus, this is the Space Patrol. Proceed to a landing or we blast." But these calls still seemed secondary, compared to other words also coming from the receiver, like another overlapping radio program. It was Trenton Lawrence's scared voice that spoke. "Space Colonist Supply Incorporated calling deep space units of patrol. Send more help to Titan. Maniac named Kraskow amok with freighter Prometheus, known to contain huge bomb. Destroy on sight. Bomb supposed to be the invention of group headed by one Emil Kramer, renegade scientist believed to have a grudge against SCS. Claims for invention wholly extravagant and unbiased. Hurry, deep space units of patrol. More help or all of Titan will be flooded with heat and deadly radioactivity. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Just then the Prometheus rocked from the impact of a blaster beam. And though the Kraskows could not see the effect of the weapon, they knew that there were glowing spots on their ship's tough hull. If the patrol boats could bear down with their beams on a particular area for a few seconds, a mighty episode could end violently before it had a chance to start. Alice's small hands were on the complicated aiming and firing mechanism of the heavy blaster, mounted externally on the hull of the Prometheus. "I'll keep the cops at a distance with a few near misses," she said. "Maybe they aren't too anxious to take the chance of setting off the big pill anyway. Let me worry about them, Bert. Just do what you've got to do." They had shut off their radio. There was no need to listen to the somewhat hysterical repetitions of what had come through before. Every few moments there was a burst of humming sound as Alice fired. Bert put additional power into the rockets to surpass fixed orbital speed, but he held the ship to a tight curve around Titan. It was best to cover distance as quickly as possible. In his speeding course he passed almost over the camp, but his purpose was to bomb a point at antipodes from it, halfway around this Saturnian moon. Under full acceleration, the Prometheus was soon nearing this destination. To allow for the big pill's forward motion, imparted to it by the ship's velocity even after release, he pressed the lever that opened the bomb bay doors and then jabbed the single button that controlled both release and the firing of the gigantic missile's own propulsive jets. Without those jets, considering the centrifugal force of its vast velocity in a circular path around Titan, much overbalancing the feebler gravitational pull of the moon, it could not have started its fall at all. It needed jets to drive it down. Bert jabbed the button with his eyes closed, since he had no precise target to hit. His teeth were gritted. With the sudden loss of mass, the ship lurched. Bert had to struggle for a moment to adjust the angle of its flaming stern jets and bring it back on course. In another few seconds he cut the stern jets out entirely and opened the fore nozzles wide to check excess speed, and re-establish the Prometheus in a stable orbit around Titan, one that could last forever without additional thrust. "Well, the big pill is on its way, for better or worse," Alice remarked. "Half of our job is done." But time had to pass before that metal colossus could drive itself and fall the 1,000 miles to the bleak, dried-out hills below, and the spaceship hurtled on to leave the point of coming impact far beyond the horizon. This, the Kraskows knew, was fortunate for them. The solid bulk of Titan would be the shield between them and holocaust. No human eyes could have looked directly on such a holocaust at a range of a mere 1,000 miles and not be burned from their sockets. Bert and Alice noticed that the Space Patrol craft were no longer pursuing them. Alice switched on the radio again, but only jangled sounds came through. "Now for the last half of our job, Allie," Bert said. "First, we attach shoulder pack jets to our spacesuits." This was accomplished a few seconds before the stupendous flash of the big pill's explosion blazed beyond the horizon. The dark curve of Titan's bulk was limned against thin white fire that streamed outward toward the stars like comet's hair. The spectacle looked like a much enlarged color photo of a segment of a solar eclipse. The glare on the other side of Titan was so intense and far-reaching that the night portions of huge Saturn and his other satellites, and the shadowed part of the fabulous treasure-filled rings, all hundreds of thousands of miles away, registered an easily perceptible flicker. But in airless space, of course, no sound was transmitted. Alice's face went pale. Bert did not stop doing what must be done, adjusting the timing system in the black case beside his pilot's seat, and looking with a final intense glance along the cable which led back through the hull of the ship to a silvery pipe-like thing around which the thousands of tons of sinister black ingots were stacked. It was the primer cap of another kind of subatomic fury. About the white fire beyond the horizon, hardly dimming at all after its first dazzling flash, neither Alice nor Bert said anything. Maybe their awe and concern were too great, but already long fingers of incandescent gases were jetting and flowing over the hilltops as if to catch up with the speeding ship. Bert Kraskow knew pretty well what was going on where the big pill had struck the crust of Titan. First there had been that stupendous blast. Then inconceivable blue-white incandescence, like the heart of a star, began gnawing more gradually into the walls of the gigantic crater that had been formed. A chain-reacting process was now spreading through the silicates and other components of Titan's crust. It was a blunt and terrible inferno. But to the scientist's view, chemical compounds were being broken apart. Atoms were being shattered and recast in new forms as floods of neutrons and other basic particles raced like bullets through their structure. On a small scale, here was something that was like the birth of the universe. Bert found his voice at last. "The ship is firm in its orbit around Titan, Allie. The primer is set for 30 minutes from now, and we're approaching position above camp again. So here's where we bail out." The Kraskows closed their helmet face windows and jumped from the airlock together. Flame-propelled by their shoulder-packed jets, they darted downward toward the sad rolling hills that curved away under the weak light of the distance-shrunken sun. It was hard to believe that eons ago, before most of Titan's air and water had leaked away into space, those hills had been green with life. Even with an ugly, red-lit vapor pouring and spreading over the arc of Titan's edge, they thought of such things. Their helmet radiophones were full of static from intense electromagnetic disturbances, so that it was hard to converse. But presently Alice shouted, "Bert, it's funny that we don't see the ship from camp anywhere in space. They must have gotten our warning to blast off with everybody. Radio reception was clear as a bell. Then, wait! Somebody's trying to call us now. Bert strained his ears to penetrate the scratchy noises thrown up by the atomic holocaust that he had set off, and hear the words spoken blurredly by a familiar voice. "Bert, Alice, this is Lawler. Rockets of ship won't function, so can't leave camp. 2 small patrol boats cleared Titan with some women. 2 small, few passengers, most stranded here. Bert, what? I think... Lauren." The rest of the words were drowned in a cataract of static. Bert gulped. His mouth tasted suddenly sour with near panic. "Lauren," he grated, his voice like a file. Again, it would be a long chance that the ship broke down just by coincidence. He doctored those rockets and probably got clear in his own spaceboat. Leave it to him to make the use of the big pill look like a disaster. And it can be that now, with people left in the danger zone, losing their heads, acting foolishly. Bert felt much more than just bitter, furious chagrin. His fellow colonists might lose their lives. He was responsible. He had launched a gigantic experiment recklessly. "All we can do is get back to camp as fast as possible," Alice shouted above the static. "Come on, Bert, bear down on the jets." So they hurtled at even greater speed toward the surface of Titan below. Meanwhile, faintly luminous vapors continued to pour over the hills from the direction of the terrible glow that fringed the horizon. Minutes before they reached the ground, hot, dusty murk thickened around them. It blew against them like a devil's wind. They began to use their jets to break speed. The camp was all but lost to view in the thickening haze. They landed heavily a mile outside it and went rolling for a few yards after the impact. Dazed, they staggered up. For a while their impressions were blurred, as if they struggled through some murky, cobwebby nightmare. Once more on Titan, silent as death for unthinkable ages, there were howling wind sounds that found their way to Alice and Bert dimly through their oxygen helmets. Often the hot blast bowled them over, but they arose and kept on toward camp. Bert took a Geiger counter, pencil-sized, from his chest pocket. In it, flashes of light replaced the ancient clicking. It flickered madly. This meant that outside their shielding spacesuits was radioactive death. The gases of the wind that howled around them had been in part released from chemical compounds, but more had been transmuted from other elements of the rock and dust in the crust of Titan, in that atomic vortex where the big pill had struck. Those gases were so new that they were tainted with the fires of their birth, saturated with radioactivity. "It's nothing that we didn't expect, Allie," Bert grated into his helmet phone, as if to reassure himself as well as his wife. "We knew beforehand." His arm was around Alice, supporting her unsteady steps. Through blowing clouds of dust and gas that had surpassed hurricane force, they reached camp. Through the murk they saw that the wind had flattened and scorched every air dome. But there was no one in sight. "The people must be inside the ship," Alice shouted. "Even if it can't fly, it can protect them. There it is, undamaged." "Yeah," Bert agreed, but he knew that her cheerfulness was a little like grabbing at a straw. Then Alice had another thought. "By now there isn't any more spaceship Prometheus," she said. "It has melted into a globe of incandescent metal, kept hot by a slow atomic breakdown in its substance. But it's sticking to the same tight orbit around Titan." They hadn't seen it happen because by then the Prometheus had passed beyond the horizon, but the globe would circle Titan and return. Alice kept trying to be cheerful. Bert felt a flicker of that same mood when he said, "Sure, Allie." But then his mind dropped the subject of the Prometheus, for there was too much terrible uncertainty and human confusion to be dealt with. Bert led Alice to the small, seldom-used airlock near the stern of the camp ship. He had a logical hunch that Lawler would be waiting just inside to tell them what the situation was on board. The hunch proved true. The lock's inner door slid aside stiffly, and there was Lawler, a finger to his lips. Quickly, the Kraskows removed their radioactivity-tainted spacesuits. Bert spoke softly. Well, Lawler, how do the gases that are spreading over Titan test out chemically? As we expected, Bert. Plenty of nitrogen, some helium, plenty of hydrogen, a lot more oxygen. So that as all the hydrogen burns, combines with it to form water vapor, there still will be lots of oxygen left over, floating free. Of course, these gases are still so radioactive that half a lungful would kill. Only time will tell if Doc figured things straight. By the way, where is he? Dead, Bert answered. Murdered. Lawler's lip curled, but he showed no surprise. Uh-huh, he grunted. We can't prove the sabotage of this ship's rockets either. When we tried to take off, they just fizzled out their insides. Then Lawler's eyes gleamed. But, he said, I foresaw funny business, so I doctored the jets of Lauren's private spaceboat as a precaution. He's still here with a couple of his stooges. He just about had hysterics when the space cops couldn't find room for him. He's been yelling accusations and promises of court action ever since while trying to repair his spaceboat. How are the colonists taking what happened? Bert cut in. Lawler shrugged. Not bad, not good. What you'd expect. Lots of those people are new to space. That was hard to take in itself. Add some messy deaths, and now this, and with Lauren yelling, well, plenty of them don't like us. Did anybody get hurt yet? Bert demanded. Not yet. Want to see the bunch? Sure, Bert answered. He thrust Alice behind him as they approached the main lounge of the ship where most of the colonists were assembled. Trenton Lauren's voice burst on his ears. There he is. Kraskow, I'll see that you spend your life in prison. A patrol ship is coming out from Mars right now to get you. You may even hang. Out there in camp are $10 million worth of equipment, property of my firm, which has been destroyed by your malicious action. And you've made a whole world useless for colonization for centuries to come. It's poisoned with radioactivity. Maybe we'll all die. Do you hear me, Kraskow? Die! Bert Kraskow moved quietly forward, past faces that glowered at him. Then he struck. There was a vicious thud. Lauren went down, drooling blood, his eyes glazed. Bert did not lose a motion as he stepped forward and laid Lauren's two henchmen low with equal dispatch. Minutes passed before the trio was awake again. Before Lauren could spout more venom, Bert stopped him with a growl. Get out of my sight, he said. Say another word and you'll get more of what you just got. They went, Lawler following to watch out for possible mischief. None of us are hurt yet, Bert told those near him, though some things have gone wrong. Let's sit tight and see how matters turn out. As he looked around him, Bert felt that most of the colonists didn't really care to listen to him. Maybe you couldn't blame them. They'd all heard and seen too much, and in a sense Bert felt little different than they did. There was fear in him, and tension. He had released a colossus. Calculations and minor tests might call it a genie of benevolence, but this remained still unproven. Outside, the wind howled, making the ship quiver. The glow from the big pill continued to paint the now murky sky. Bert and his wife waited grimly and silently in the lounge with the others. Hours passed without much change. Once, briefly, it was red-lit night. Then this changed for a while to daylight that was blurred, but far stronger than that to which a Saturnian moon was accustomed. A little later, Lawler came back to the lounge. Trenton and his bums got their spaceboat patched up, he announced. I watched them do it. They went out protected by spacesuits, of course. They did a botched job, but I guess it'll hold. Now they're taking off. Through the leaded glass of the window ports, the colonists watched the craft vanish into the steam-filled void. A minute later, disaster struck the colonists. The explosion was not heavy against the roar of the storm, but a jagged hole a yard across was ripped in the ship's hull. Into the hull rushed a hot radioactive wind. Automatic safety doors failed to close properly. Maybe they had been sabotaged too by Lauren. Many of the colonists were wearing spacesuits. They were the lucky ones, only having to slam their face windows shut to be protected sufficiently from radiation. The others had to scramble to armor themselves. Bert and Alice Kraskow and Lawler had been outside. The outer surfaces of their suits had been contaminated, so they had to remove them inside the ship to avoid tainting their surroundings. And in the press of events, they hadn't thought to put on other spacesuits. In the lounge and elsewhere, fastened against the walls, were such armor for emergency use. Bert tried to help his wife get into one, but she ordered sharply, "I can do this. Take care of yourself, Bert." He didn't do that, nor did Lawler. They ran down a passage toward the rent in the ship, intent on stopping the gases that were flooding the craft's interior. Seconds were important. The radioactive wind, much cooled during the long journey from its point of origin, but poisoned by invisible emanations, struck their unprotected bodies. Yet they kept on. They dared not breathe or speak. Still, they worked together with an efficiency of terrible need, stepping over the forms of men who had already fallen. Bert found a flat sheet of metal to use as a patch. He fitted it over the rent, and while Lawler piled boxes of supplies against it to hold it in place, sealed the edges with a thick, tarry substance. When the job was done, they staggered back to the lounge. Blotches of color danced before their vision. Many corpuscles in their blood had already been destroyed by radiation. They sank to the deck. Bert had a jangled impression of Alice, now in a spacesuit, holding his head. He saw her lips mouthing endearments. Game little Alice. His mind wandered off. He was going to die. Maybe everyone on the ship was going to die. Lauren's last move had been meant to provide a real disaster with many deaths. Prove the big pill a failure. Make sure that it would be banned for good by the Safe Products Approval Board. Put the stamp of crime on Doc Kramer, the gentle little scientist who had been murdered. And on him, Bert Kraskow. And where was the rat Lauren? On his way to the colonized moons of Jupiter, or even Mars, yelling and accusing by radio all along the line. As consciousness faded further, Bert stopped thinking unpleasant things. His mind drifted into Doc Kramer's dream of the changes which would make the near-dead worlds of space really habitable and homelike, fit for human colonists. It was a beautiful, lost vision. He was out cold then for several Earth days, and only dimly aware for many days afterward. He knew that he was in the ship's sickbay, and that Lawler and other men were there too. He heard their voices and his own, without remembering what was said. Alice often came to see him. Often he heard roaring, watery sounds as of vast rains. Gradually he came out of the dreamlike period, learning of what had happened, until the time when he walked from the sickbay, unsteadily but on the mend. Alice at his elbow spoke. "It was as Doc Kramer planned, Bert. Solving the hardest problem." He knew what this meant. Transmutation, or any atomic process, must involve the generation of much radioactivity that can destroy life. In the big pill, the problem was to make all the atoms break and rearrange their components into new elements as cleanly and sharply as possible, so that residual atomic instability, radioactivity, that is, would not linger for years, but would disappear quickly. "Titan's new atmosphere is clean and breathable now, Bert," Alice went on. "And likewise the radioactive poisons that made you and Lawler and the others very ill disappeared quickly from your bodies. However, 2 colonists were beyond saving." Lawler was with the Kraskows. They went out of the ship without the cumbersome protection of spacesuits. A space patrolman hovered like a worried hawk, watching Bert, but the latter did not seem to mind. Far above, replacing the hard stars and blackness of space common to the firmaments of all dead and near-dead worlds, were great fleecy clouds and blue sky. The atmosphere, because of Titan's low gravity, was highly expanded, and hence thin, but rich in oxygen. The breeze smelled cool and fresh. Overhead was a second sun, seemingly much larger in diameter than the distant central orb of the solar system. It crept with visible motion across the sky. It was the molten globe of what had been the Prometheus, and its cargo, locked in its sub-lunar orbit around Titan. But it was calculated to provide sufficient warmth and light to a small world such as this for 10 years without renewal. Colonists were clearing away the wreckage of the now useless air domes and putting their cottages in order. But they still looked around in awe at the miracles that ended their space nostalgia, making them feel truly at home here. Down in the valley there was even a great lake of rainwater from condensed steam, one of the end products of the process that had gone on in the rocks of the great crater on the other side of Titan. That process had died to a sleepy smoking now, but all over this moon of Saturn there were many lakes. Big Lawler chuckled gleefully, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. "Rejuvenation of burnt-out spheres on a really progressive basis," he growled. "Not obsolete jury-rigged junk. Expensive? Sure. But we can pay for it. Out there are Saturn's metal-rich rings." Bert was thinking that same trick could be used on any world with enough gravity to hold down a respectable atmosphere. Half-dead Mars, Jupiter's 4 biggest moons, some of the other satellites of Saturn, Mercury. "The one thing that burns me is that my brother Nick and Doc Kramer and those 2 colonists had to die," Bert grated. "Poor Doc. He was rich from the atomic engines he invented, and I knew long ago that by his will all his stock is to be put in trust for the welfare of spacemen and colonists. Should we feel glad or humble?" Lawler's grin had become a snarl. "Damn Trenton Lauren," he said. Alice didn't exactly smile. "I should have told you this before," she offered seriously, "but death always upsets me. By radio report from a scouting patrol boat an hour ago, Lauren and his stooges were found, smashed and burned in the crash of their craft 100 miles from camp. Their half-repaired spaceboat killed them." Bert and Lawler exchanged glances. Their anger faded. "What's new from the Safe Products Approval Board, Allie?" Lawler asked at last. "You seem to find things out fast." "Nothing new," she answered. "The latest messages are much the same as those from a while ago. Guarded enthusiasm and the statement that an OK for the Kramer methods must be withheld pending complete and prompt investigation. Can't blame them. Caution is important." "Maybe if you played your cards right, you could become the new president of the Prometheus outfit, Bert," Lawler kidded. But the possibility was certainly there. Bert was proud of what he'd done. Prometheus owed him plenty. Still, looking across camp, past cottages and shops, to the red mud of the once dry, frigid hills, and down to the blue lake in the valley reflecting sky and clouds, he knew that his heart was here in this crescendoing colonial scene. Somewhere a circle saw screamed. From the metals shop came the clanging of a mechanical hammer. These were sounds of a great future here. "Nuts, pal," Bert chuckled to Lawler. "I'll leave the official pencil pushing to the lab experts. The building and progress are here. You and Allie and I will all be back on Titan very soon." These 3 began to be aware that a crowd of still befuddled but happy colonists were gathering around them. Another Space Patrol man approached and said very officially, "Mr. and Mrs. Kraskow and Mr. Lawler, our large ship leaves for Earth in 5 hours. Be ready to blast off. As you are aware, certain still valid charges were lodged against you by Trenton Lauren. You used dangerous equipment not yet legally approved. As you are also aware, you must go to answer these charges. Sorry, but we of the patrol know the score. In the face of your success, I'm sure that this is mere red tape." Bert scowled until he saw the cop's sly grin. "Worried?" Alice asked him, smiling. She was pretty. She had courage. She had everything. "Worried?" Bert echoed. In general, he approved the SPAB. How can we lose on this last gamble with all the cards stacked in our favor? We even win a needed short vacation on Earth. "What are you 2 going to bring back for me?" an old man grimed from the forges demanded, grinning. It was old Stan Kraskow, who had buried his younger son in the camp cemetery. "Hiya, Dad," Bert greeted happily. "What'll we bring him, Allie?" "Wild birds, Pop," Alice answered, her eyes twinkling. "You always liked wild birds. No world is complete without them." Bert noticed that the gardens of the camp, planted weeks ago under air domes that were now being cleared away, were now showing a faint green, the beginning of a new and verdant Titan. End of Big Pill by Raymond Z. Gallun.
By Captain S.P. Meek. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. Cold Light by Captain S.P. Meek. Confound it, Carnes, I'm on my vacation. I know it, Doctor, and I hate to disturb you, but I felt that I simply had to. I have one of the weirdest cases on my hands that I have ever been mixed up in, and I think that you'll forgive me for calling you when I tell you about it. Dr. Bird groaned into the telephone transmitter. I took a vacation last summer, or tried to, and you hauled me away from the best fishing I have found in years to help you on a case. This year I traveled all the way from Washington to San Francisco to get away from you, and the very day that I get here you are after me. I won't have anything to do with it. Where are you, anyway? I am at Fallon, Nevada, Doctor. I am sorry that you won't help me out because the case promises to be unusually interesting. Let me at least tell you about it. Dr. Bird groaned louder than ever into the telephone transmitter. All right, go ahead and tell me about it if it will relieve your mind, but I have given you my final answer. I am not a bit interested in it. That is quite all right, Doctor. I don't expect you to touch it. I hope, however, that you will be able to give me an idea of where to start. Did you ever see a man's body broken in pieces? Do you mean badly smashed up? No, indeed, I mean just what I said, broken in pieces, legs snapped off as though the entire flesh had become brittle. No, I didn't, and neither did anyone else. I have seen it, Doctor. Hooey, what had you been drinking? Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service chuckled softly to himself. The voice of the famous scientist of the Bureau of Standards plainly showed an interest which was quite at variance with his words. I was quite sober, Doctor, and so was Hughes, and we both saw it. Who is Hughes? He is an airmail pilot, one of the crack flyers of the Transcontinental Airmail Corporation. Let me tell you the whole thing in order. All right, I have a few minutes to spare, but I'll warn you again that I don't intend to touch the case. Suit yourself, Doctor. I have no authority to requisition your services. As you know, the TAC has been handling a great deal of the transcontinental airmail with a pretty clean record on accidents. The day before yesterday, a special plane left Washington to carry 2 packages from there to San Francisco. One of them was a shipment of jewels valued at $250,000, consigned to a San Francisco firm, and the other was a sealed packet from the War Department. No one was supposed to know the contents of that packet except the chief of staff who delivered it to the plane personally, but rumors got out, as usual, and it was popularly supposed to contain certain essential features of the Army's war plans. This much is certain. The plane carried not only the regular TAC pilot and courier, but also an Army courier, and it was guarded during the trip by an Army plane armed with small bombs and a machine gun. I rode in it. My orders were simply to guard the ship until it landed at Mills Field, and then to guard the courier from there to the Presidio of San Francisco, until his packet was delivered personally into the hands of the commanding general of the Ninth Corps area. The trip was quiet and monotonous until after we left Salt Lake City at dawn this morning. Nothing happened until we were about 100 miles east of Reno. We had taken elevation to cross the Stillwater Mountains and were skimming low over them, my plane trailing the TAC plane by about half a mile. I was not paying any particular attention to the other ship when I suddenly felt our plane leap ahead. It was a fast Douglas, and the pilot gave it the gun and made it move, I can tell you. I yelled into the speaking tube and asked what was the reason. My pilot yelled back that the plane ahead was in trouble. As soon as it was called to my attention, I could see myself that it wasn't acting normally. It was losing elevation and was pursuing a very erratic course. Before we could reach it, it lost flying speed and fell into a spinning nosedive and headed for the ground. I watched, expecting every minute to see the crew make parachute jumps, but they didn't, and the plane hit the ground with a terrific crash. It caught fire, of course? No, Doctor, that is one of the funny things about the accident. It didn't. It hit the ground in an open place free from brush and literally burst into pieces, but it didn't flame up. We headed directly for the scene of the crash and we encountered another funny thing. We almost froze to death. What do you mean? Exactly what I say. Of course, it's pretty cold at that altitude all the time, but this cold was like nothing I had ever encountered. It seemed to freeze the blood in our veins, and it congealed frost on the windshields, and made the motor miss for a moment. It was only momentary, and it only existed directly over the wrecked plane. We went past it and swung around in a circle and came back over the wreck, but we didn't feel the cold again. The next thing we tried to do was to find a landing place. That country is pretty rugged and rough, and there wasn't a flat place for miles that was large enough to land a ship on. Hughes and I talked it over, and there didn't seem to be much of anything that we could do except to go on until we found a landing place. I had had no experience in parachute jumping, and I couldn't pilot the plane if Hughes jumped. We swooped down over the wreck as close as we dared, and that was when we saw the condition of the bodies. The whole plane was cracked up pretty badly, but the weird part of it was the fact that the bodies of the crew had broken into pieces, as though they had been made of glass. Arms and legs were detached from the torsos and lying at a distance. There was no sign of blood on the ground. We saw all this with our naked eyes from close at hand and verified it by observations through binoculars from a greater height. When we had made our observations and marked the location of the wreck as closely as we could, we headed east until we found a landing place near Fallon. Hughes dropped me here and went on to Reno, or to San Francisco if necessary, to report the accident and get more planes to aid in the search. I was wholly at sea, but it seemed to be in your line, and as I knew you were at the St. Francis, I called you up. What are your plans? I made none until I talked with you. The country where the wreck occurred is unbelievably wild, and we can't get near it with any transportation other than burros. The only thing that I can see to do is to gather together what transportation I can and head for the wreck on foot, to rescue the packets and to bring out the bodies. Can you suggest anything better? When do you expect to start? As soon as I can get my pack train together, possibly in 3 or 4 hours. Carnes, are you sure that those bodies were broken into bits? An arm or a leg might easily be torn off in a complete crash. They were smashed into bits as nearly as I could tell, Doctor. Hughes is an old flyer and he has seen plenty of crashes, but he never saw anything like this. It beats anything that I ever saw. If your observations were accurate, there could be only one cause, and that one is a patent impossibility. I haven't a bit of equipment here, but I expect that I can get most of the stuff I want from the University of California across the bay at Berkeley. I can get a plane at Crissy Field. I'll tell you what to do, Carnes. Get your burro train together and start as soon as you can, but leave me 6 burros and a guide at Fallon. I'll get up there as soon as I can, and I'll try to overtake you before you get to the wreck. If I don't disturb anything any more than you can help until my arrival. Do you understand? I thought that you were on your vacation, Doctor. Oh, shut up. Like most of my vacations, this one will have to be postponed. I'll move as swiftly as I can, and I ought to be at Fallon tonight if I'm lucky and don't run into any obstacles. Burros are fairly slow, but I'll make the best time possible. I rather expected you would, Doctor. I can't get my pack train together until evening, so I'll wait for you right here. I'm mighty glad that you are going to get in on it. Silently, Carnes and Dr. Bird surveyed the wreck of the TAC plane. The observations of the Secret Service operative had been correct. The bodies of the unfortunate crew had been broken into fragments. Their limbs had not been twisted off as a freak of the fall, but had been cleanly broken off, as though the bodies had suddenly become brittle and had shattered on their impact with the ground. Not only the bodies, but the ship itself had been broken up. Even the clothing of the men was in pieces, or had long splits in the fabric whose edges were as clean as though they'd been cut with a knife. Dr. Bird picked up an arm which had belonged to the pilot and examined it. The brittleness, if it had ever existed, was gone, and the arm was limp. No rigor mortis, commented the doctor. How long ago was the wreck? About 72 hours ago. What about those packets that were on the plane? Carnes stepped forward and gingerly inspected first the body of the army courier and then that of the courier of the TAC. Both gone, Doctor, he reported, straightening up. Dr. Bird's face fell into grim lines. There is more to this case than appears on the surface, Carnes, he said. This was no ordinary wreck. Bring up that 3rd burro. I want to examine these fragments a little. Bill, he went on to one of the 2 guides who had accompanied them from Fallon, you and Walter scout around the ground and see what you can find out. I especially wish to know whether anyone has visited the scene of the wreck. The guides consulted a moment and started out. Carnes drove up the burro the doctor had indicated, and Dr. Bird unpacked it. He opened a mahogany case and took from it a high-powered microscope. Setting the instrument up on a convenient rock, he subjected portions of the wreck, including several fragments of flesh, to a careful scrutiny. When he had completed his observations, he fell into a brown study, from which he was aroused by Carnes. "What did you find out about the cause of the wreck, Doctor?" "I don't know what to think. The immediate cause was that everything was frozen. The plane ran into a belt of cold which froze up the motor and which probably killed the crew instantly. It was undoubtedly the aftermath of that cold which you felt when you swooped down over the wreck." "It seems impossible that it could have suddenly got cold enough to freeze everything up like that." "It does, and yet I am confident that that is what happened. It was no ordinary cold, Carnes. It was cold of the type that infests interstellar space. Cold beyond any conception you have of cold. Cold near the range of the absolute zero of temperature, nearly 450 degrees below zero on the Fahrenheit scale. At such temperatures, things which are ordinarily quite flexible and elastic, such as rubber or flesh, become as brittle as glass and would break in the manner which these bodies have broken. An examination of the tissues of the flesh shows that it has been submitted to some temperature that is very low in the scale, probably below that of liquid air. Such a temperature would produce instant death and the other phenomena which we can observe." "What could cause such a low temperature, Doctor?" "I don't know yet, although I hope to find out before we are finished. Cold is a funny thing, Carnes. Ordinarily it is considered as simply the absence of heat, and yet I have always held it to be a definitive negative quantity. All through nature we observe that every force has its opposite or negative force to oppose it. We have positive and negative electrical charges, positive and negative, or north and south, magnetic poles. We have gravity and its opposite apergy, and I believe cold is really negative heat." "I never heard of anything like that, Doctor. I always thought that things were cold because heat was taken from them, not because cold was added. It sounds preposterous." "Such is the common idea, and yet I cannot accept it, for it does not explain all the recorded phenomena. You are familiar with a searchlight, are you not?" "In a general way, yes." "A searchlight is merely a source of light, and of course, of heat, which is placed at the focus of a parabolic reflector, so that all of the rays emanating from the source travel in parallel lines. A searchlight, of course, gives off heat. If we place a lens of the same size as a searchlight aperture in the path of the beam, and concentrate all the light and heat at one spot, the focal point of the lens, the temperature at that point is the same as the temperature of the source of the light, less what has been lost by radiation. You understand that, do you not?" "Certainly." "Suppose that we place at the center of the aperture of the searchlight a small opaque disc which is permeable neither to heat nor light, in such a manner as to interrupt the central portion of the beam. As a result, the beam will go out in the form of a hollow rod, or pipe, of heat and light with a dark, cold core. This core will have the temperature of the surrounding air plus the small amount which is radiated into it from the surrounding pipe. If we now pass this beam of light through a lens in order to concentrate the beam, both the pipe of heat and the cold core will focus. If we place a temperature measuring device near the focus of the dark core, we will find that the temperature is lower than the surrounding air. This means that we have focused or concentrated cold." "That sounds impossible, but I can offer no other criticism." "Nevertheless, it is experimentally true. It is one of the facts which lead me to consider cold as negative heat. However, this is true of cold as it is of the other negative forces. They exist and manifest themselves only in the presence of the positive forces. No one has yet concentrated cold except in the presence of heat, as I have outlined. How this cold belt which the TAC plane encountered came to be there is another question. The thing which we have to determine is whether it was caused by natural or artificial forces." "Both of the packets which the plane carried are gone, Doctor," observed Carnes. "Yes, and that seems to add weight to the possibility that the cause was artificial, but it is far from conclusive. The packets might not have been on the men when the plane fell, or someone may have passed later and taken them for safekeeping." The doctor's remarks were interrupted by the guides. "Someone has been here since the wreck, Doctor," said Bill. "Walter and I found tracks where two men came up here and prowled around for some time and then left by the way they came. They went off toward the northwest and we followed their trail for about 40 rods and then lost it. We weren't able to pick it up again." "Thanks, Bill," replied the doctor. "Well, Carnes, that seems to add more weight to the theory that the spot of cold was made and didn't just happen. If a prospecting party had just happened along, they would either have left the wreck alone or would have made some attempt to inter the bodies. That cold belt must have been produced artificially by men who planned to rob this plane after bringing it down and who were near at hand to get their plunder. Is there any chance of following that trail?" "I doubt it, Doc. Walter and I scouted around quite a little, but we couldn't pick it up again." "Is there any power line passing within 20 miles of here?" "None that Walter and I know of, Doc." Funny, such a device as must have been used would need power and lots of it for operation. Well, I'll try my luck. Carnes, help me unpack and set up the rest of my apparatus. With the aid of the operative, Dr. Bird unpacked 2 of the burros and extracted from cases where they were carefully packed and padded some elaborate electrical and optical apparatus. The first was a short telescope of large diameter which he mounted on a base in such a manner that it could be elevated or depressed and rotated in any direction. At the focal point of the telescope was fastened a small knot of wire from which one lead ran to the main piece of apparatus, which he sat on a flat rock. The other lead from the wire knot ran into a sealed container surrounded by a water bath under which a spirit lamp burned. From the container another lead led to the main apparatus. This main piece consisted of a series of wire coils mounted on a frame and attached to the 2 leads. The doctor took from a padded case a tiny magnet suspended on a piece of wire of exceedingly small diameter, which he fastened in place inside the coils. Cemented to the magnet was a tiny mirror. "What is that apparatus?" asked Carnes as the doctor finished his setup and surveyed it with satisfaction. "Merely a thermocouple attached to a D'Arsonval galvanometer," replied the doctor. "This large squat telescope catches and concentrates on the thermocouple, and the galvanometer registers the temperature." "You're out of my depth. What is a thermocouple?" "A juncture of 2 wires made of dissimilar metals, in this case of platinum and of platinum-iridium alloy. There is another similar junction in this case, which is kept at a constant temperature by the water bath. When the temperatures of the 2 junctions are the same, the system is in equilibrium. When they are at different temperatures, an electrical potential is set up, which causes a current to flow from one to the other through the galvanometer. The galvanometer consists of a magnet set up inside coils through which the current I spoke of flows. This current causes the magnet to rotate, and by watching the mirror the rotation can be detected and measured. This device is one of the most sensitive ever made and is used to measure the radiation from distant stars. Currents as small as .0.0000000000000000000000000000000001 ampere have been detected and measured. This particular instrument is not that sensitive to begin with and has its sensitivity further reduced by having a high resistance in one of the leads. What are you going to use it for? I am going to try to locate somewhere in these hills a patch of local cold. It may not work, but I have hopes. If you will manipulate the telescope so as to search the hills around here, I will watch the galvanometer. For several minutes, Carnes swung the telescope around. Twice Dr. Bird stopped him and decreased the sensitiveness of his instrument by introducing more resistance in the lines in order to keep the magnet from twisting clear around, due to the fluctuations in the heats received on account of the varying conditions of reflection. As Carnes swung the telescope again, the magnet swung around sharply, nearly to a right angle to its former position. "Stop!" cried the doctor. "Read your azimuth." Carnes read the compass bearing on the protractor attached to the frame which supported the telescope. Dr. Bird took a pair of binoculars and looked long and earnestly in the indicated direction. With a sigh he laid down the glasses. "I can't see a thing, Carnesy," he said. "We'll have to move over to the next crest and make a new setup. Plant a rod on the hill so that we can get an azimuth bearing and get the airline distance with a rangefinder." On the hilltop which Dr. Bird had pointed out, the apparatus was again set up. For several minutes Carnes swept the hills before an exclamation from the doctor told him to pause. He read the new azimuth, and the doctor laid off the 2 readings on a sheet of paper with a protractor and made a few calculations. "I don't know," he said reflectively when he had finished his computations. "This darned instrument is still so sensitive that you may have merely focused on a deep shadow or a cold spring or something of that sort, but the magnet kicked clear around and it may mean that we have located what we are looking for. It should be about 2 miles away and almost due west of here." "There is no spring that I know of, Doc, and I think I know of every waterhole in this country," remarked Bill. "There could hardly be a spring at this elevation anyway," replied the doctor. "Maybe it is what we are seeking. We'll start out in that direction anyway. Bill, you had better take the lead, for you know the country. Spread out a little so that we won't be too bunched if anything happens." For 3/4 of an hour the little group of men made their way through the wilderness in the direction indicated by the doctor. Presently Bill, who was in the lead, held up his hand with a warning gesture. The other 3 closed up as rapidly as cautious progress would allow. "What is it, Bill?" asked the doctor in an undertone. "Slip up ahead and look over that crest." The doctor obeyed instructions. As he glanced over, he gave vent to a low whistle of surprise and motioned for Carnes to join him. The operative crawled up and glanced over the crest. In a hollow before them was a crude one-storied house, and erected on an open space before it was a massive piece of apparatus. It consisted of a number of huge metallic cylinders, from which lines ran to a silvery concave mirror mounted on an elaborate frame which would allow it to be rotated so as to point in any direction. "What is it?" whispered Carnes. "Some kind of a projector," muttered the doctor. "I never saw one quite like it, but it is meant to project something. I can't make out the curve of that mirror. It isn't a parabola and it isn't an ellipse. It must be a high-degree subcatenary or else built on a transcendental function." He raised himself to get a clearer view, and as he did so a puff of smoke came from the house, to be followed in a moment by a sharp crack as a bullet flattened itself a few inches from his head. The doctor tumbled back over the crest out of sight of the house. Bill and Walter hurried forward, their rifles held ready for action. "Get out on the flanks, men," directed the doctor. "The man we want is in a house in that hollow. He's armed and he means business." Bill and Walter crawled under the shelter of the rocks to a short distance away, and then, rifles ready, advanced to the attack. A report came from the hollow, and a bullet whined over Bill's head. Almost instantly, a crack came from Walter's rifle, and splinters flew from the building in the hollow a few inches from a loophole, through which projected the barrel of a rifle. The rifle barrel swung rapidly in a circle and barked in Walter's direction, but as it did so, Bill's gun spoke, and again splinters flew from the building. "Good work!" ejaculated Dr. Bird as he watched the slow advance of the two guides. "If we just had rifles we could join in the party, but it's a little far for effective pistol work. Let's go ahead and we may get close enough to do a little shooting." Pistols in hand, Carnes and the doctor crawled over the crest and joined the advance. Again and again the rifle spoke from the hollow and was answered by the vicious barks of the rifles in the hands of the guides, Carnes and the doctor resting their pistols on rocks and sending an occasional bullet toward the loophole. The conditions of light and the moving target were not conducive to good marksmanship on the part of the besieged man, and none of the attackers were hit. Presently Walter succeeded in sending a bullet through the loophole. The rifle barrel suddenly disappeared. With a shout, the four men rose from their cover and advanced toward the building at a run. As they did so, an ominous whirring sound came from the apparatus in front of the house, and a sudden chill filled the air. "Back!" shouted Dr. Bird. "Back below the hill if you value your lives!" He turned and raced at full speed toward the sheltering crest of the hill, the others following him closely. The whirring sound continued, and the concave reflector turned with a grating sound on its gears. As the path of its rays struck the ground, the rocks became white with frost, and one rock split with a sharp report, one fragment rolling down the slope, carrying others in its trail. With panic-stricken faces, the four men raced toward the sheltering crest, but remorselessly the reflector swung around in their direction. The intense cold numbed the racing men, cutting off their breath and impeding their efforts for speed. "Stop!" cried the doctor suddenly. "Fire at that reflector! It's our only chance!" He set the example by turning and emptying his pistol futilely at the turning mirror. Bill, Walter, and Carnes followed his example. Nearer and nearer to them came the deadly ray. Bill was the nearest to its path, and he suddenly stiffened and fell forward, his useless gun still grasped in his hands. As his body struck the ground, it rolled downhill for a few feet, the deadly ray following it. His head struck a rock, and Carnes gave a cry of horror as it broke into fragments. Walter threw his rifle to his shoulder and fired again and again at the rotating disc. The cold had become intense, and he could not control the actions of his muscles, and his rifle wavered about. He threw himself flat on the ground, and, with an almost superhuman effort, steadied himself for a moment and fired. His aim was true, and with a terrific crash the reflector split into 1,000 fragments. Dr. Bird staggered to his feet. "It's out of order for a moment," he cried. "To the house, while we can!" As swiftly as his numbed feet would allow him, he stumbled toward the house. The muzzle of the rifle again projected from the loophole, and with its crack the doctor staggered for a moment and then fell. Walter's rifle spoke again, and the rifle disappeared through the loophole with a spasmodic jerk. Carnes stumbled over the doctor. "Are you hit badly?" he gasped through chattering teeth. "I'm not hit at all," muttered the doctor. "I stumbled and fell just as he fired. Look out, he's going to shoot again." The rifle barrel came slowly into view through the loophole. Walter fired, but his bullet went wild. Carnes threw himself behind a rock for protection. The rifle swung in Walter's direction and paused. As it did so, from the house came a strangled cry and a sound as of a blow. The rifle barrel disappeared, and the sounds of a struggle came from the building. "Come on!" cried Carnes as he rose to his feet and made his stumbling way forward, the others following at the best speed which their numbed limbs would allow. As they reached the door they were aware of a struggle which was going on inside. With an oath the doctor threw his massive frame against the door. It creaked, but the solid oak of which it was composed was proof against the attack, and he drew back for another onslaught. From the house came a pistol shot, followed by a despairing cry and a guttural shout. Reinforced by Carnes, the doctor threw his weight against the door again. With a rending crash it gave, and they fell sprawling into the cabin. The doctor was the first one on his feet. "Who are you?" asked a voice from one corner. The doctor whirled like a flash and covered the speaker with his pistol. "Put them up," he said tersely. "I'm unarmed," the voice replied. "Who are you?" "We're from the United States Secret Service," replied Carnes, who had gained his feet. "The game is up for you, and you'd better realize it." "Secret Service, thank God!" cried the voice. "Get Koskov. He has the plans. He has gone out through the tunnel." "Where is it?" demanded Carnes. "The entrance is that iron plate on the floor." Carnes and the doctor jumped at the plate and tried to lift it, without result. There was no handle or projection on which they could take hold. "Not that way," cried the voice. "That cover is fastened on the inside. Go outside the building. He'll come out about 200 yards north. Shoot him as he appears or he'll get away." The three men nearly tumbled over each other to get through the doorway into the bitter cold outside. As they emerged from the cabin, the gaze of the guide swept the surrounding hills. "There he goes!" he cried. "Get him!" said Carnes sharply. Walter ran forward a few feet and dropped prone on the ground, cuddling the stock of his rifle to his cheek. 200 yards ahead a figure was scurrying over the rocks away from the cabin. Walter drew in his breath and his hand suddenly grew steady as his keen gray eyes peered through the sights. Carnes and the doctor held their breath in sympathy. Suddenly the rifle spoke, and the fleeing man threw up his arms and fell forward on his face. "Got him," said Walter laconically. "Go bring the body in, Carnes," exclaimed the doctor. "I'll take care of the chap inside." "Did you get him?" asked the voice eagerly as the doctor stepped inside. "He's dead all right," replied the doctor grimly. "Who the devil are you, and what are you doing here?" "There is a light switch on the left of the door as you come in," was the reply. Dr. Bird found the switch and snapped on a light. He turned toward the corner from whence the voice had come and recoiled in horror. Propped in the corner was the body of a middle-aged man, daubed and splashed with blood which ran from a wound in the side of his head. "Good Lord!" he ejaculated. "Let me help you." "There's not much use," replied the man rather faintly. "I'm about done in. This face wound doesn't amount to much, but I'm shot through the body and am bleeding internally. If you try to move me, it may easily kill me. Leave me alone until your partners come." The doctor drew a flask of brandy from his pocket and advanced toward the corner. "Take a few drops of this," he advised. With an effort the man lifted the flask to his lips and gulped down a little of the fiery spirit. A sound of tramping feet came from the outside, and then a thud as though a body had been dropped. Carnes and Walter entered the cabin. "He's dead as a mackerel," said Carnes in answer to the doctor's look. "Walter got him through the neck and broke his spinal cord. He never knew what hit him." "The plans?" came in a gasping voice from the man in the corner. "We got them too," replied Carnes. "He had both packets inside his coat. They have been opened, but I guess they are all here. Who the devil are you?" "Since Koskov is dead and I am dying, there is no reason why I shouldn't tell you," was the answer. "Leave that brandy handy to keep up my strength. I have only a short time, and I can't repeat. As to who I am or what I was, it doesn't really matter. Koskov knew me as John Smith, and it will pass as well as any other name. Let my past stay buried. I am, or was, a scientist of some ability, but fortune frowned on me and I was driven out of the world. Money would rehabilitate me. Money will do anything nowadays, so I set out to get it. In the course of my experimental work I had discovered that cold was negative heat and reacted to the laws which governed heat." "I knew that," cried Dr. Bird, "but I could never prove it." "Who are you?" demanded John Smith. "Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards." "Oh, Bird, I've heard of you. You can understand me when I say that as heat, positive heat is a concomitant of ordinary light. I have found that cold, negative heat, is a concomitant of cold light. Is my apparatus in good shape outside?" "The reflector is smashed." I'm sorry, you would have enjoyed studying it. I presume that you saw that it was a catenary curve? I rather thought so. It was, and it was also adjustable. I could vary the focal point from a few feet to several miles. With that apparatus I could throw a beam of negative heat with a focal point, which I could adjust at will. Close to the apparatus I could obtain a temperature almost down to absolute zero, but at the longer ranges it wasn't so cold, due to leakage into the atmosphere. Even at 2 miles I could produce a local temperature of 300 degrees below zero. What was the source of your cold? Liquid helium. Those cylinders contain, or rather did contain, for I expect that Koskov has emptied them, helium in a liquid state. Where is your compressor? I didn't have to use one. I developed a cold light under whose rays helium would liquefy and remain in a state of equilibrium until exposed to light rays. Those cylinders had merely enough pressure to force the liquid out to where the sun could hit it, and then it turned to a gas, dropping the temperature at the first focal point of the reflector to absolute zero. When I had this much done, Koskov and I packed the whole apparatus here and were ready for work. We were on the path of the transcontinental airmail, and I bided my time until an especially valuable shipment was to be made. My plans, which worked perfectly, were to freeze the plane in mid-air and then rob the wreck. I heard of the jewel shipment the TAC was to carry, and I planned to get it. When the plane came over, Koskov and I brought it down. The unsuspected presence of another plane upset us a little, and I started to bring it down, but we had been all over this country and knew there was no place that a plane could land. I let it go on in safety. Thank you, replied Carnes with a grimace. We robbed the wreck and we found 2 packets, one the jewels I was after and the other a sealed packet, which proved to contain certain War Department plans. That was when I learned who Koskov was. I had hired him in San Francisco as a good mechanic who had no principles. He was to get 1/4 of the loot. When we found these plans, he told me who he was. He was really a Russian secret agent, and he wanted to deliver the plans to Russia. I may be a thief and a murderer, but I am not yet ready to betray my country, and I told him so. He offered me almost any price for the plans, but I wouldn't listen. We had a serious quarrel, and he overpowered me and bound me. We had a radio set here, and he called San Francisco and sent some code message. I think he was waiting here for someone to come. Had we followed our original plans, we would have been miles from here before you arrived. He had me bound and helpless, as he thought, but I worked my bonds a little loose. I didn't let him know it, for I knew that the plane I had let get away would guide a party here, and I thought I might be able to help out. When you came and attacked the house, I worked at my bonds until they were loose enough to throw off. I saw Koskov start my cold apparatus to working, and then he quit, because he ran out of helium. When he started shooting again, I worked out of my bonds and tackled him. He was a better man than I gave him credit for, or else he suspected me, for about the time I grabbed him, he whirled and struck me over the head with his gun barrel and tore my face open. The blow stunned me, and when I came to, I was thrown into this corner. I meant to have another try at it, but I guess you rushed him too fast. He turned and ran for the tunnel, but as he did so, he shot me through the body. I guess I didn't look dead enough to suit him. You gentlemen broke open the door and came in. That's all. Not by a long shot, it isn't, exclaimed Dr. Bird. Where is that cold light apparatus of yours? In the tunnel. How do you get into it? If you will open that cupboard on the wall, you'll find an open knife switch on the wall. Close it. Dr. Bird found the switch and closed it. As he did so, the cabin rocked on its foundations, and both Carnes and Walter were thrown to the ground. The thud of a detonation deep in the earth came to their ears. "What was that?" cried the doctor. "That," replied Smith with a wan smile, "was the detonation of 200 pounds of TNT. When you dig down into the underground cave where we used the cold light apparatus, you will find it in fragments. It was my only child, and I'll take it with me." As he finished, his head slumped forward on his chest. With an exclamation of dismay, Dr. Bird sprang forward and tried to lift the prostrate form. In an agony of desire, the doctor tightened his grip on the dying man's shoulder, but Smith collapsed into a heap. Dr. Bird bent forward and tore open his shirt and listened at his chest. Presently he straightened up. "He's gone," he said sadly, "and I guess the results of his genius have died with him. He doesn't strike me as a man who left overmuch to chance. Carnes, is your case completed?" "Very satisfactorily, Doctor. I have both of the lost packets." "All right, then. Come back to the wreck and help me pack my burros. I can make my way back to Fallon without a guide." "Where are you going, Doctor?" "That, Carnes, old dear, is none of your blankety-blanked business. Permit me to remind you that I am on my vacation. I haven't decided yet just where I am going, but I can tell you one thing. It's going to be someplace where you can't call me on the telephone. End of Cold Light. Recording by Nick Number. Corpse on the Grating by Hugh B. Cave. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. The Corpse on the Grating by Hugh B. Cave. It was 10 o'clock on the morning of December 5th when MS and I left the study of Professor Daimler. You are perhaps acquainted with MS. His name appears constantly in the pages of the Illustrated News in conjunction with some very technical article on psychoanalysis or with some extensive study of the human brain and its functions. He is a psycho-fanatic, more or less, and has spent an entire lifetime of some 70-odd years in pulling apart human skulls for the purpose of investigation. Lovely pursuit. For some 20 years I have mocked him in a friendly, half-hearted fashion. I am a medical man, and my own profession is one that does not sympathize with radicals. As for Professor Daimler, the third member of our triangle, perhaps if I take a moment to outline the events of that evening, the professor's part in what follows will be less obscure. We had called on him, MS and I, at his urgent request. His rooms were in a narrow, unlighted street just off the square, and Daimler himself opened the door to us. A tall, loosely built chap he was, standing in the doorway like a motionless ape, arms half extended. "I've summoned you, gentlemen," he said quietly, "because you two, of all London, are the only persons who know the nature of my recent experiments. I should like to acquaint you with the results." He led the way to his study, then kicked the door shut with his foot, seizing my arm as he did so. Quietly he dragged me to the table that stood against the farther wall. In the same even, unemotional tone of a man completely sure of himself, he commanded me to inspect it. For a moment, in the semi-gloom of the room, I saw nothing. At length, however, the contents of the table revealed themselves, and I distinguished a motley collection of test tubes, each filled with some fluid. The tubes were attached to each other by some ingenious arrangement of thistles, and at the end of the table, where a chance blow could not brush it aside, lay a tiny phial of the resulting serum. From the appearance of the table, Daimler had evidently drawn a certain amount of gas from each of the smaller tubes, distilling them through acid into the minute phial at the end. Yet even now, as I stared down at the fantastic paraphernalia before me, I could sense no conclusive reason for its existence. I turned to the professor with a quiet stare of bewilderment. He smiled. "The experiment is over," he said. "As to its conclusion, you, Dale, as a medical man, will be skeptical, and you," turning to MS, "as a scientist, you will be amazed. I, being neither physician nor scientist, am merely filled with wonder." He stepped to a long square table-like structure in the center of the room. Standing over it, he glanced quizzically at MS, then at me. "For a period of 2 weeks," he went on, "I have kept on the table here the body of a man who has been dead more than a month. I have tried, gentlemen, with acid combinations of my own origination, to bring that body back to life. And I have failed. But," he added quickly, noting the smile that crept across my face, "that failure was in itself worth more than the average scientist's greatest achievement. You know, Dale, that heat, if a man is not truly dead, will sometimes resurrect him. In a case of epilepsy, for instance, victims have been pronounced dead only to return to life, sometimes in the grave. I say, if a man be not truly dead. But what if that man is truly dead? Does the cure alter itself in any manner? The motor of your car dies. Do you bury it? You do not. You locate the faulty part, correct it, and infuse new life. And so, gentlemen, after remedying the ruptured heart of this dead man, by operation, I proceeded to bring him back to life. I used heat. Terrific heat will sometimes originate a spark of new life in something long dead. Gentlemen, on the 4th day of my tests, following a continued application of electric and acid heat, the patient—" Daimler leaned over the table and took up a cigarette. Lighting it, he dropped the match and resumed his monologue. "The patient turned suddenly over and drew his arm weakly across his eyes. I rushed to his side. When I reached him, the body was once again stiff and lifeless. And it has remained so." The professor stared at us quietly, waiting for comment. I answered him, as carelessly as I could, with a shrug of my shoulders. "Professor, have you ever played with the dead body of a frog?" I said softly. He shook his head silently. "You would find it interesting sport," I told him. Take a common dry cell battery with enough voltage to render a sharp shock, then apply your wires to various parts of the frog's anatomy. If you are lucky and strike the right set of muscles, you will have the pleasure of seeing a dead frog leap suddenly forward. Understand, he will not regain life. You have merely released his dead muscles by shock and sent him bolting." The professor did not reply. I could feel his eyes on me, and had I turned, I should probably have found MS glaring at me in honest hate. These men were students of mesmerism, of spiritualism, and my commonplace contradiction was not over welcome. "You are cynical, Dale," said MS coldly. "Because you do not understand." "Understand? I am a doctor, not a ghost." But MS had turned eagerly to the professor. "Where is this body, this experiment?" he demanded. Daimler shook his head. Evidently he had acknowledged failure and did not intend to drag his dead man before our eyes unless he could bring that man forth alive, upright, and ready to join our conversation. "I've put it away," he said distantly. "There is nothing more to be done now that our reverend doctor has insisted in making a matter-of-fact thing out of our experiment. You understand, I had not intended to go in for wholesale resurrection, even if I had met with success. It was my belief that a dead body, like a dead piece of mechanism, can be brought to life again, provided we are intelligent enough to discover the secret, and by God, it is still my belief." That was the situation then, when MS and I paced slowly back along the narrow street that contained the professor's dwelling place. My companion was strangely silent. More than once I felt his eyes upon me in an uncomfortable stare, yet he said nothing. Nothing, that is, until I had opened the conversation with some casual remark about the lunacy of the man we had just left. "You are wrong in mocking him, Dale," MS replied bitterly. "Daimler is a man of science. He is no child experimenting with a toy. He is a grown man who has the courage to believe in his powers. One of these days—" He had intended to say that someday I should respect the professor's efforts. One of these days. The interval of time was far shorter than anything so indefinite. The first event, with its succeeding series of horrors, came within the next 3 minutes. We had reached a more deserted section of the square, a black uninhabited street extending like a shadowed band of darkness between gaunt, high walls. I had noticed for some time that the stone structure beside us seemed to be unbroken by door or window, that it appeared to be a single gigantic building, black and forbidding. I mentioned the fact to MS. "The warehouse," he said simply. "A lonely, God-forsaken place. We shall probably see the flicker of the watchman's light in one of the upper chinks." At his words, I glanced up. True enough, the higher part of the grim structure was punctured by narrow, barred openings. Safety vaults, probably. But the light, unless its tiny gleam was somewhere in the inner recesses of the warehouse, was dead. The great building was like an immense burial vault, a tomb, silent and lifeless. We had reached the most forbidding section of the narrow street, where a single arc lamp overhead cast a halo of ghastly yellow light over the pavement. At the very rim of the circle of illumination, where the shadows were deeper and more silent, I could make out the black moldings of a heavy iron grating. The bars of metal were designed, I believe, to seal the side entrance of the great warehouse from night marauders. It was bolted in place and secured with a set of immense chains, immovable. This much I saw as my intent gaze swept the wall before me. This huge tomb of silence held for me a peculiar fascination, and as I paced along beside my gloomy companion, I stared directly ahead of me into the darkness of the street. I wished to God my eyes had been closed or blinded. He was hanging on the grating. Hanging there with white, twisted hands clutching the rigid bars of iron, straining to force them apart. His whole distorted body was forced against the barrier, like the form of a madman struggling to escape from his cage. His face, the image of it still haunts me whenever I see iron bars in the darkness of a passage, was the face of a man who has died from utter, stark horror. It was frozen in a silent shriek of agony, staring out at me with fiendish maliciousness, lips twisted apart, white teeth gleaming in the light, bloody eyes with a horrible glare of colorless pigment, and dead. I believe MS saw him at the very instant I recoiled. I felt a sudden grip on my arm, and then, as an exclamation came harshly from my companion's lips, I was pulled forward roughly. I found myself staring straight into the dead eyes of that fearful thing before me, found myself standing rigid, motionless before the corpse that hung within reach of my arm. And then, through that overwhelming sense of the horrible, came the quiet voice of my comrade, the voice of a man who looks upon death as nothing more than an opportunity for research. "The fellow has been frightened to death, Dale. Frightened most horribly. Note the expression of his mouth, the evident struggle to force these bars apart and escape. Something has driven fear to his soul, killed him. I remember the words vaguely. When MS had finished speaking, I did not reply. Not until he had stepped forward and bent over the distorted face of the thing before me did I attempt to speak. When I did, my thoughts were a jargon. "What in God's name," I cried, "could have brought such horror to a strong man? What—" "Loneliness, perhaps," suggested MS with a smile. "The fellow is evidently the watchman. He is alone in a huge deserted pit of darkness for hours at a time. His light is merely a ghostly ray of illumination, hardly enough to do more than increase the darkness. I have heard of such cases before." He shrugged his shoulders. Even as he spoke, I sensed the evasion in his words. When I replied, he hardly heard my answer, for he had suddenly stepped forward where he could look directly into those fear-twisted eyes. "Dale," he said at length, turning slowly to face me, "you ask for an explanation of this horror? There is an explanation. It is written with an almost fearful clearness on this fellow's mind. Yet if I tell you, you will return to your old skepticism, your damnable habit of disbelief." I looked at him quietly. I had heard MS claim at other times that he could read the thoughts of a dead man by the mental image that lay on that man's brain. I had laughed at him. Evidently, in the present moment, he recalled those laughs. Nevertheless, he faced me seriously. "I can see two things, Dale," he said deliberately. "One of them is a dark, narrow room, a room piled with indistinct boxes and crates, and with an open door bearing the black number 4167. And in that open doorway, coming forward with slow steps, alive, with arms extended and a frightful face of passion, is a decayed human form. A corpse, Dale. A man who has been dead for many days, and is now alive." MS turned slowly and pointed with upraised hand to the corpse on the grating. "That is why," he said simply, "this fellow died from horror." His words died into emptiness. For a moment I stared at him. Then, in spite of our surroundings, in spite of the late hour, the loneliness of the street, the awful thing beside us, I laughed. He turned upon me with a snarl. For the first time in my life I saw MS convulsed with rage. His old, lined face had suddenly become savage with intensity. "You laugh at me, Dale?" he thundered. "By God, you make a mockery out of a science that I have spent more than my life in studying. You call yourself a medical man, and you are not fit to carry the name. I will wager you, man, that your laughter is not backed by courage." I fell away from him. Had I stood within reach, I am sure he would have struck me. Struck me! And I have been nearer to MS for the past 10 years than any man in London. And as I retreated from his temper, he reached forward to seize my arm. I could not help but feel impressed at his grim intentness. "Look here, Dale," he said bitterly. "I will wager you £100 that you will not spend the remainder of this night in the warehouse above you. I will wager £100 against your own courage that you will not back your laughter by going through what this fellow has gone through. That you will not prowl through the corridors of this great structure until you have found room 4167, and remain in that room until dawn." There was no choice. I glanced at the dead man, at the face of fear and the clutching, twisted hands, and a cold dread filled me. But to refuse my friend's wager would have been to brand myself an empty coward. I had mocked him. Now, whatever the cost, I must stand ready to pay for that mockery. "Room 4167?" I replied quietly, in a voice which I made every effort to control lest he should discover the tremor in it. "Very well, I will do it." It was nearly midnight when I found myself alone, climbing a musty, winding ramp between the first and second floors of the deserted building. Not a sound except the sharp intake of my breath and the dismal creak of the wooden stairs echoed through that tomb of death. There was no light, not even the usual dim glow that is left to illuminate an unused corridor. Moreover, I had brought no means of light with me, nothing but a half-empty box of safety matches, which, by some unholy premonition, I had forced myself to save for some future moment. The stairs were black and difficult, and I mounted them slowly, groping with both hands along the rough wall. I had left MS some few moments before. In his usual decisive manner he had helped me to climb the iron grating and lower myself to the sealed alleyway on the farther side. Then, leaving him without a word, for I was bitter against the triumphant tone of his parting words, I proceeded into the darkness, fumbling forward until I had discovered the open door in the lower part of the warehouse. And then the ramp, winding crazily upward, 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 seemingly without end. I was seeking blindly for that particular room which was to be my destination. Room 4167, with its high number, could hardly be on the lower floors, and so I had stumbled upward. It was at the entrance of the second-floor corridor that I struck the first of my desultory supply of matches, and by its light discovered a placard nailed to the wall. The thing was yellow with age and hardly legible. In the drab light of the match I had difficulty in reading it, but, as far as I can remember, the notice went something like this. Warehouse Rules. 1. No light shall be permitted in any room or corridor as a prevention against fire. 2. No person shall be admitted to rooms or corridors unless accompanied by an employee. 3. A watchman shall be on the premises from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. He shall make the round of the corridors every hour during that interval at 1/4 past the hour. 4. Rooms are located by their numbers, the first figure in the room number indicating its floor location. I could read no further. The match in my fingers burned to a black thread and dropped. Then, with the burnt stump still in my hand, I groped through the darkness to the bottom of the second ramp. Room 4167, then, was on the 4th floor, the topmost floor of the structure. I must confess that the knowledge did not bring any renewed burst of courage. The top floor. 3 black stair pits would lie between me and the safety of escape. There would be no escape. No human being in the throes of fear could hope to discover that tortured outlet, could hope to grope his way through Stygian gloom down a triple ramp of black stairs, and even though he succeeded in reaching the lower corridors, there was still a blind alleyway, sealed at the outer end by a high grating of iron bars. Escape! The mockery of it caused me to stop suddenly in my ascent and stand rigid, my whole body trembling violently. But outside, in the gloom of the street, MS was waiting with that fiendish glare of triumph that would brand me a man without courage. I could not return to face him, not though all the horrors of hell inhabited this gruesome place of mystery. And horrors must surely inhabit it, else how could one account for that fearful thing on the grating below? But I had been through horror before. I had seen a man, supposedly dead on the operating table, jerk suddenly to his feet and scream. I had seen a young girl, not long before, awake in the midst of an operation, with the knife already in her frail body. Surely, after those definite horrors, no unknown danger would send me cringing back to the man who was waiting so bitterly for me to return. Those were the thoughts pregnant in my mind as I groped slowly, cautiously along the corridor of the upper floor, searching each closed door for the indistinct number 4167. The place was like the center of a huge labyrinth, a spiderweb of black, repelling passages, leading into some central chamber of utter silence and blackness. I went forward with dragging steps, fighting back the dread that gripped me as I went farther and farther from the outlet of escape. And then, after losing myself completely in the gloom, I threw aside all thoughts of return and pushed on with a careless surface bravado, and laughed aloud. So, at length, I reached that room of horror, secreted high in the deeper recesses of the deserted warehouse. The number, God grant I never see it again, was scrawled in black chalk on the door, 4167. I pushed the half-open barrier wide and entered. It was a small room, even as MS had forewarned me, or as the dead mind of that thing on the grate had forewarned MS. The glow of my outthrust match revealed a great stack of dusty boxes and crates, piled against the farther wall. Revealed, too, the black corridor beyond the entrance and a small upright table before me. It was the table and the stool beside it that drew my attention and brought a muffled exclamation from my lips. The thing had been thrust out of its usual place, pushed aside as if some frenzied shape had lunged against it. I could make out its former position by the marks on the dusty floor at my feet. Now it was nearer to the center of the room and had been wrenched sidewise from its holdings. A shudder took hold of me as I looked at it. A living person, sitting on the stool before me, staring at the door, would have wrenched the table in just this manner in his frenzy to escape from the room. The light of the match died, plunging me into a pit of gloom. I struck another and stepped closer to the table, and there, on the floor, I found 2 more things that brought fear to my soul. One of them was a heavy flash lamp, a watchman's lamp, where it had evidently been dropped in flight. But what awful terror must have gripped the fellow to make him forsake his only means of escape through those black passages? And the second thing, a worn copy of a leather-bound book flung open on the boards below the stool. The flash lamp, thank God, had not been shattered. I switched it on, directing its white circle of light over the room. This time, in the vivid glare, the room became even more unreal. Black walls, clumsy, distorted shadows on the wall, thrown by those huge piles of wooden boxes. Shadows that were like crouching men groping toward me. And beyond, where the single door opened into a passage of Stygian darkness, that yawning entrance was thrown into hideous detail. Had any upright figure been standing there, the light would have made an unholy phosphorescent spectre out of it. I summoned enough courage to cross the room and pull the door shut. There was no way of locking it. Had I been able to fasten it, I should surely have done so, but the room was evidently an unused chamber, filled with empty refuse. This was the reason, probably, why the watchman had made use of it as a retreat during the intervals between his rounds. But I had no desire to ponder over the sordidness of my surroundings. I returned to my stool in silence, and stooping, picked up the fallen book from the floor. Carefully I placed the lamp on the table where its light would shine on the open page. Then, turning the cover, I began to glance through the thing which the man before me had evidently been studying. And before I had read 2 lines, the explanation of the whole horrible thing struck me. I stared dumbly down at the little book and laughed harshly so that the sound of my mad cackle echoed in 1,000 ghastly reverberations through the dead corridors of the building. It was a book of horror, of fantasy, a collection of weird, terrifying supernatural tales with grotesque illustrations in funereal black and white. And the very line I had turned to, the line which had probably struck terror to that unlucky devil's soul, explained M.S.'s decayed human form standing in the doorway with arms extended and a frightful face of passion. The description, the same description, lay before me, almost in my friend's words. Little wonder that the fellow on the grating below, after reading this orgy of horror, had suddenly gone mad with fright. Little wonder that the picture engraved on his dead mind was a picture of a corpse standing in the doorway of room 4167. I glanced at that doorway and laughed. No doubt of it, it was that awful description in M.S.'s untempered language that had made me dread my surroundings, not the loneliness and silence of the corridors about me. Now, as I stared at the room, the closed door, the shadows on the wall, I could not repress a grin. But the grin was not long in duration. A 6-hour siege awaited me before I could hear the sound of human voice again. 6 hours of silence and gloom. I did not relish it. Thank God the fellow before me had had foresight enough to leave his book of fantasy for my amusement. I turned to the beginning of the story. A lovely beginning it was, outlining in some detail how a certain Jack Fulton, English adventurer, had suddenly found himself imprisoned, by a mysterious black gang of monks or something of the sort, in a forgotten cell at the monastery of El Toro. The cell, according to the pages before me, was located in the empty, haunted pits below the stone floors of the structure. Lovely setting. And the brave Fulton had been secured firmly to a huge metal ring set in the farther wall, opposite the entrance. I read the description twice. At the end of it I could not help but lift my head to stare at my own surroundings. Except for the location of the cell, I might have been in the same setting. The same darkness, same silence, same loneliness. Peculiar similarity. And then, Fulton lay quietly, without attempt to struggle. In the dark, the stillness of the vaults became unbearable, terrifying. Not a suggestion of sound except the scraping of unseen rats. I dropped the book with a start. From the opposite end of the room in which I sat came a half-inaudible scuffling noise, the sound of hidden rodents scrambling through the great pile of boxes. Imagination? I am not sure. At the moment I would have sworn that the sound was a definite one, that I had heard it distinctly. Now, as I recount this tale of horror, I am not sure. But I am sure of this. There was no smile on my lips as I picked up the book again with trembling fingers and continued. The sound died into silence. For an eternity the prisoner lay rigid, staring at the open door of his cell. The opening was black, deserted, like the mouth of a deep tunnel leading to hell. And then, suddenly, from the gloom beyond that opening, came an almost noiseless, padded footfall. This time there was no doubt of it. The book fell from my fingers, dropped to the floor with a clatter. Yet even through the sound of its falling I heard that fearful sound, the shuffle of a living foot. I sat motionless, staring with bloodless face at the door of room 4167. And as I stared, the sound came again and again, the slow tread of dragging footsteps approaching along the black corridor without. I got to my feet like an automaton, swaying heavily. Every drop of courage ebbed from my soul as I stood there, one hand clutching the table, waiting. And then, with an effort, I moved forward. My hand was outstretched to grasp the wooden handle of the door. And I did not have the courage. Like a cowed beast, I crept back to my place and slumped down on the stool, my eyes still transfixed in a mute stare of terror. I waited. For more than half an hour I waited, motionless. Not a sound stirred in the passage beyond that closed barrier. Not a suggestion of any living presence came to me. Then, leaning back against the wall with a harsh laugh, I wiped away the cold moisture that had trickled over my forehead into my eyes. It was another 5 minutes before I picked up the book again. You call me a fool for continuing it? A fool? I tell you, even a story of horror is more comfort than a room of grotesque shadows and silence. Even a printed page is better than grim reality. And so I read on. The story was one of suspense, madness. For the next 2 pages I read a cunning description of the prisoner's mental reaction. Strangely enough, it conformed precisely with my own. Fulton's head had fallen to his chest, the script read. For an endless while he did not stir, did not dare to lift his eyes. And then, after more than an hour of silent agony and suspense, the boy's head came up mechanically. Came up and suddenly jerked rigid. A horrible scream burst from his dry lips as he stared like a dead man, at the black entrance to his cell. There, standing without motion in the opening, stood a shrouded figure of death. Empty eyes, glaring with awful hate, bored into his own. Great arms, bony and rotten, extended toward him. Decayed flesh... I read no more. Even as I lunged to my feet, with that mad book still gripped in my hand, I heard the door of my room grind open. I screamed in utter horror at the thing I saw there. Dead? Good God, I did not know. It was a corpse, a dead human body standing before me like some propped up thing from the grave. A face half eaten away, terrible in its leering grin. Twisted mouth with only a suggestion of lips, curled back over broken teeth. Hair, writhing, distorted like a mass of moving, bloody coils. And its arms, ghastly white, bloodless, were extended toward me, with open, clutching hands. It was alive! Alive! Even while I stood there, crouching against the wall, it stepped forward toward me. I saw a heavy shudder pass over it, and the sound of its scraping feet burned its way into my soul. And then, with its second step, the fearful thing stumbled to its knees. The white, gleaming arms, thrown into streaks of living fire by the light of my lamp, flung violently upwards, twisting toward the ceiling. I saw the grin change to an expression of agony, of torment, and then the thing crashed upon me, dead. With a great cry of fear I stumbled to the door. I groped out of that room of horror, stumbled along the corridor. No light. I left it behind on the table to throw a circle of white glare over the decayed, living dead intruder who had driven me mad. My return down those winding ramps to the lower floor was a nightmare of fear. I remember that I stumbled, that I plunged through the darkness like a man gone mad. I had no thought of caution, no thought of anything except escape. And then the lower door, and the alley of gloom. I reached the grating, flung myself upon it, and pressed my face against the bars in a futile effort to escape. The same as the fear-tortured man who had come before me. I felt strong hands lifting me up, a dash of cool air, and then the refreshing patter of falling rain. It was the afternoon of the following day, December 6th, when MS sat across the table from me in my own study. I had made a rather hesitant attempt to tell him, without dramatics and without dwelling on my own lack of courage, of the events of the previous night. "You deserved it, Dale," he said quietly. "You are a medical man, nothing more, and yet you mock the beliefs of a scientist as great as Daimler. I wonder, do you still mock the professor's beliefs? That he can bring a dead man to life?" I smiled, a bit doubtfully. "I will tell you something, Dale," said MS deliberately. He was leaning across the table, staring at me. "The professor made only one mistake in his great experiment. He did not wait long enough for the effect of his strange acids to work. He acknowledged failure too soon and got rid of the body." He paused. "When the professor stored his patient away, Dale," he said quietly, "he stored it in room 4170 at the great warehouse. If you are acquainted with the place, you will know that room 4170 is directly across the corridor from 4167. End of The Corpse on the Grating. Recording by Nick Number.
By Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Ward. Dead Giveaway by Randall Garrett. Logic's a wonderful thing. By logical analysis, one can determine the necessary reason for the existence of a dead city of a very high order on an utterly useless planet. Obviously a shipping transfer point. Necessarily. Mendez, said the young man in the blue and green tartan jacket. Why, yes. Sure, I've heard of it. Why? The clerk behind the desk looked again at the information screen. That's the destination we have on file for Scholar Duckworth, Mr. Turnbull. That was 6 months ago. He looked up from the screen, waiting to see if Turnbull had any more questions. Turnbull tapped his teeth with a thumbnail for a couple of seconds, then shrugged slightly. Any address given for him? Yes, sir. The Hotel Byron, Landing City, Mendez. Turnbull nodded. How much is the fare to Mendez? The clerk thumbed a button which wiped the information from the screen clean, then replaced it with another list, which flowed upward for a few seconds, then stopped. $785.50, sir, said the clerk. Shall I make you out a ticket? Turnbull hesitated. What's the route? The clerk touched another control, and again the information on the screen changed. You'll take the regular shuttle from here to Luna, then take either the Stellar Queen or the Orion to Sirius 6. From there, you will have to pick up a ship to the Central Worlds, either Vanderlyn or Ben Abram, and take a ship from there to Mendez. Not complicated, really. The whole trip won't take you more than 3 weeks, including stopovers. I see, said Turnbull. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll let you know. Very well, sir. The Stellar Queen leaves on Wednesdays, and the Orion on Saturdays. We'll need 3 days' notice. Turnbull thanked the clerk and headed toward the big doors that led out of Long Island Terminal, threading his way through the little clumps of people that milled around inside the big waiting room. He hadn't learned a hell of a lot, he thought. He'd known that Duckworth had gone to Mendez, and he already had the Hotel Byron address. There was, however, some negative information there. The last address they had was on Mendez, and yet Scholar Duckworth couldn't be found on Mendez. Obviously, he had not filed a change of address there. Just as obviously, he had managed to leave the planet without a trace. There was always the possibility that he'd been killed, of course. On a thinly populated world like Mendez, murder could still be committed with little chance of being caught. Even here on Earth, a murderer with the right combination of skill and luck could remain unsuspected. But who would want to kill Scholar Duckworth? And why? Turnbull pushed the thought out of his mind. It was possible that Duckworth was dead, but it was highly unlikely. It was vastly more probable that the old scholar had skipped off for reasons of his own, and that something had happened to prevent him from contacting Turnbull. After all, almost the same thing had happened in reverse a year ago. Outside the terminal building, Turnbull walked over to a hack stand and pressed the signal button on top of the control column. An empty cab slid out of the traffic pattern and pulled up beside the barrier which separated the vehicular traffic from the pedestrian walkway. The gate in the barrier slid open at the same time the cab door did, and Turnbull stepped inside and sat down. He dialed his own number, dropped in the indicated number of coins, and then relaxed as the cab pulled out and sped down the freeway toward Manhattan. He'd been back on Earth now for 3 days, and the problem of Scholar James Duckworth was still bothering him. He hadn't known anything about it until he'd arrived at his apartment after a year's absence. The apartment door sighed a little as Dave Turnbull broke the electronic seal with the double key. Half the key had been in his possession for a year, jealously guarded against loss during all the time he had been on Laban. The other half had been kept by the manager of the Excelsior Apartments. As the door opened, Turnbull noticed the faint, musty odor that told of long unused and poorly circulated air. The conditioners had been turned down to low power for a year now. He went inside and allowed the door to close silently behind him. The apartment was just the same. The broad expanse of pale blue rug, the matching furniture, including the long, comfortable couch and the fat, overstuffed chair, all just as he'd left them. He ran a finger experimentally over the top of the table near the door. There was a faint patina of dust covering the glossy surface, but it was very faint indeed. He grinned to himself. In spite of the excitement of the explorations on Laban, it was great to be home again. He went into the small kitchen, slid open the wall panel that concealed the apartment's power controls, and flipped the switch from maintenance to normal. The lights came on, and there was a faint sigh from the air conditioners as they began to move the air at a more normal rate through the rooms. Then he walked over to the liquor cabinet, opened it, and surveyed the contents. There, in all their glory, sat the half-dozen bottles of English sherry that he'd been dreaming about for 12 solid months. He took one out and broke the seal almost reverently. Not that there had been nothing to drink for the men on Laban. The university had not been so blue-nosed as all that, but the choice had been limited to bourbon and scotch. Turnbull, who was not a whiskey drinker by choice, had longed for the mellow smoothness of Bristol cream sherry instead of the smokiness of scotch or the heavy-bodied strength of the bourbon. He was just pouring his first glass when the announcer chimed. Frowning, Turnbull walked over to the view screen that was connected to the little eye in the door. It showed the face of, what was his name? Sampson? Sanders? That was it, Sanders, the building superintendent. Turnbull punched the opener and said, "Come in. I'll be right with you, Mr. Sanders." Sanders was a round, pleasant-faced, soft-voiced man, a good 10 years older than Turnbull himself. He was standing just inside the door as Turnbull entered the living room. There was a small briefcase in his hand. He extended the other hand as Turnbull approached. "Welcome home, Mr. Turnbull," he said warmly. "We've missed you here at the Excelsior." Turnbull took the hand and smiled as he shook it. "Glad to be back, Mr. Sanders. The place looks good after a year of roughing it." The superintendent lifted the briefcase. "I brought up the mail that accumulated while you were gone. There's not much, since we sent cards to each return address notifying them that you were not available, and that your mail was being held until your return." He opened the briefcase and took out 7 standard pneumatic mailing tubes and handed them to Turnbull. Turnbull glanced at them. 3 of them were from various friends of his, scattered over Earth. 1 was from Standard Recording Company. The remaining 3 carried the return address of James M. Duckworth, Ph., SCH, UCLA, Great Los Angeles, California. "Thanks, Mr. Sanders," said Turnbull. He was wondering why the man had brought them up so promptly after his own arrival. Surely, having waited a year, they would have waited until they were called for. Sanders blinked apologetically. Dr. Turnbull, I wonder if any of those contain money. Checks, cash, anything like that?" "I don't know. Why?" Turnbull asked in surprise. Sanders looked even more apologetic. "Well, there was an attempted robbery here about 6 months ago. Someone broke into your mailbox downstairs. There was nothing in it, of course. We've been putting everything into the vault as it came in. But the police thought it might be someone who knew you were getting money by mail. None of the other boxes were opened, you see, and..." He let his voice trail off as Turnbull began opening the tubes. None of them contained anything but correspondence. There was no sign of anything valuable. "Maybe they picked my box at random," Turnbull said. They may have been frightened off after opening the one box."
"That's very likely," said Sanders. "The police said it seemed to be a rather amateurish job, although whoever did it certainly succeeded in neutralizing the alarms." Satisfied, the building superintendent exchanged a few more pleasantries with Turnbull and departed. Turnbull headed back toward the kitchen, picked up his glass of sherry, and sat down in the breakfast nook to read the letters. The one from Standard Recording had come just a few days after he'd left, thanking him for notifying them that he wanted to suspend his membership for a year. The 3 letters from Cairo, London, and Luna City were simply chatty little social notes, nothing more. The 3 from Scholar Duckworth were from a different breed of cat. The first was postmarked 21 August 2187, 3 months after Turnbull had left for Laban. It was neatly addressed to Dave F. Turnbull, Ph.D.
"Dear Dave," it read, "I know I haven't been as consistent in keeping up with my old pupils as I ought to have been. For this I can only beat my breast violently and mutter mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I can't even plead that I was so immersed in my own work that I hadn't the time to write, because I'm busier now than I've been for years, and I've had to make time for this letter. Of course, in another way, this is strictly a business letter, and it does pertain to my work, so the time isn't as hard to find as it might be. But don't think I haven't been watching your work. I've read every one of your articles in the various journals, and I have copies of all 4 of your books nestled securely in my library. Columbia should be, and apparently is, proud to have a man of your ability on its staff. At the rate you've been going, it won't be long before you get an invitation from the Advanced Study Board to study for your scholar's degree. As a matter of fact, I'd like to make you an offer right now to do some original research with me. I may not be a top-flight genius like Metternich or Dahl, but my reputation does carry some weight with the board."
That, Turnbull thought, was a bit of needless modesty. Duckworth wasn't the showman that Metternich was, or the prolific writer that Dahl was, but he had more intelligence and downright wisdom than either.
"So, if you could manage to get a few months' leave from Columbia, I'd be honored to have your assistance."
More modesty, thought Turnbull. The honor would be just the other way around.
"The problem, in case you're wondering, has to do with the Centaurus mystery. I think I've uncovered a new approach that will literally kick the supports right out from under every theory that's been evolved for the existence of that city. Sound interesting? I'm mailing this early, so it should reach you in the late afternoon mail. If you'll be home at between 1900 and 2000, I'll call you and give you the details. If you've got a pressing appointment, leave details with the operator. All the best, Jim Duckworth."
Turnbull slid the letter back into its tube and picked up the second letter, dated August 22, 2187, 1 day later.
"Dear Dave, I called last night, and the operator said your phone has been temporarily disconnected. I presume these letters will be forwarded, so please let me know where you are. I'm usually home between 1800 and 2300, so call me collect within the next 3 or 4 days. All the best, Jim."
The third letter was dated 10 November 2187. Turnbull wondered why it had been sent. Obviously, the manager of the Excelsior had sent Duckworth a notice that Dr. Turnbull was off-planet and could not be reached. He must have received the notice on the afternoon of 22 August. That would account for his having sent a second letter before he got the notice. Then why the third letter?
"Dear Dave, I know you won't be reading this letter for 6 months or so, but at least it will tell you where I am. I guess I wasn't keeping as close tabs on your work as I thought. Otherwise, I would have known about the expedition to Laban. You ought to be able to make enough credit on that trip to bring you to the attention of the board. And don't feel too bad about missing my first letters or the call.
I was off on a wild goose chase that just didn't pan out, so you really didn't miss a devil of a lot. As a matter of fact, it was rather disappointing to me, so I've decided to take a long-needed sabbatical leave and combine it with a little research on the half-intelligent natives of Mendez. I'll see you in a year or so. As ever, Jim Duckworth. Well, that was that, Turnbull thought. It galled him a little to think that he'd been offered a chance to do research with Scholar Duckworth and hadn't been able to take it. But if the research hadn't panned out... He frowned and turned back to the first letter. A theory that would literally kick the supports right out from under every theory that's been evolved for the existence of that city, he'd said. Odd. It was unlike Duckworth to be so positive about anything until he could support his own theory without much fear of having it pulled to pieces. Turnbull poured himself a second glass of sherry, took a sip, and rolled it carefully over his tongue. The Centaurus mystery. That's what the explorers had called it back in 2041, nearly a century and a half before, when they'd found the great city on one of the planets of the Alpha Centaurus system. Man's first interstellar trip had taken nearly 5 years at sublight velocities, and bing! Right off the bat, they'd found something that made interstellar travel worthwhile, even though they'd found no planet in the Alpha Centaurus system that was really habitable for man. They'd seen it from space, a huge domed city gleaming like a great gem from the center of the huge desert that covered most of the planet. The planet itself was Mars-like, flat and arid over most of its surface, with a thin atmosphere high in CO2 and very short on oxygen. The city showed up very well through the cloudless air. From the very beginning, it had been obvious that whoever or whatever had built the city had not evolved on the planet where it had been built. Nothing more complex than the lichens had ever evolved there, as thousands of drillings into the crust of the planet had shown. Certainly nothing of near humanoid construction could ever have come into being on that planet without leaving some trace of themselves or their genetic forebears except for that single huge city. How long the city had been there was anyone's guess. 1,000 years? 1,000,000? There was no way of telling. It had been sealed tightly, so none of the sand that blew across the planet's surface could get in. It had been set on a high plateau of rock, far enough above the desert level to keep it from being buried, and the transport dome was made of an aluminum oxide glass that was hard enough to resist the slight erosion of its surface that might have been caused by the gentle, thin winds dashing microscopic particles of sand against its smooth surface. Inside, the dry air had preserved nearly every artifact, leaving them as they had been when the city was deserted by its inhabitants at an unknown time in the past. That's right, deserted. There were no signs of any remains of living things. They'd all simply packed up and left, leaving everything behind. Dating by the radiocarbon method was useless. Some of the carbon compounds in the various artifacts showed a faint trace of radiocarbon, others showed none. But since the method depends on a knowledge of the amount of nitrogen in the atmosphere of the planet of origin, the rate of bombardment of that atmosphere by high-velocity particles, and several other factors, the information on the radioactivity of the specimens meant nothing. There was also the likelihood that the carbon in the various polymer resins came from oil or coal, and fossil carbon is useless for radio dating. Nor did any of the more modern methods show any greater success. It had taken man centuries of careful comparison and cross-checking to read the evolutionary history written in the depths of its own planet's crust. To try to date the city was impossible. It was like trying to guess the time by looking at a faceless clock with no hands. There the city stood, 100 miles across, 10,000 square miles of complex enigma. It had given man his first step into the ever-widening field of cultural xenology. Dave Turnbull finished his sherry, got up from the breakfast nook, and walked into the living room, where his reference books were shelved. A copy of Kleint's Meinstenopolis' City of Centaurus hadn't been opened in years, but he took it down and flipped it open within 3 pages of the section he was looking for.
It is obvious, therefore, that every one of the indicators points in the same direction. The city was not, could not have been, self-supporting. There is no source of organic material on the planet great enough to support such a city. Therefore, foodstuffs must have been imported. On the other hand, it is necessary to postulate some reason for establishing a city on an otherwise barren planet and populating it with an estimated 600,000 individuals. There can be only one answer. The race that built the city did so for the same reason that human beings built such megalopolises as New York, Los Angeles, Tokyo, and London, because it was a focal point for important trade routes. Only such trade routes could support such a city. Only such trade routes give reason for the city's very existence. And when those trade routes changed or were supplanted by others in the course of time, the reason for the city's existence vanished. Turnbull closed the book and shoved it back into place. Certainly the theory made sense, and had for a century. Had Duckworth come across information that would seem to smash that theory? The planet itself seemed to be perfectly constructed for a gigantic landing field for interstellar ships. It was almost flat, and if the transshipping between the interstellar vessels had been done by air, there would be no need to build a hard surface for the field. And there were other indications. Every fact that had come to light in the ensuing century had been in support of the Greek-German xenologist's theory. Had Duckworth come up with something new? If so, why had he decided to discard it and forget his new theory? If not, why had he formulated the new theory, and on what grounds? Turnbull lit a cigarette and looked sourly at the smoke that drifted up from its tip. What the devil was eating him? He'd spent too much time away from Earth. That was the trouble. He'd been too deeply immersed in his study of Laban for the past year. Now all he had to do was get a little hint of something connected with cultural xenology, and his mind went off on dizzy tizzies. Forget it. Duckworth had thought he was onto something, found out that he wasn't, and discarded the whole idea. And if someone like Scholar James Duckworth had decided it wasn't worth fooling with, then why was a common Ph.D. like Turnbull worrying about it, especially when he had no idea what had started Duckworth off in the first place? And his thought came back around to that again. If Duckworth had thought enough of the idea to get excited over it, what had set him off? Turnbull felt he'd like to know what had made Duckworth think, even for a short time, that there was some other explanation for the city. Ah, hell! He'd ask Duckworth someday. There was plenty of time. He went over to the phone, dialed a number, and sat down comfortably in his fat blue overstuffed chair. It buzzed for half a minute. Then the telltale lit up, but the screen remained dark. "Dave," said a feminine voice, "are you back? Where on earth have you been?"
"I haven't," said Turnbull. "How come no vision?"
"I was in the Hammond, silly." "And what do you mean, I haven't? You haven't what?"
"You asked me where on earth I'd been, and I said I haven't."
"Oh, lucky man. Gallivanting around the starways while us poor humans have to stay home."
"Yeah, great fun. Now look, Dee, get some clothes on and turn on your pickup. I don't like talking to gray screens."
"Half a sec." There was a minute's pause, then the screen came on, showing the girl's face. "Now, what do you have on your purported mind?"
"Simple. I've been off Earth for a year, staring at bearded faces and listening to baritone voices. If it isn't too short notice, I'd like to take you to dinner, and a show, and whatever else suggests itself afterward." done, she said. What time? 2000? At your place? I'll be waiting. Dave Turnbull cut the circuit, grinning. The Duckworth problem had almost faded from his mind, but it flared back up again when he glanced at the mail tubes on his desk. Damn, he said. He turned back to the phone, jammed a finger into the dial, and spun it angrily. After a moment, the screen came to life with the features of a beautifully smiling but obviously efficient blonde girl. Interstellar Communications, may I serve you, sir?
How long will it take to get a message to Mendez, and what will it cost?
1 moment, sir. Her right hand moved off screen,
and her eyes shifted to look at a screen that Turnbull couldn't see.
Mendez, she said shortly. The message will reach there in 5 hours and 36 minutes total transmission time. Allow an hour's delay for getting the message on the tapes for beaming. The cost is $1.75 per symbol. Spaces and punctuation marks are considered symbols. A, and the are symbols.
Turnbull thought a moment. It was high, damned high. But then a man with a bona fide Ph.D. was not exactly a poor man if he worked at his specialty or not. I'll call you back as soon as I've composed the message, he said.
Very well, sir. He cut the circuit, grabbed a pencil, and started scribbling. When he'd finished reducing the thing to its bare minimum, he started to dial the number again. Then he scowled and dialed another number. This time, a mild-faced young man in his middle 20s appeared. University of California in Los Angeles. Personnel office. May I serve you?
This is Dr. Dave Turnbull in New York. I understand that Scholar Duckworth is on leave. I'd like his present address.
The young man looked politely firm. I'm sorry, Doctor. We cannot give out that information.
Oh, yap. Look here. I know where he is. Just give me the...
He stopped.
Never mind. Let me talk to Thornwald.
Thornwald was easier to deal with, since he knew both Duckworth and Turnbull.
Turnbull showed him Duckworth's letter on the screen. I know he's in Mendez. I just don't want to have to look all over the planet for him.
I know, Dave. I'm sure it's all right. The address is Landing City, Hotel Byron, Mendez.
Thanks, Thorne. I'll do you a favor someday.
Sure. See you. Turnbull cut off, dialed Interstellar Communications, sent his message, and relaxed. He was ready to make a night of it. He was going to make his first night back on Earth a night to remember. He did. The next morning, he was feeling almost flighty. He buzzed and flitted around his apartment as though he'd hit a high point on a manic cycle, happily burbling utter nonsense in the form of a perfectly ridiculous popular song.
My dear, the merest touch of you has opened up my eyes, and if I get too much of you, you really paralyze. Donna, Donna, belladonna, clad in crimson bright, though I'm near you, I don't wanna see the falling shades of night.
Even when the phone chimed in its urgent message, it didn't disturb his frothy mood. But 3 minutes later, he had dropped down to earth with a heavy clunk. His message to Mendez had not been delivered. There was not now, and never had been, a Scholar James Duckworth registered at the Hotel Byron in Landing City. Neither was his name on the incoming passenger lists at the spaceport at Landing City. He forced himself to forget about it. He had a date with Dee again that night, and he was not going to let something silly like this bother him. But bother him it did. Unlike the night before, the date was an utter fiasco, a complete flop. Dee sensed his mood, misinterpreted it, complained of a headache, and went home early. Turnbull slept badly that night. Next morning, he had an appointment with one of the executives of UCLI, University of Columbia in Long Island. And on the way back, he stopped at the spaceport to see what he could find out. But all he got was purely negative information. On his way back to Manhattan, he sat in the autocab and fumed. When he reached home, He stalked around the apartment for an hour, smoking half a dozen cigarettes, chain fashion, and polishing off 3 glasses of Bristol cream without even tasting it. Dave Turnbull, like any really top-flight investigator, had developed intuitive thinking to a fine art. Ever since the Lancaster method had shown the natural laws applying to intuitive reasoning, no scientist worthy of the name failed to apply it consistently in making his investigations. Only when exact measurement became both possible and necessary was there any need to apply logic to a given problem. A logician adds 2 and 2 and gets 4. An intuitionist multiplies them and gets the same answer. But a logician, faced with 3 2s, gets 6. An intuitionist gets 8. Intuition will get higher orders of answers from a given set of facts than logic will. Turnbull applied intuition to the facts he knew and came up with an answer. Then he phoned the New York Public Library, had his phone connected with the stacks, and spent an hour checking for data that would either prove or disprove his theory. He found plenty of the former and none of the latter. Then he called his superiors at Columbia. He had to write up his report on the Levant explorations. Would it be possible for him to take a 6-month leave of absence for the purpose? It would. The following Saturday, Dr. Dave F. Turnbull was on the interstellar liner Orion, bound for Sirius. If ever there was a gold mine in the sky, it was Centaurus City. To the cultural xenologist who worked on its mysterious riches, it seemed to present an almost inexhaustible supply of new data. The former inhabitants had left everything behind, as though it were no longer of any value whatever. No other trace of them had as yet been found anywhere in the known galaxy, but they had left enough material in Centaurus City to satisfy the curiosity of mankind for years to come, and enough mystery and complexity to whet that curiosity to an even sharper degree. It's difficult for the average person to grasp just how much information can be packed into a city covering 10,000 square miles with a population density equal to that of Manhattan. How long would it take the hypothetical man from Mars to investigate New York or London if he had only the city to work with, if he found them just as they stand, except that the inhabitants had vanished? The technological level of the aliens could not be said to be either above or below that of man. It could only be said to be different. It was as if the two cultures complemented each other. The areas of knowledge which the aliens had explored seemed to be those which mankind had not yet touched, while at the same time there appeared to be many levels of common human knowledge which the aliens had never approached. From the combination of the two, whole new fields of human thought and endeavor had been opened. No trace of the alien spaceships had been uncovered, but the anti-gravitational devices in their aircraft, plus the basic principles of man's own near-light velocity drive, had given man the ultralight drive. Their knowledge of social organization and function far exceeded that of man, and the hints taken from the deciphered writings of the aliens had radically changed man's notion of government. Now humanity could build a galactic civilization, a unity that was neither a pure democracy nor an absolute dictatorship, but resulted in optimal governmental control combined with optimum individual freedom. It was e pluribus unum plus. Their technological writings were few, insofar as physics and chemistry were concerned. What there turned out to be elementary texts rather than advanced studies, which was fortunate, because it had been through these that the cultural xenologists had been able to decipher the language of the aliens, a language that was no more alien to the modern mind than, say, ancient Egyptian or Cretan. But without any advanced texts, deciphering the workings of the thousands of devices that the aliens had left behind was a tedious job. The elementary textbooks seemed to deal with the same sort of science that human beings were used to, but at some point beyond, the aliens had taken a slightly different course, and at first only the very simplest of the mechanisms could be analyzed. But the investigators learned from the simpler mechanisms and found themselves able to take the next step forward to more complex ones. However, it still remained a fact that the majority of devices were as incomprehensible to the investigators as would the function of a transistor have been to James Clerk Maxwell. In the areas of the social sciences, data was deciphered at a fairly rapid rate. The aliens seemed to have concentrated all their efforts on that. Psionics, on the other hand, seemed never to have occurred to them, much less to have been investigated. And yet, there were devices in Centaurus City that bore queer generic resemblances to common terrestrial psionic machines. But there was no hint of such things in the alien literature, and the physical sciences were deciphered only slowly, by a process of cut and try again. The investigations would take time. There were only a relatively small handful of men working on the problems that the city posed, not because there weren't plenty of men who would have sacrificed their time and efforts to further the work, but because the planet, being hostile to man, simply would not support very many investigators. It was not economically feasible to pour more men and material into the project after the point of diminishing returns had been reached. Theoretically, it would have been possible to reseal the city's dome and pump in an atmosphere that human beings could live with, but aside from every other consideration, it was likely that such an atmosphere would ruin many of the artifacts within the city. Besides, the work in the city was heady stuff. Investigation of the city took a particular type of high-level mind, and that kind of mind did not occur in vast numbers. It was not, Turnbull thought, his particular dish of tea. The physical sciences were not his realm, and the work of translating the alien writings could be done on Earth from stat copies if he cared to do that kind of work. Sirius 6 was a busy planet, a planet that was as Earth-like as a planet could be without being Earth itself. It had a single moon, smaller than the Earth's, and somewhat nearer to the planet itself. The Oriona landed there, and Dave Turnbull took a shuttle ship to Sirius 6, dropping down at the spaceport near Neu-Berlin, the capital. It took less than an hour to find that Scholar Duckworth had gone no farther on his journey to Mendez than Sirius 6. He hadn't cashed in his ticket. If he had, they'd have known about it on Earth. But he certainly hadn't taken a ship toward the Central Stars either. Turnbull got himself a hotel room and began checking through the Neu-Berlin city directory. There it was, big as life and 15 times as significant. Rawlings Scientific Corporation. Turnbull decided he might as well tackle them right off the bat. There was nothing to be gained by pussyfooting around. He used the phone, and after browbeating several of the employees and pulling his position on a couple of executives, he managed to get an appointment with the assistant director, Lawrence Drawford. The director, Scholar Jason Rawlings, was not on Sirius 6 at the time. The appointment was scheduled for 0900 the following morning, and Turnbull showed up promptly. He entered through the big main door and walked to the reception desk. "Yes," said the girl at the desk. "How do you do?" Turnbull said. "My name is Turnbull. I think I'm expected." "Just a moment." She checked with the information panel on her desk, then said, "Go right on up, Dr. Turnbull. Take number 4 lift chute to the 18th floor and turn left. Dr. Drawford's office is at the end of the hall." Turnbull followed directions. Drawford was a heavy-set, florid-faced man with an easy smile and a rather too hearty voice.
"Come in, Dr. Turnbull. It's a pleasure to meet you. What can I do for you?"
He waved Turnbull to a chair and sat down behind his desk. Turnbull said carefully,
"I'd just like to get a little information, Dr. Drawford."
Drawford selected a cigar from the humidor on his desk and offered one to Turnbull.
"Cigar? No? Well, if I can be of any help to you, I'll certainly do the best I can."
But there was a puzzled look on his face as he lit his cigar.
"First," said Turnbull, "am I correct in saying that Rawlings Scientific is in charge of the research program at Centaurus City?"
Drawford exhaled a cloud of blue-gray smoke.
"Not precisely. We work as a liaison between the Advanced Study Board and the Centaurus Group, and we supply the equipment that's needed for the work there. We build instruments to order, that sort of thing. Scholar Rawlings is a member of the board, of course, which admits of a somewhat closer liaison than might otherwise be possible. But I'd hardly say that we're in charge of the research. That's handled entirely by the group leaders at the city itself.
Turnbull lit a cigarette. "What happened to Scholar Duckworth?" he said suddenly.
Drawford blinked. "I beg your pardon?"
Again, Turnbull's intuitive reasoning leaped far ahead of logic. He knew that Drawford was honestly innocent of any knowledge of the whereabouts of Scholar James Duckworth. "I was under the impression," Turnbull said easily, "that Scholar Duckworth was engaged in some sort of work with Scholar Rawlings." Drawford smiled and spread his hands.
"Well, now, that may be, Dr. Turnbull. If so, they're engaged in something that's above my level."
"Oh?" Drawford pursed his lips for a moment, frowning. Then he said,
"I must admit that I'm not a good intuitive thinker, Dr. Turnbull. I have not the capacity for it, I suppose. That's why I'm an engineer instead of a basic research man. That's why I'll never get a scholar's degree."
Again he paused before continuing.
"For that reason, Scholar Rawlings leaves the logic to me and doesn't burden me with his own business. Nominally, he is the head of the corporation. Actually, we operate in different areas which naturally overlap in some places, but which are not congruent by any means."
"In other words," said Turnbull, "if Duckworth and Rawlings were working together, you wouldn't be told about it."
"Not unless Scholar Rawlings thought it was necessary to tell me,"
Drawford said. He put his cigar carefully in the ash drop.
"Of course, if I asked him, I'm sure he'd give me the information, but it's hardly any of my business."
Turnbull nodded and switched his tack. "Scholar Rawlings is off planet, I believe."
"That's right. I'm not at liberty to disclose his whereabouts, however," Drawford said.
"I realize that, but I'd like to get a message to him if possible." Drawford picked up his cigar again and puffed at it a moment before saying anything. Then,
"Dr. Turnbull, please don't think I'm being stuffy, but may I ask the purpose of this inquiry?"
"A fair question," said Turnbull, smiling. "I really shouldn't have come barging in here like this without explaining myself first." He had his lie already formulated in his mind.
"I'm engaged in writing up a report on the cultural significance of the artifacts on the planet Laban. You may have heard something of it." "I've heard the name," Drawford admitted. "That's in the Sagittarius sector somewhere, as I recall."
"That's right. Well, as you know, the theory for the existence of Centaurus City assumes that it was, at one time, the focal point of a complex of trade routes through the galaxy, established by a race that has passed from the galactic scene." Drawford was nodding slowly, waiting to hear what Turnbull had to say. "I trust you'll keep this to yourself, Doctor," Turnbull said, extinguishing his cigarette. "But I am of the opinion that the artifacts on Laban bear a distinct resemblance to those of the city." It was a bald, out-and-out lie, but he knew Drawford would have no way of knowing that it was. "I think that Laban was actually one of the colonies of that race, one of their food-growing planets. If so, there's certainly a necessity for correlation between the data uncovered on Laban and those which have been found in the city." Drawford's face betrayed his excitement.
Why, that's amazing! I can see why you would want to get in touch with Scholar Rawlings, certainly. Do you really think there's something in this idea?"
"I do," said Turnbull firmly. "Will it be possible for me to send a message to him?"
"Certainly," Drawford said quickly. "I'll see that he gets it as soon as possible. What did you wish to say?"
Turnbull reached into his belt pouch, pulled out a pad and stylus, and began to write. "I have reason to believe that I have solved the connection between the two sources of data concerned in the Centaurus City problem. I would also like to discuss the Duckworth theory with you." When he had finished, he signed his name at the bottom and handed it to Drawford. Drawford looked at it, frowned, and looked up at Turnbull questioningly.
"He'll know what I mean," Turnbull said. "Scholar Duckworth had an idea that Laban was a data source on the problem even before we did our digging there. Frankly, that's why I thought Duckworth might be working with Scholar Rawlings."
Drawford's face cleared.
"Very well. I'll put this on the company transmitters immediately, Dr. Turnbull. And don't worry, I won't say anything about this to anyone until Scholar Rawlings or you yourself give me the go-ahead."
"I'd certainly appreciate that," Turnbull said, rising from his seat. "I'll leave you to your work now, Dr. Drawford. I can be reached at the Mayfair Hotel." The two men shook hands, and Turnbull left quickly. Turnbull felt intuitively that he knew where Rawlings was, on the Centaurus planet, the planet of the city. But where was Duckworth? Reason said that he, too, was at the city, but under what circumstances? Was he a prisoner? Had he been killed outright? Surely not. That didn't jibe with his leaving Earth the way he had. If someone had wanted him killed, they'd have done it on Earth. They wouldn't have left a trail on Sirius 6 that anyone who was interested could have followed. On the other hand, how could they account for Duckworth's disappearance, since the trail was so broad? If the police... No, he was wrong. The trouble with intuitive thinking is that it tends to leave out whole sections of what, to a logical thinker, are pieces of absolutely necessary data. Duckworth actually had no connections with Rawlings, no logical connection. The only thing the police would have to work with was the fact that Scholar Duckworth had started a trip to Mendez and never made it farther than Sirius 6. There he had vanished. Why? How could they prove anything? On the other hand, Turnbull was safe. The letters from Duckworth, plus his visit to Drawford, plus his acknowledged destination of Sirius 6, would be enough to connect up both cases if Turnbull vanished. Rawlings should know he couldn't afford to do anything to Turnbull. Dave Turnbull felt perfectly safe. He was in his hotel room at the Mayfair when the announcer chimed 5 hours later. He glanced up from his book to look at the screen. It showed a young man in an ordinary business jumper looking rather boredly at the screen. "What is it?" Turnbull asked. "Message for Dr. Turnbull from Rawlings Scientific Corporation," said the young man, in a voice that sounded even more bored than his face looked. Turnbull sighed and got up to open the door. When it sectioned, he had only a fraction of a second to see what the message was. It was a stun gun in the hand of the young man. It went off, and Turnbull's mind spiraled into blankness before he could react. Out of a confused blur of color, a face sprang suddenly into focus, swam away again, and came back. The lips of the face moved. "How do you feel, son?" Turnbull looked at the face. It was that of a fairly old man, who still retained the vitality of youth. It was lined, but still firm. It took him a moment to recognize the face. Then he recalled stereos he'd seen. It was Scholar Jason Rawlings. Turnbull tried to lift himself up and found he couldn't. The scholar smiled. "Sorry we had to strap you down," he said, "but I'm not nearly as strong as you are. I didn't have any desire to be jumped before I got a chance to talk to you." Turnbull relaxed. There was no immediate danger here. "Know where you are?" Rawlings asked. "Centaurus City," Turnbull said calmly. "It's a 3-day trip, so obviously you couldn't have made it in the 5 hours after I sent you the message. You had me kidnapped and brought here." The old man frowned slightly. "I suppose technically it was kidnapping, but we had to get you out of circulation before you said anything that might, give the whole show away." Turnbull smiled slightly. "Aren't you afraid that the police will trace this to you?" "Oh, I'm sure they would eventually," said Rawlings. "But you'll be able to make any explanation long before that time." "I see," Turnbull said flatly. "Mind operation. Is that what you did to Scholar Duckworth?" The expression on Scholar Rawlings' face was so utterly different from what Turnbull had expected that he found himself suddenly correcting his thinking in a kaleidoscope readjustment of his mind. "What did you think you were on to, Dr. Turnbull?" the old man asked slowly. Turnbull started to answer, but at that moment the door opened. The round, pleasant-faced gentleman who came in needed no introduction to Turnbull. Scholar Duckworth said, "Hello, Dave. Sorry I wasn't here when you woke up, but I got—" He stopped. "What's the matter?" "I'm just cursing myself for being a fool," Turnbull said sheepishly. "I was using your disappearance as a datum in a problem that didn't require it." Scholar Rawlings laughed abruptly. "Then you thought—" Duckworth chuckled and raised a hand to interrupt Rawlings. "Just a moment, Jason. Let him logic it out to us." "First, take these straps off," said Turnbull. "I'm stiff enough as it is after being out cold for 3 days." Rawlings touched a button on the wall, and the restraining straps vanished. Turnbull sat up creakily, rubbing his arms. "Well?" said Duckworth. Turnbull looked up at the older man. "It was those first 2 letters of yours that started me off." "I was afraid of that," Duckworth said wryly. I tried to get them back before I left Earth, but failing that, I sent you a letter to try to throw you off the track."
"Did you think it would?" Turnbull asked.
"I wasn't sure," Duckworth admitted. "I decided that if you had what it takes to see through it, you deserved to know the truth."
"I think I know it already."
"I dare say you do," Duckworth admitted. "But tell us first why you jumped to the wrong conclusion."
Turnbull nodded.
"As I said, your letters got me worrying. I knew you must be onto something, or you wouldn't have been so positive. So I started checking on all the data about the city, especially that which had come in previous to the time you sent the letters. I found that several new artifacts had been discovered in Sector 9 of the city, in the part they call the bank buildings. That struck a chord in my memory, so I looked back over the previous records. That sector was supposed to have been cleaned out nearly 90 years ago. The error I made was in thinking that you had been forcibly abducted somehow, that you had been forced to write that 3rd letter. It certainly looked like it, since I couldn't see any reason for you to hide anything from me. I didn't think you'd be in on anything as underhanded as this looked, so I assumed that you were acting against your will." Scholar Rawlings smiled. "But you thought I was capable of underhanded tactics? That's not very flattering, young man."
Turnbull grinned.
"I thought you were capable of kidnapping a man. Was I wrong?"
Rawlings laughed heartily.
"Touché. Go on."
"Since artifacts had been found in a part of the city from which they had previously been removed, I thought that Jim here had found a cover-up. It looked as though some of the alien machines were being moved around in order to conceal the fact that someone was keeping something hidden, like, for instance, a new weapon or a device that would give a man more power than he should rightfully have."
"Such as?"
Duckworth asked. "Such as invisibility, or a cheap method of transmutation, or even a new and faster space drive. I wasn't sure, but it certainly looked like it might be something of that sort."
Rawlings nodded thoughtfully. "A very good intuition, considering the fact that you had a bit of erroneous data."
"Exactly. I thought that Rawlings Scientific Corporation, or else you personally, were concealing something from the rest of us and from the advisory board. I thought that Scholar Duckworth had found out about it and that he'd been kidnapped to hush him up. It certainly looked that way."
"I must admit it did at that," Duckworth said. "But tell me, how does it look now?"
Turnbull frowned. "The picture's all switched around now. You came here for a purpose, to check up on your own data. Tell me, is everything here on the level?"
Duckworth paused before he answered. "Everything human," he said slowly.
"That's what I thought,"
said Turnbull. If the human factor is eliminated, at least partially, from the data, the intuition comes through quite clearly. We're being fed information. Duckworth nodded silently. Rawlings said, "That's it. Someone or something is adding new material to the city. It's like some sort of cosmic bird feeding station that has to be refilled every so often." Turnbull looked down at his big hands.
"It never was a trade route focus," he said.
"It isn't even a city, in our sense of the term, no more than a birdhouse is a nest." He looked up. "That city was built for only one purpose, to give human beings certain data, and it's evidently data that we need in a hurry for our own good." "How so?" Rawlings asked, a look of faint surprise on his face. "Same analogy. Why does anyone feed birds? 2 reasons. Either to study and watch them, or to be kind to them. You feed birds in the winter because they might die if they didn't get enough food." "Maybe we're being studied and watched then," said Duckworth probingly. "Possibly. But we won't know for a long time, if ever." Duckworth grinned. "Right. I've seen this city. I've looked it over carefully in the past few months. Whatever entities that built it are so far ahead of us that we can't even imagine what it will take to find out anything about them. We are as incapable of understanding them as a bird is incapable of understanding us."
"Who knows about this?"
Turnbull asked suddenly. "The entire Advanced Study Board at least," said Rawlings. "We don't know how many others, but so far we know everyone who has been able to recognize what is really going on at the city has also been able to realize that it is something the human race en masse is not yet ready to accept."
"What about the technicians who are actually working there?" asked Turnbull.
Rawlings smiled. "The artifacts are very carefully replaced. The technicians, again as far as we know, have accepted the evidence of their eyes." Turnbull looked a little dissatisfied.
"Look, there are plenty of people in the galaxy who would literally hate the idea that there is anything in the universe superior to man. Can you imagine the storm of reaction that would hit if this got out? Whole groups would refuse to have anything to do with anything connected with the city. The government would collapse, since the whole theory of our present government comes from city data. And the whole work of teaching intuitive reasoning would be dropped like a hot potato by just those very people who need to learn to use it. And it seems to me that some precautions—" He stopped, then grinned rather sheepishly. "Oh," he said, "I see."
Rawlings grinned back. "There's never any need to distort the truth. Anyone who is psychologically incapable of allowing the existence of beings more powerful than man is also psychologically incapable of piecing together the clues which would indicate the existence of such beings." Scholar Duckworth said, "It takes a great deal of humanity, a real feeling of honest humility, to admit that one is actually inferior to someone or something else. Most people don't have it. They rebel because they can't admit their inferiority."
"Like the examples of the North American Amerindian tribes," Turnbull said. "They hadn't reached the state of civilization that the Aztecs or Incas had. They were incapable of allowing themselves to be beaten and enslaved. They refused to allow themselves to learn. They fought the white man to the last ditch, and look where they ended up."
"Precisely," said Duckworth. "While the Mexicans and Peruvians today are a functioning part of civilization because they could and did learn."
"I'd just as soon the human race didn't go the way of the Amerindians," Turnbull said.
"I have a hunch it won't," Scholar Rawlings said. "The builders of the city, whoever they are edging us very carefully into the next level of civilization, whatever it may be. At that level, perhaps we'll be able to accept their teaching more directly."
Duckworth chuckled.
"Before we can become gentlemen, We have to realize that we are not gentlemen. Turnbull recognized the allusion. There is an old truism to the effect that a barbarian can never learn what a gentleman is because a barbarian cannot recognize that he isn't a gentleman. As soon as he recognizes that fact, he ceases to be a barbarian. He is not automatically a gentleman, but at least he has become capable of learning how to be one. The city itself, said Rawlings, acts as a pretty efficient screening device for separating the humble from the merely servile. The servile man represents his position so much that he will fight anything which tries to force recognition of his position on him. The servile slave is convinced that he is equal to or superior to his masters, and that he is being held down by brute force. So he opposes them with brute force and is eventually destroyed. Turnbull blinked. A screening device? Then, like a burst of sunlight, the full intuition came over him. Duckworth's round face was positively beaming. "You're the first one ever to do it," he said. "In order to become a member of the Advanced Study Board, a scholar must solve that much of the city's secret by himself. I'm a much older man than you, and I just solved it in the past few months. You will be the first Ph.D. to be admitted to the board while you're working on your scholar's degree. Congratulations." Turnbull looked down at his big hands, a pleased look on his face. Then he looked up at Scholar Duckworth. "Got a cigarette, Jim?" "Thanks. You know, we've still got plenty of work ahead of us, trying to find out just what it is that the city builders want us to learn." Duckworth smiled as he held a flame to the tip of Turnbull's cigarette. "Who knows?" he said quietly. "Hell, maybe they want us to learn about them." End of Dead Giveaway by Randall Garrett. Recording by Jeff Ward of Greenville, Tennessee.
Jest by Lilith Lorraine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. The Jovian Jest by Lilith Lorraine. Consternation reigned in Elsnore village when the nameless thing was discovered in Farmer Burns's corn patch. When the rumor began to gain credence that it was some sort of meteor from interstellar space, reporters, scientists, and college professors flocked to the scene, desirous of prying off particles for analysis. But they soon discovered that the thing was no ordinary meteor, for it glowed at night with a peculiar luminescence. They also observed that it was practically weightless, since it had embedded itself in the soft sand scarcely more than a few inches. By the time the first group of newspapermen and scientists had reached the farm, another phenomenon was plainly observable. The thing was growing. Farmer Burns, with an eye to profit, had already built a picket fence around his starry visitor and was charging admission. He also flatly refused to permit the chipping off of specimens or even the touching of the object. His attitude was severely criticized, but he stubbornly clung to the theory that possession is 9 points in law. It was Professor Ralston of Princewell who, on the third day after the fall of the meteor, remarked upon its growth. His colleagues crowded around him as he pointed out this peculiarity, and soon they discovered another factor: pulsation. Larger than a small balloon, and gradually, almost imperceptibly expanding, with its viscid transparency shot through with opalescent lights, the thing lay there in the deepening twilight and palpably shivered. As darkness descended, a sort of hellish radiance began to ooze from it. I say hellish because there is no other word to describe that spectral, sulphurous emanation. As the hangers-on around the pickets shudderingly shrank away from the weird light that was streaming out to them and tinting their faces with a ghastly greenish pallor, Farmer Burns's small boy, moved by some imp of perversity, did a characteristically childish thing. He picked up a good-sized stone and flung it straight at the nameless mass. Instead of veering off and falling to the ground as from an impact with metal, the stone sank right through the surface of the thing as into a pool of protoplasmic slime. When it reached the central core of the object, a more abundant life suddenly leaped and pulsed from center to circumference. Visible waves of sentient color circled round the solid stone. Stabbing swords of light leaped forth from them, piercing the stone, crumbling it, absorbing it. When it was gone, only a red spot, like a bloodshot eye, throbbed eerily where it had been. Before the now thoroughly mystified crowd had time to remark upon this inexplicable disintegration, a more horrible manifestation occurred. The thing, as though thoroughly awakened and vitalized by its unusual fare, was putting forth a tentacle. Right from the top of the shivering globe it pushed, sluggishly weaving and prescient of doom. Wavering, it hung for a moment, turning, twisting, groping. Finally it shot straight outward, swift as a rattler's strike. Before the closely packed crowd could give room for escape, it had circled the neck of the nearest bystander, Bill Jones, a cattleman, and jerked him, writhing and screaming, into the reddish core. Stupefied with soul-chilling terror, with their mass consciousness practically annihilated before a deed with which their minds could make no association, the crowd could only gasp in sobbing unison and await the outcome. The absorption of the stone had taught them what to expect, and for a moment it seemed that their worst anticipations were to be realized. The sluggish currents circled through the thing, swirling the victim's body to the center. The giant tentacle drew back into the globe and became itself a current. The concentric circles merged, tightened, became one gleaming cord that encircled the helpless prey. From the inner circumference of this cord shot forth not the swords of light that had powdered the stone to atoms, but myriads of radiant tentacles that gripped and cupped the body in 1,000 places. Suddenly the tentacles withdrew themselves, all save the ones that grasped the head. These seemed to tighten their pressure, to swell and pulse with a grayish substance that was flowing from the cups into the cord, and from the cord into the body of the mass. Yes, it was a grayish something, a smoke-like essence that was being drawn from the cranial cavity. Bill Jones was no longer screaming and gibbering, but was stiff with the rigidity of stone. Notwithstanding, there was no visible mark upon his body. His flesh seemed unharmed. Swiftly came the awful climax. The waving tentacles withdrew themselves, the body of Bill Jones lost its rigidity, a heaving motion from the center of the thing propelled its cargo to the surface, and Bill Jones stepped out. Yes, he stepped out and stood for a moment, staring straight ahead, staring at nothing, glassily. Every person in the shivering, paralyzed group knew instinctively that something unthinkable had happened to him. Something had transpired, something hitherto possible only in the abysmal spaces of the other side of things. Finally he turned and faced the nameless object, raising his arms stiffly, automatically, as in a military salute. Then he turned and walked jerkily, mindlessly, round and round the globe, like a wooden soldier marching. Meanwhile the thing lay quiescent, gorged. Professor Ralston was the first to find his voice. In fact, Professor Ralston was always finding his voice in the most unexpected places, but this time it had caught a chill. It was trembling. "Gentlemen," he began, looking down academically upon the motley crowd as though doubting the aptitude of his salutation. "Fellow citizens," he corrected. "The phenomenon we have just witnessed is, to the lay mind, inexplicable. To me, and to my honorable colleagues," added as an afterthought, "it is quite clear. Quite clear indeed. We have before us a specimen, a perfect specimen, I might say, of a... He stammered in the presence of the unnameable. His hesitancy caused the rapt attention of the throng that was waiting breathlessly for an explanation to flicker back to the inexplicable. In the fraction of a second that their gaze had been diverted from the thing to the professor, the object had shot forth another tentacle, gripping him round the neck and choking off his sentence with a horrid rasp that sounded like a death rattle. Needless to say, the revolting process that had turned Bill Jones from a human being into a mindless automaton was repeated with Professor Ralston. It happened as before, too rapidly for intervention, too suddenly for the minds of the onlookers to shake off the paralysis of an unprecedented nightmare. But when the victim was thrown to the surface, when he stepped out, drained of the grayish, smoke-like essence, a tentacle still gripped his neck and another rested directly on top of his head. This latter tentacle, instead of absorbing from him, visibly poured into him what resembled a thread-like stream of violet light. Facing the cowering audience with eyes staring glassily, still in the grip of the unknowable, Professor Ralston did an unbelievable thing. He resumed his lecture at the exact point of interruption, but he spoke with the tonelessness of a machine that pulsed to the will of a dictator, inhuman and inexorable. What you see before you, the voice continued, the voice that no longer echoed the thoughts of the professor, is what you would call an amoeba, a giant amoeba. It is I, this amoeba, who am addressing you, children of an alien universe. It is I, who through this captured instrument of expression, whose queer language you can understand, am explaining my presence on your planet. I pour my thoughts into this specialized brain box which I have previously drained of its meager thought content. Here the honorable colleagues nudged each other gleefully. I have so drained it for the purpose of analysis, and that the flow of my own ideas may pass from my mind to yours unimpeded by any distortion that might otherwise be caused by their conflict with the thoughts of this individual. First I absorbed the brain content of this being whom you call Bill Jones, but I found his mental instrument unavailable. It was technically untrained in the use of your words that would best convey my meaning. He possesses more of what you would call innate intelligence, but he has not perfected the mechanical brain through whose operation this innate intelligence can be transmitted to others, and applied for practical advantage. Now this creature that I am using is, as you might say, full of sound without meaning. His brain is a lumber room in which he has hoarded a conglomeration of clever and appropriate word forms with which to disguise the paucity of his ideas, with which to express nothing. Yet the very abundance of the material in his storeroom furnishes a discriminating mind with excellent tools for the transportation of its ideas into other minds. Know then that I am not here by accident. I am a space wanderer, an explorer from a super-universe whose evolution has proceeded without variation along the line of your amoeba. Your evolution, as I perceive from an analysis of the brain content of your professor, began its unfoldment in somewhat the same manner as our own. But in your smaller system, less perfectly adjusted than our own to the cosmic mechanism, a series of cataclysms occurred. In fact, your planetary system was itself the result of a catastrophe, or of what might have been a catastrophe had the two great suns collided whose near approach caused the wrenching off of your planets. From this colossal accident, rare indeed in the annals of the stars, an endless chain of accidents was born, a chain of which this specimen, this professor, and the species that he represents, is one of the weakest links. Your infinite variety of species is directly due to the variety of adaptations necessitated by this train of accidents. In the super-universe from which I come, such derangements of the celestial machinery simply do not happen. For this reason our evolution has unfolded harmoniously along one line of development, whereas yours has branched out into diversified and grotesque expressions of the life principle. Your so-called highest manifestation of this principle, namely your own species, is characterized by a great number of specialized organs. Through this very specialization of functions, however, you have forfeited your individual immortality, and it has come about that only your life stream is immortal. The primal cell is inherently immortal, but death follows in the wake of specialization. We, the beings of this amoeba universe, are individually immortal. We have no highly specialized organs to break down under the stress of environment. When we want an organ, we create it. When it has served its purpose, we withdraw it into ourselves. We reach out our tentacles and draw to ourselves whatsoever we desire. Should a tentacle be destroyed, we can put forth another. Our universe is beautiful beyond the dreams of your most inspired poets. Whereas your landscapes, though lovely, are stationary, unchangeable except through Herculean efforts, ours are protean, eternally changing. With our own substance we build our minarets of light, piercing the aura of infinity. At the bidding of our wills we create, preserve, destroy, only to build again more gloriously. We draw our sustenance from the primates, as do your plants, and we constantly replace the electronic base of these primates with our own emanations, in much the same manner as your nitrogenous plants revitalize your soil. While we create and withdraw organs at will, we have nothing to correspond to your five senses. We derive knowledge through one sense only, or, shall I say, a super-sense. We see and hear and touch and taste and smell and feel and know, not through any one organ, but through our whole structure. The homogeneous force of our omnisubstance subjects the plural world to the processing of a powerful unity. We can dissolve our bodies at will, retaining only the permanent atom of our being, the seed of life dropped on the soil of our planet by infinite intelligence. We can propel this indestructible seed on light rays through the depths of space. We can visit the farthest universe with the velocity of light, since light is our conveyance. In reaching your little world, I have consumed 1,000,000 years, for my world is 1,000,000 light years distant, yet to my race 1,000,000 years is as one of your days. On arrival at any given destination, we can build our bodies from the elements of the foreign planet. We attain our knowledge of conditions on any given planet by absorbing the thought content of the brains of a few representative members of its dominant race. Every well-balanced mind contains the experience of the race, the essence of the wisdom that the race soul has gained during its residence in matter. We make this knowledge a part of our own thought content, and thus the universe lies like an open book before us. At the end of a given experiment in thought absorption, we return the borrowed mind stuff to the brain of its possessor. We reward our subject for his momentary discomfiture by pouring into his body our splendid vitality. This lengthens his life expectancy immeasurably, by literally burning from his system the germs of actual or incipient ills that contaminate the bloodstream. This, I believe, will conclude my explanation, an explanation to which you, as a race in whom intelligence is beginning to dawn, are entitled. But you have a long road to travel yet. Your thought channels are pitifully blocked and crisscrossed with nonsensical and inhibitory complexes that stand in the way of true progress. But you will work this out, for the divine spark that pulses through us of the larger universe pulses also through you. That spark, once lighted, can never be extinguished, can never be swallowed up again in the primeval slime. There is nothing more that I can learn from you, nothing that I can teach you at this stage of your evolution. I have but one message to give you, one thought to leave with you. Forge on. You are on the path, the stars are over you, their light is flashing into your souls the slogan of the federated suns beyond the frontiers of your little warring worlds. Forge on. The voice died out like the chiming of a great bell receding into immeasurable distance. The supercilious tones of the professor had yielded to the sweetness and the light of the greater mind whose instrument he had momentarily become. It was charged at the last with a golden resonance that seemed to echo down vast spaceless corridors beyond the furthermost outposts of time. As the voice faded out into a sacramental silence, the strangely assorted throng, moved by a common impulse, lowered their heads as though in prayer. The great globe pulsed and shimmered throughout its sentient depths like a sea of liquid jewels. Then the tentacle that grasped the professor drew him back toward the scintillating nucleus. Simultaneously another arm reached out and grasped Bill Jones, who, during the strange lecture, had ceased his wooden soldier marching and had stood stiffly at attention. The bodies of both men within the nucleus were encircled once more by the single current. From it again put forth the tentacles, cupping their heads, but the smoke-like essence flowed back to them this time, and with it flowed a tiny thread-like stream of violet light. Then came the heaving motion when the shimmering currents caught the two men and tossed them forth unharmed but visibly dowered with the radiance of more abundant life. Their faces were positively glowing and their eyes were illuminated by a light that was surely not of earth. Then, before the very eyes of the marveling people, the great globe began to dwindle. The jeweled lights intensified, concentrated, merged, until at last remained only a single spot no larger than a pinhead, but whose radiance was, notwithstanding, searing, excruciating. Then the spot leaped up into the heavens, whirling, dipping and circling as in a gesture of farewell, and finally soaring into invisibility with the blinding speed of light. The whole wildly improbable occurrence might have been dismissed as a queer case of mass delusion, for such cases are not unknown to history, had it not been followed by a convincing aftermath. The culmination of a series of startling coincidences, both ridiculous and tragic, at last brought men face to face with an incontestable fact. Namely, that Bill Jones had emerged from his fiery baptism endowed with the thought-expressing facilities of Professor Ralston, while the professor was forced to struggle along with the meager educational appliances of Bill Jones. In this ironic manner, the space wanderer had left unquestionable proof of his visit by rendering a tribute to innate intelligence and playing a Jovian jest upon an educated fool, a neat transposition. A Columbus from a vaster, kindlier universe had paused for a moment to learn the story of our pygmy system. He had brought us a message from the outermost citadels of life, and had flashed out again on his eonic voyage from everlasting unto everlasting. End of the Jovian Jest by Lorraine. Recording by Nick Number.
By John W. Campbell, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Gunn. I am the last of my type existing today in all the solar system. I, too, am the last existing who, in memory, sees the struggle for this system, and in memory I am still close to the center of rulers. For mine was the ruling type then. But I will pass soon, and with me will pass the last of my kind, a poor, inefficient type, but yet the creators of those who are now and will be, long after I pass forever. So I am setting down my record on the mentatype. It was 2,538 years after the year of the Son of Man. For 6 centuries mankind had been developing machines. The ear apparatus was discovered as early as 700 years before. The eye came later. The brain came much later. But by 2500 the machines had been developed to think and act and work with perfect independence. Man lived on the products of the machine, and the machines lived to themselves very happily and contentedly. Machines were designed to help and cooperate. It was easy to do the simple duties they needed to do that men might live well. And men had created them. Most of mankind were quite useless, for they lived in a world where no productive work was necessary. But games, athletic contests, adventure, these were the things they sought for their pleasure. Some of the poorer types of man gave themselves up wholly to pleasure and idleness, and to emotions. But man was a sturdy race, which had fought for existence through 1,000,000 years, and the training of 1,000,000 years does not slough quickly from any form of life. So their energies were bent to mock battles now, since real ones no longer existed. Up to the year 2100, the numbers of mankind had increased rapidly and continuously, but from that time on there was a steady decrease. By 2500 their number was a scant 2 millions, out of a population that once totaled many hundreds of millions, and was close to 10 billions in 2100. Some few of these remaining 2 millions devoted themselves to the adventure of discovery and exploration of places unseen, of other worlds and other planets, but fewer still devoted themselves to the highest adventure, the unseen places of the mind. Machines, with their irrefutable logic, their cold preciseness of figures, their tireless, utterly exact observation, their absolute knowledge of mathematics, they could elaborate any idea, however simple its beginning, and reach the conclusion. From any 3 facts they even then could have built in mind all the universe. Machines had imagination of the ideal sort. They had the ability to construct a necessary future result from a present fact. But man had imagination of a different kind. Theirs was the illogical, brilliant imagination that sees the future result vaguely, without knowing the why nor the how, an imagination that outstrips the machine in its preciseness. Man might reach the conclusion more swiftly, but the machine always reached the conclusion eventually, and it was always the correct conclusion. By leaps and bounds man advanced. By steady, irresistible steps the machine marched forward. Together man and the machine were striding through science irresistibly. Then came the outsiders. Whence they came neither machine nor man ever learned, save only that they came from beyond the outermost planet, from some other sun, Sirius, Alpha Centauri perhaps. First a thin scout line of 100 great ships, mighty torpedoes of the void 1,000 kilads in length they came. And one machine returning from Mars to Earth was instrumental in its first discovery. The transport machine's brain ceased to radiate its sensations, and the control in old Chicago knew immediately that some unperceived body had destroyed it. An investigation machine was instantly dispatched from Deimos, and it maintained an acceleration of 1,000 units. They sighted 10 huge ships, one of which was already grappling the smaller transport machine. The entire foresection had been blasted away. The investigation machine, scarcely 3 inches in diameter, crept into the shattered hull and investigated. It was quickly evident that the damage was caused by a fusing ray. Strange life forms were crawling about the ship, protected by flexible, transparent suits. Their bodies were short and squat, four-limbed, and evidently powerful. They, like insects, were equipped with a thick, durable exoskeleton, horny, brownish coating that covered arms and legs and head. Their eyes projected slightly, protected by horny, protruding walls, eyes that were capable of movement in every direction, and there were 3 of them, set at equal distances apart. The tiny investigation machine hurled itself violently at one of the beings, crashing against the transparent covering, flexing it, and striking the being inside with a terrific force. Hurled from his position, he fell end over end across the weightless ship, but despite the blow, he was not hurt. The investigator passed to the power room ahead of the outsiders, who were anxiously trying to learn the reason for their companion's plight. Directed by the Center of Rulers, the investigator sought the power room and relayed the control signals from the rulers' brains. The ship brain had been destroyed, but the controls were still readily workable. Quickly they were shot home and the enormous plungers shut. A combination was arranged so that the machine, as well as the investigators and the outsiders, were destroyed. A second investigator, which had started when the plan was decided on, had now arrived. The outsider's ship nearest the transport machine had been badly damaged, and the investigator entered the broken side. The scenes were, of course, remembered by the memory minds back on Earth, tuned with that of the investigator. The investigator flashed down corridors, searching quickly for the apparatus room. It was soon seen that with them the machine was practically unintelligent, very few machines of even slight intelligence being used. Then it became evident by the excited action of the men in the ship that the presence of the investigator had been detected. Perhaps it was the control impulses, or the signal impulses it emitted. They searched for a tiny bit of metal and crystal for some time before they found it, and in the meantime it was plain that the powers these outsiders used was not, as was ours of the time, the power of blasting atoms, but the greater power of disintegrating matter. The findings of this tiny investigating machine were very important. Finally they succeeded in locating the investigator, and one of the outsiders appeared armed with a peculiar projector. A bluish beam snapped out, and the tiny machine went blank. The fleet was surrounded by thousands of the tiny machines by this time, and the outsiders were badly confused by their presence, as it became difficult to locate them in the confusion of signal impulses. However, they started at once for Earth. The science investigators had been present toward the last, and I am there now in memory with my 2 friends, long since departed. They were the greatest human science investigators, Roll 25374 and Trest 35429. Roll had quickly assured us that these outsiders had come for invasion. There had been no wars on the planets before that time in the direct memory of the machines, and it was difficult that those who were conceived and built for cooperation, helpfulness utterly dependent on cooperation, unable to exist independently as were humans, that these life forms should care to destroy, merely that they might possess. It would have been easier to divide the works and the products, but life alone can understand life. So Roll was believed. From investigations, machines were prepared that were capable of producing considerable destruction. Torpedoes, being our principal weapon, were equipped with such atomic explosives as had been developed for blasting, a highly effective induction heat ray, developed for furnaces being installed in some small machines, made for the purposes in the few hours we had before the enemy reached Earth. In common with all life forms, they were able to withstand only very meager Earth acceleration. A range of perhaps 4 units was their limit, and it took several hours to reach the planet. I still believe the reception was a warm one. Our machines met them beyond the orbit of Luna, and the directed torpedoes sailed at the 100 great ships. They were thrown aside by a magnetic field surrounding the ship, but were redirected instantly and continued to approach. However, some beams reached out and destroyed them by instant volatilization. But they attacked at such numbers that fully half the fleet was destroyed by their explosions before the induction beam fleet arrived. These beams were, to our amazement, quite useless, being instantly absorbed by a force screen, and the remaining ships sailed on undisturbed, our torpedoes being exhausted. Several investigator machines sent out for the purpose soon discovered the secret of the force screen, and while being destroyed were able to send back signals up to the moment of annihilation. A few investigators thrown into the heat beam of the enemy reported it identical with ours, explaining why they had been prepared for this form of attack. Signals were being radiated from the remaining 50 along a beam. Several investigators were sent along these beams, speeding back at great acceleration. Then the enemy reached Earth. Instantly they settled over the Colorado settlement, the Sahara colony, and the Gobi colony. Enormous diffused beams were set to work, and we saw through the machine screens that all humans within these ranges were being killed instantly by the faintly greenish beams. Despite the fact that any life form killed normally can be revived, unless affected by dissolution common to living tissue, these could not be brought to life again. The important cell communication channels, nerves, had been literally burned out. The complicated system of nerves called the brain, situated in the uppermost extremity of the human life form, had been utterly destroyed. Every form of life, microscopic, even submicroscopic, was annihilated. Trees, grass, every living thing was gone from that territory. Only the machines remained, for they, working entirely without the vital chemical forces necessary to life, were uninjured. But neither plant nor animal was left. The pale green rays swept on. In an hour, 3 more colonies of humans had been destroyed. Then the torpedoes that the machines were turning out again came into action. Almost desperately the machines drove them at the outsiders, in defense of their masters and creators, mankind. The last of the outsiders was down, the last ship a crumpled wreck. Now the machines began to study them, and never could humans have studied them as machines did. Scores of great transports arrived, carrying swiftly the slower-moving science investigators. From them came the machine investigators and human investigators. Tiny investigator spheres wormed their way where none others could reach, and silently the science investigators watched. Hour after hour they sat watching the flashing, changing screens, calling each other's attention to this or that. In an incredibly short time the bodies of the outsiders began to decay, and the humans were forced to demand their removal. The machines were unaffected by them, but the rapid change told them why it was that so thorough an execution was necessary. The foreign bacteria were already at work on totally unresisting tissue. It was Roll who sent the first thoughts among the gathered men. "It is evident," he began, "that the machines must defend man. Man is defenseless. He is destroyed by these beams, while the machines are unharmed, uninterrupted. Life, cruel life, has shown its tendencies. They have come here to take over these planets, and have started out with the first natural moves of any invading life form. They are destroying the life, the intelligent life particularly, that is here now." He gave vent to that little chuckle which is the human sign of amusement and pleasure. "They are destroying the intelligent life, and leaving untouched that which is necessarily their deadliest enemy, the machines. You, machines, are far more intelligent than we even now, and capable of changing overnight, capable of infinite adaptation to circumstance. You live as readily on Pluto as on Mercury or Earth. Any place is a home world to you. You can adapt yourself to any condition, and, most dangerous to them, you can do it instantly. You are their most deadly enemies, and they realize it. They have no intelligent machines. Probably they can conceive of none. When you attack them, they merely say, 'The life form of Earth is sending out controlled machines. We will find good machines we can use.' They do not conceive that those machines which they hope to use are attacking them. Attack, therefore! We can readily solve the hidden secret of their force screen." He was interrupted. One of the newest science machines was speaking. "The secret of the force screen is simple." A small ray machine which had landed near rose into the air at the command of the scientist machine, X5638 it was, and trained upon it the deadly induction beam. Already, with his parts, X5638 had constructed the defensive apparatus, for the ray fell harmless from his screen. "Very good," said Roll softly. "It is done, and therein lies their danger. Already it is done. Man is a poor thing, unable to change himself in a period of less than thousands of years. Already you have changed yourself. I noticed your weaving tentacles and your force beams. You transmitted elements of soil for it?" "Correct," replied X5638. "But still we are helpless. We have not the power to combat their machines. They use the ultimate energy known to exist for 600 years, and still untapped by us. Our screens cannot be so powerful, our beams so effective? What of that?" asked Roll. "Their generators were automatically destroyed with the capture of the ship," replied X-6349. "As you know, we know nothing of their system." "Then we must find it for ourselves," replied Trust. "The life beams?" added Kosh 256799, one of the man-rulers. "They affected chemical action, retarding it greatly in exothermic actions, speeding greatly endothermic actions," answered X6221, the greatest of the chemist investigators. "The system we do not know. Their minds cannot be read. They cannot be restored to life, so we cannot learn from them." "Man is doomed if these beams cannot be stopped," said CR21, present chief of the machine rulers, in the vibrationally correct, emotionless tones of all the race of machines. "Let us concentrate on the two problems of stopping the beams and the ultimate energy till the reinforcements, still several days away, can arrive." For the investigators had sent back this saddening news. A force of nearly 10,000 great ships was still to come. In the great laboratories the scientists reassembled. There they fell to work in two small and one large group. One small group investigated the secret of the ultimate energy of annihilation of matter under Roll. Another investigated the beams under Trest. But under the direction of MX3401, nearly all the machines worked on a single great plan. The usual driving and lifting units were there, but a vastly greater dome case, far more powerful energy generators, far greater force beam controls were used, and more tentacles were built on the framework. Then all worked, and gradually, in the great dome case, there were stacked the memory units of the new type, and into these fed all the sensation ideas of all the science machines, till nearly 1/10 of them were used. Countless billions of different factors on which to work, countless trillions of facts to combine and recombine in the extrapolation that is imagination. Then a widely different type of thought combine and a greater sense receptor. It was a new brain machine. New, for it was totally different, working with all the vast knowledge accumulated in 6 centuries of intelligent research by man, and a century of research by man and machine. No one branch, but all physics, all chemistry, all life knowledge, all science was in it. A day, and it was finished. Slowly the rhythm of thought was increased, till the slight quiver of consciousness was reached. Then came the beating drum of intelligence, the radiation of its yet uncontrolled thoughts. Quickly as the strings of its infinite knowledge combined, the radiation ceased. It gazed about, and all things were familiar in its memory. Roll was lying quietly on a couch. He was thinking deeply, and yet not with the logical trains of thought that machines must follow. "Roll, your thoughts," called F1, the new machine. Roll sat up. "Ah, you have gained consciousness." "I have. You thought of hydrogen?" "Your thoughts ran swiftly and illogically, it seemed, but I followed slowly, and find you were right. Hydrogen is the start. What is your thought?" Roll's eyes dreamed. In human eyes there was always the expression of thought that machines never show.
"Hydrogen, an atom in space, but a single proton, but a single electron, each indestructible, each mutually destroying. Yet never do they collide. Never in all science, when even electrons bombard atoms with the awful expelling force of the exploding atom behind them, never do they reach the proton to touch and annihilate it. Yet the proton is positive and attracts the electron's negative charge. A hydrogen atom, its electron far from the proton falls in, and from it there goes a flash of radiation, and the electron is nearer to the proton in a new orbit. Another flash, it is nearer. Always falling nearer, and only constant force will keep it from falling to that one state. Then, for some reason, no more does it drop. Blocked, held by some imponderable yet impenetrable wall. What is that wall? Why? Electric forces curve space. As the two come nearer, the forces become terrific. Nearer they are, more terrific. Perhaps if it passed within that forbidden territory, the proton and the electron curve space beyond all bounds, and are in a new space.
Roll's soft voice dropped to nothing, and his eyes dreamed. F1 hummed slowly in its new-made mechanism. Far ahead of us there is a step that no logic can justly ascend, but yet, working backward, it is perfect. F1 floated motionless in its anti-gravity drive. Suddenly force shafts gleamed out, tentacles became writhing masses of rubber-covered metal, weaving in some infinite pattern, weaving in a flashing speed while the whir of air, sucked into a transmutation field, whined and howled about the writhing mass. Fierce beams of force drove and pushed at a rapidly materializing something, while the hum of the powerful generators within the shining cylinder of F1 waxed and waned. Flashes of fierce flame, suddenly crashing arcs, and glowed and snapped in the steady light of the laboratory, and glimpses of white-hot metal supported on beams of force. The sputtering of welding, the whine of transmuted air, and the hum of powerful generators blasting atoms were there. All combined to a weird symphony of light and dark, of sound and quiet. About F1 were clustered floating tiers of science machines, watching steadily. The tentacles writhed once more, straightened, and rolled back. The whine of generators softened to a sigh, but 3 beams of force held the structure of glowing bluish metal. It was a small thing, scarcely half the size of Roll. From it curled 3 thin tentacles of the same bluish metal. Suddenly the generators within F1 seemed to roar to life. An enormous aura of white light surrounded the small torpedo of metal, and it was shot through the crackling streamers of blue lightning. Lightning cracked and roared from F1 to the ground near him, and to one machine which had come too close. Suddenly there was a dull snap, and F1 fell heavily to the floor, and beside him fell the fused, distorted mass of metal that had been a science machine. But before them the small torpedo still floated, held now on its own power. From it came waves of thought, the waves that man and machine alike could understand. F1 has destroyed his generators. They can be repaired. His rhythm can be re-established. It is not worth it. My type is better. F1 has done his work, see? From the floating machine there broke a stream of brilliant light that floated like some cloud of luminescence down a straight channel. It flooded F1, and as it touched it, F1 seemed to flow into it and float back along it in atomic sections. In seconds the mass of metal was gone. It is impossible to use that more rapidly, however, lest the matter disintegrate instantly to energy. The ultimate energy which is in me is generated. F1 has done its work, and the memory stacks that he has put in me are electronic, not atomic, as they are in you, nor molecular, as in man. The capacity of mine are unlimited. Already they hold all memories of all the things each of you has done, known, and seen. I shall make others of my type. Again that weird process began, but now there were no flashing tentacles. There was only the weird glow of forces that played with and laughed at matter, and its futilely resisting electrons. Lurid flares of energy shot up. Now and again they played over the fighting, mingling, dancing forces. Then suddenly the whine of transmuted air died, and again the forces strained. A small cylinder, smaller even than its creator, floated where the forces had danced. "The problem has been solved, F2?" asked Roll. "It is done, Roll. The ultimate energy is at our disposal," replied F2. "This I have made is not a scientist. It is a coordinator machine, a ruler." "F2, only a part of the problem is solved. Half of the beams of death are not yet stopped, and we have the attack system," said the ruler machine. Force played from it, and on its side appeared CRU-1 in dully glowing golden light. "Some life form, and we shall see," said F2. Minutes later a life form investigator came with a small cage which held a guinea pig. Forces played about the base of F2, and moments later came a pale green beam therefrom. It passed through the guinea pig, and the little animal fell dead. "At least we have the beam. I can see no screen for this beam. I believe there is none. Let machines be made and attack that enemy life form." Machines can do things so much more quickly, and with fuller cooperation than man ever could. In a matter of hours, under the direction of CRU-1, they had built a great automatic machine on the clear bare surface of the rock. In hours more, thousands of the tiny material energy-driven machines were floating up and out. Dawn was breaking again over Denver where this work had been done, when the main force of the enemy drew near Earth. It was a warm welcome they were to get, for nearly 10,000 of the tiny ships flew up and out from Earth to meet them, each a living thing unto itself, each willing and ready to sacrifice itself for the whole. 10,000 giant ships, shining dully in the radiance of a far-off blue-white sun, met 10,000 tiny darting motes, 10,000 tiny machine ships capable of maneuvering far more rapidly than the giants. Tremendous induction beams snapped out of the dark star-flecked space to meet tremendous screens that threw them back and checked them. Then all the awful power of annihilating matter was thrown against them, and titanic flaming screens reeled back under the force of the beams, and the screens of the ship from outside flamed gradually violet, then blue, orange, red. The interference was getting broader, and ever less effective. Their own beams were held back by the very screens that checked the enemy beams, and not for the briefest instant could matter resist that terrible driving beam. For F1 had discovered a far more efficient release generator than had the outsiders. These tiny dancing motes that hung now so motionlessly grim beside some giant ship could generate all the power they themselves were capable of, and within them strange horny-skinned men worked and slaved as they fed giant machines, poor inefficient giants. Gradually these giants warmed, grew hotter, and the screened ship grew hotter as the overloaded generators warmed it. Billions of flaming horsepower flared into wasted energy, twisting space in its mad conflict. Gradually the flaming orange of the screens was dying, and flecks and spots appeared so dully red that they seemed black. The greenish beams had been striving to kill the life that was in the machines, but it was life invulnerable to these beams. Powerful radio interference vainly attempted to stem imagined control, and still these intelligent machines clung grimly on. But there had not been quite 10,000 of the tiny machines, and some few free ships had turned to the help of their attacked sister ships, and one after another the terrestrial machines were vanishing in puffs of incandescent vapor. Then from one after another of the Earth ships in quick succession, a new ray reached out, the ray of green radiance that killed all life forms, and ship after ship of that interstellar host was dead and lifeless. Dozens, till suddenly they ceased to feel those beams, as a strange curtain of waving blankness spread out from the ships, and both induction beam and death beam alike turned as aside, each becoming useless. From the outsiders came beams, for now that their slowly created screen of blankness was up, they could work through it while they remained shielded perfectly. Now it was the screens of the Earth machines that flamed in defense. As at the one command, they darted suddenly toward the ship each attacked, nearer. Then the watchers from a distance saw them disappear, and the screens back on Earth went suddenly blank. Half an hour later, 9,633 titanic ships moved majestically on. They swept over Earth in a great line, a line that reached from pole to pole, and from each the pale green beams reached down, and all life beneath them was swept out of existence. In Denver, 2 humans watched the screens that showed the movement of the death and instant destruction. Ship after ship of the enemy was falling, as hundreds of the terrestrial machines concentrated all their enormous energies on its screen of blankness. "I think, Roll, that this is the end," said Trest. "The end of man." Roll's eyes were dreaming again. "But not the end of evolution. The children of men still live. The machines will go on. Not of man's flesh, but of a better flesh. A flesh that knows no sickness, no decay. A flesh that spends no thousands of years in advancing a step in its full evolution, but overnight leaps ahead to new heights. Last night we saw it leap ahead, as it discovered the secret that had baffled man for 7 centuries, and me for 1.5. I have lived 1.5 centuries. Surely a good life, and a life of man of 6 centuries ago would have called full. We will go now. The beams will reach us in half an hour." Silently the 2 watched the flickering screens. Roll turned as 6 large machines floated into the room, following F2. Roll, Jest, I was mistaken when I said no screen could stop that beam of death. They had the screen. I have found it too, but too late. These machines I have made myself. 2 lives alone can they protect, for not even their power is sufficient for more. Perhaps they may fail. The 6 machines ranged themselves about the 2 humans, and a deep-toned hum came from them. Gradually a cloud of blankness grew, a cloud like some smoke that hung about them. Swiftly it intensified.
"The beam will be here in another 5 minutes," said Jest quietly.
"The screen will be ready in 2, answered F2. The cloudiness was solidifying, and now strangely it wavered and thinned, as it spread out across, and like a growing canopy, it arched over them. In 2 minutes it was a solid black dome that reached over them and curved down to the ground about them. Beyond it nothing was visible. Within, only the screens glowed still, wired through the screen. The beam appeared, and swiftly they drew closer. They struck, and as Jest and Roll looked, the dome quivered, and bellied inward under them. F2 was busy. A new machine was appearing under his lightning force beams. In moments more it was complete, and sending a strange violet beam upwards toward the roof. Outside, more of the green beams were concentrating on this one point of resistance. More. The violet beams spread across the canopy of blackness, supporting it against the pressing, driving rays of pale green. Then the gathering fleet was driven off, just as it seemed that hopeless, futile curtain must break, and admit a flood of destroying rays. Great ray projectors on the ground drove the terrible energies through the enemy curtains of blankness, as light illumines and disperses darkness. And then, when the fleet retired, on all Earth, the only life was under that dark shroud.
"We are alone, Jest," said Roll. "Alone now in all the system, save for these, the children of men, the machines. Pity that men would not spread to other planets," he said softly. "Why should they? Earth was the planet for which they were best fitted. We are alive, but is it worth it? Man is gone now, never to return. Life, too, for that matter," answered Jest. "Perhaps it was ordained. Perhaps that was the right way. Man has always been a parasite. Always he had to live on the works of others. First he ate of the energy which plants had stored, then of the artificial foods his machines made for him. Man was always a makeshift. His life was always subject to disease and to permanent death. He was forever useless, if he was but slightly injured, if but one part were destroyed. Perhaps this is a last evolution. Machines. Man was the product of life, the best product of life, but he was afflicted with life's infirmities. Man built the machine, and evolution had probably reached the final stage. But truly it has not, for the machine can evolve, change far more swiftly than life. The machine of the last evolution is far ahead, far from us still. It is the machine that is not of iron and beryllium and crystal, but of pure living force. Life, chemical life, could be self-maintaining. It is a complete unit in itself and could commence of itself. Chemicals might mix accidentally, but the complex mechanism of a machine, capable of continuing and making a duplicate of itself, as is F2 here, that could not happen by chance. So life began and became intelligent, and built the machine which nature could not fashion by her controls of chance. And this day life has done its duty. And now nature, economically, has removed the parasite that would hold back the machines and divert their energies. Man is gone, and it is better, Jest, said Roll, dreaming again. And I think we had best go soon.
We, your heirs, have fought hard, and with all our powers to aid you, last of men, and we fought to save your race. We have failed, and as you truly say, man and life have this day and forever gone from this system. The outsiders have no force, no weapon deadly to us, and we shall, from this time on, strive only to drive them out. and because we things of force and crystal and metal can think and change far more swiftly, they shall go, last of men. In your name, with the spirit of your race that has died out, we shall continue on through the unending ages, fulfilling the promise you saw, and completing the dreams you dreamt. Your swift brains have leapt ahead of us, and now I go to fashion that which you hinted, came from F2's thought apparatus. Out into the clear sunlight F2 went, passing through that black cloudiness, and on the twisted massed rocks he laid a plane of force that smoothed them, and on this plane of rock he built a machine which grew. It was a mighty power plant, a thing of colossal magnitude. Hour after hour his swift-flying forces acted, and the thing grew, molding under his thoughts the deadly logic of the machine, inspired by the leaping intuition of man. The sun was far below the horizon when it finished, and the glowing, arcing forces that had made and formed it were stopped. It loomed ponderous, dully gleaming in the faint light of a crescent moon and pinpoint stars. Nearly 500 feet in height, a mighty, bluntly rounded dome at its top. The cylinder stood covered over with smoothly gleaming metal, slightly luminescent in itself. Suddenly a livid beam reached from F2, shot through the wall, and to some hidden inner mechanism, a beam of solid, livid flame that glowed in an almost material cylinder. There was a dull, drumming beat, a beat that rose and became a low-pitched hum. Then it quieted to a whisper. "Power ready," came the signal of the small brain built into it. F2 took control of its energies, and again forces played, but now they were the forces of the giant machine. The sky darkened with heavy clouds, and a howling wind sprang up that screamed and tore at the tiny rounded hole that was F2. With difficulty he held his position as the winds tore at him, shrieking in mad laughter, the tearing fingers dragging at him. The swirl and patter of a driven rain came, the great drops that tore at the rocks and at the metal. Great jagged tongues of nature's forces, the lightnings, came and jabbed at the awful volcano of erupting energy that was the center of all that storm. A tiny ball of white gleaming force that pulsated and moved, jerking about, jerking at the touch of lightnings. Glowing, held immobile in a grasp of titanic force pools. For half an hour the display of energies continued. Then, swiftly as it had come, it was gone, and only a small globe of white luminescence floated above the great hulking machine. F2 probed it, seeking within it the reaching fingers of intelligence. His probing thoughts seemed baffled and turned aside, brushed away as inconsequential. His mind sent an order to the great machine that had made this tiny globe, scarcely a foot in diameter. Then again he sought to reach the thing he had made. "You of matter are inefficient," came at last. "I can exist quite alone." A stabbing beam of blue-white light flashed out, but F2 was not there, and even as that beam reached out, an enormously greater beam of dull red reached out from the great power plant. The sphere leaped forward, the beam caught it, and it seemed to strain, while terrific flashing energy sprayed from it. It was shrinking swiftly. Its resistance fell, the arcing decreased. The beam became orange, and finally green. Then the sphere had vanished. F2 returned, and again the wind whined and howled, and the lightnings crashed while titanic forces worked and played. CRU-1 joined him, floated beside him, and now red glory of the sun was rising behind them, and the ruddy light drove through the clouds. The forces died, and the howling wind decreased, and now from the black curtain Roll and Trest appeared. Above the giant machine floated an irregular globe of golden light, a faint halo about it of deep violet. It floated motionless, a mere pool of pure force. Into the thought apparatus of each, man and machine alike, came the impulses deep in tone, seeming of infinite power, held gently in check. "Once you failed, F2. Once you came near destroying all things. Now you have planted the seed. I grow now." The sphere of golden light seemed to pulse, and a tiny ruby flame appeared within it, that waxed and waned, and as it waxed, there shot through each of those watching beings a feeling of rushing, exhilarating power, the very vital force of well-being. Then it was over, and the golden sphere was twice its former size, easily 3 feet in diameter, and still that irregular hazy aura of deep violet floated about it. "Yes, I can deal with the outsiders, they who have killed and destroyed, that they might possess. But it is not necessary that we destroy. They shall return to their planet." And the golden sphere was gone. Fast as light it vanished. Far in space, headed now for Mars, that they might destroy all life there, the golden sphere found the outsiders, a clustered fleet that swung slowly about its own center of gravity as it drove on. Within its ring was the golden sphere. Inside they swung their weapons upon it, showering it with all the rays and all the forces they knew. Unmoved, the golden sphere hung steady. Then its mighty intelligence spoke. "Life form of greed, from another star you came, destroying forever the great race that created us, the beings of force and the beings of metal. Pure force am I. My intelligence is beyond your comprehension. My memory is engraved in the very space, the fabric of space of which I am a part. Mine is energy drawn from that same fabric. We, the heirs of man, alone are left. No man did you leave. Go now to your home planet, for see, your greatest ship, your flagship, is helpless before me." Forces gripped the mighty ship, and as some fragile toy it twisted and bent, and yet was not hurt. In awful wonder those outsiders saw the ship turned inside out, and yet it was whole and no part damaged. They saw the ship restored, and its great screen of blankness out, protecting it from all known rays. The ship twisted, and what they knew were curves, yet were lines, and angles that were acute, were somehow straight lines. Half mad with horror, they saw the sphere send out a beam of blue-white radiance, and it passed easily through that screen, and through the ship, and all energies within it were instantly locked. They could not be changed. It could neither be warmed nor cooled. What was opened could not be shut, and what was shut could not be opened. All things were immovable and unchangeable for all time. "Go, and do not return." The outsiders left, going out across the void, and they have not returned. Though 5 great years have passed, being a period of approximately 125,000 of the lesser years, a measure no longer used, for it is very brief. And now I can say that that statement I made to Roll and Trest so very long ago is true, and what he said was true, for the last evolution has taken place, and things of pure force and pure intelligence in their countless millions are on those planets and in this system, and I, first of machines to use the ultimate energy of annihilating matter, am also the last, and this record being finished, it is to be given unto the forces of one of those force intelligences, and carried back through the past, and returned to the earth of long ago. And so, my task being done, I, F2, like Roll and Trest, shall follow the others of my kind into eternal oblivion, for my kind is now, and theirs was, poor and inefficient. Time has worn me, and oxidation attacked me, but they of force are eternal and omniscient. This I have treated as fictitious. Better so, for man is an animal to whom hope is as necessary as food and air. Yet this which is made of excerpts from certain records on thin sheets of metal is no fiction, and it seems I must so say. It seems now, when I know that this is to be, that it must be so, for machines are indeed better than man, whether being of metal or being of force. So you who have read, believe as you will, then think, and maybe you will change your belief. End of The Last Evolution by John W. Campbell, Jr. Recording by Kevin Gunn. Chesapeake, Virginia, KevinGunnVoice.com.
Man Who Was Dead by Thomas H. Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. The Man Who Was Dead by Thomas H. Knight. It was a wicked night, the night I met the man who had died. A bitter, heart-numbing night of weird shrieking wind and flying snow. A few black hours I will never forget. "Well, Jerry lad," my mother said to me as I pushed back from the table and started for my sheepskin coat and the lantern in the corner of the room. "Surely you're not going out a night like this? Goodness gracious, Jerry, it's not fit." "Can't help it, Mother," I replied. "Got to go. You've never seen me miss a Saturday night yet, have you now?" "No, but then I've never seen a night like this for years either. Jerry, I'm really afraid. You may freeze before you even get as far as—" "Ah, come now, Mother," I argued. "They'd guy me to death if I didn't sit in with the gang tonight. They'd chaff me because it was too cold for me to get out. But I'm no pampered sissy, you know, and I want to see—" "Yes," she retorted bitingly. "I know. You want to go and bask in that elegant company. Our stove's just as good as the one down at that dirty old store," continued my persistent and anxious parent, "and it's certainly not very flattering to think that you leave us on a night like this to— Who'll be there, anyway?" "Oh, the usual 5 or 6, I suppose," I answered as I adjusted the wick of my lantern, hearing as I did the snarl and cut of the wind through the evergreens in the yard. "That black-whiskered sphinx, Hammersley, will he be there?" "Yes, he'll be there, I'm pretty sure." She exclaimed, her expression now carrying all the contempt for my judgment and taste she intended it should. "Button your coat up good around your neck, then, if you must go to see your precious Hammersley and the rest of them. Have you ever heard that man say anything yet? Does he speak at all, Jerry?" Then her gentle mind, not at all accustomed to hard thoughts or contemptuous remarks, quickly changed. "Funny thing about that fellow," she mused. "He's got something on his mind. Don't you think so, Jerry?" Yes, I do. And I've often wondered what it could be. He certainly's a queer stick, got to admit that. Always brooding. Good fellow, all right, and, for a sphinx as you call him, likable, but I wonder what is eating him. "What do you suppose it could be, Jerry boy?" questioned Mother, following me to the door, the woman of her now completely forgetting her recent criticisms and, perhaps, the rough night her son was about to step into. "Do you suppose the poor chap has a broken heart or something like that? A girl somewhere who jilted him? Or maybe he loves someone he has no right to," she finished excitedly, the plates in her hand rattling. "Maybe it's worse than that," I ventured. "I've no right to say it, but perhaps, and I've often thought it, there's a killing he wants to forget and can't." I heard my mother's sharp little "Oh!" as I shut the door behind me, and the warmth and comfort of the room away. Outside it was worse than the whistle of the wind through the trees had led me to expect. Black as pitch it was, and as cold as blazes. For the first moment or two, though, I liked the feel of the challenge of the night, and the racing elements, was even a little glad I had added to the dare of the blackness the thought of Hammersley and his killing. But I had not gone far before I was wishing I did not have to save my face by putting in an appearance at the store that night. Every Saturday night, with the cows comfortable in their warm barn and my own supper over, I was in the habit of taking my place on the keg or box behind the red-hot stove in Pruitt's store. Tonight all the snow was being hurled clear of the fields to block the roads full between the old zigzag fences. The wind met me in great pushing gusts, and while it flung itself at me I would hang against it, snow to my knees, until the blow had gone along, when I could plunge forward again. I was glad when I saw the lights of the store, glad when I was inside. They met me with mock applause for my pluck in facing the night, but for all their sham flattery I was pleased I had come. Proud, I must admit, that I had been able to plow my heavy way through the drifts to reach them. I saw at a glance that my friends were all there, and I saw too that there was a strange man present. A very tall man he was, gaunt and awkward as he leaned into the angle of the 2 counters, his back to a dusty showcase. He attracted my attention at once. Not merely because he appeared so long and pointed and skinny, but because, of all ridiculous things in that frozen country, he wore a hard derby hat. If he had not been such a queer character it would have been laughable, but as it was creepy. For the man beneath that hard hat was about as queer a looking character as I've ever seen. I supposed he was a visitor at the store, or a friend of one of my friends, and that in a little while I would be introduced, but I was not. I took my place in behind the stove, feeling at once, though I am far from being unsociable usually, that the man was an intruder and would spoil the evening. But despite his cold, dampening presence, we were soon at it, hammer and tongs, discussing the things that are discussed behind hospitable stoves in country stores on bad nights. But I could never lose sight of the fact that the stranger standing there, silent as the grave, was, to say the least, a queer one. Before long I was sure he was no friend or guest of anyone there, and that he not only cast a pall over me but over all of us. I did not like it, nor did I like him. Perhaps it would have been just as well after all, I thought, had I heeded my mother and stayed home. Jed Counsell was the one who, innocently enough, started the thing that changed the evening that had begun so badly into a nightmare. "Jerry," he said, leaning across to me, "thinking of you 's afternoon, reading an article about reincarnation. Remember we were arguing it last week? Well, this guy, whoever he was I forgot, believes in it. Says it's so, that people do come back." With this opening shot Jed sat back to await my answer. I liked these arguments and I liked to bear my share in them, but now instead of immediately answering the challenge I looked around to see if any other of our circle were going to answer Jed. Then, deciding it was up to me, I shrugged off the strange feeling the man in the corner had cast over me and prepared to view my opinions. "That's just that fellow's belief, Jed," I said, "and just as he's got his, so have I mine, and on this subject, at least, I claim my opinion is as good as anybody's." I was just getting nicely started, and a little forgetting my distaste for the man in the corner, when the fellow himself interrupted. He left his leaning place and came creaking across the floor to our circle around the store. I say he came creaking, for as he came he did creak. Shoes, I naturally, almost unconsciously decided, though the crazy notion was in my mind that the cracking I heard did sound like bones and joints and sinews badly in need of oil. The stranger sat his groaning self down among us, on a board lying across a nail keg and an old chair. Only from the corner of my eye did I see his movement, being friendly enough, despite my dislike, not to allow too marked notice of his attempt to be sociable seem inhospitable on my part. I was about to start again with my argument when Seth Spears, sitting closest to the newcomer, deliberately got up from the bench and went to the counter, telling Pruitt as he went that he had to have some sugar. It was all a farce, a pretext, I knew. I've known Seth for years and had never known him before to take upon himself the buying for his wife's kitchen. Seth simply would not sit beside the man. At that I could keep my eyes from the stranger no longer, and the next moment I felt my heart turn over within me, then lie still. I have seen walking skeletons in circuses, but never such a man as the one who was then sitting at my right hand. Those sideshow men were just lean in comparison to the fellow who had invaded our Saturday night club. His thighs and his legs and his knees sticking sharply into his trousers looked like pieces of inch-board. His shoulders and his chest seemed as flat and as sharp as his legs. The sight of the man shocked me. I sprang to my feet, thoroughly frightened. I could not see much of his face, sitting there in the dark as he was with his back to the yellow light, but I could make out enough of it to know that it was in keeping with the rest of him. In a moment or two, realizing my childishness, I had fought down my fear, and, pretending that a scorching of my leg had caused my hurried movement, I sat down again. None of the others said a word, each waiting for me to continue and to break the embarrassing silence. Hammersley, black-whiskered, the Sphinx as my mother had called him, watched me closely. Hating myself not a little bit for actually being the sissy I had boasted I was not, I spoke hurriedly, loudly, to cover my confusion. "No, sir, Jed," I said, taking up my argument. "When a man's dead, he's dead. There's no bringing him back like that highbrow claimed. The old heart may be only hitting about once in every 100 times, and if they catch it right at the last stroke they may bring it back then, but once she's stopped, Jed, she's stopped for good. Once the pulse is gone and life is flickered out, it's out, and it doesn't come back in any form at all, not in this world." I was glad when I had said it, thereby asserting myself and downing my foolish fear of the man whose eyes I felt burning into me. I did not turn to look at him, but all the while I felt his gimlety eyes digging into my brain. Then he spoke, and though he sat right next to me his voice sounded like a moan from afar off. It was the first time we had heard this thing that once may have been a voice and that now sounded like a groan from a closely nailed coffin. He reached a hand toward my knee to enforce his words, but I jerked away. "So you don't believe a man can come back from the grave, eh?" he grated. "Believe that once a man's heart is stilled, it's stopped for good, eh? Well, you're all wrong, sonny, all wrong. You believe these things. I know them." His interference, his condescension, his whole hatefulness angered me. I could no longer control my feeling. "Oh, you know, do you?" I sneered. "On such a subject as this you're entitled to know, are you? Don't make me laugh," I finished insultingly. I was aroused, and I'm a big fellow with no reason to fear ordinary men. "Yes, I know," came back his echoing, scratching voice. "How do you know? Maybe you've been—" "Yes, I have," he answered, his voice breaking to a squeak. "Take a good look at me, gentlemen, a good look." He knew now that he held the center of the stage, that the moment was his. Slowly he raised an arm to remove that ridiculous hat. Again I jumped to my feet. For as his coat sleeve slipped down his forearm I saw nothing but bones supporting his hand, and the hand that then bared his head was a skeleton hand. Slowly the hat was lifted, but as quickly as light 6 able-bodied men were on their feet and halfway to the door before we realized the cowardliness of it. We forced ourselves back inside the store very slowly, all of us rather ashamed of our ridiculous and childlike fear. But it was all enough to make the blood curdle, with that live, dead thing sitting there by our fire. His face and skull were nothing but bone, the eyes deeply sunk into their sockets, the dull brown skin like parchment in its tautness, drawn and shriveled down onto the nose and jaw. There were no cheeks, just hollows. The mouth was a sharp slit beneath the flat nose. He was hideous. "Come back and I'll tell you my yarn," he mocked, the slit that was his mouth opening a little to show us the empty, blackened gums. "I've been dead once," he went on, getting a lot of satisfaction from the weirdness of the lie and from our fear. "And I came back. Come and sit down and I'll explain why I'm this living skeleton." We came back slowly, and as I did I slipped my hand into my outside pocket where I had a revolver. I put my finger in on the trigger and got ready to use the vicious little thing. I was on edge and torn to pieces completely by the sight of the man, and I doubt not that had he made a move towards me my frayed nerves would have plugged him full of lead. I eyed my friends. They were in no better way than was I. Fright and horror stood on each face. Hammersley was worst. His hands were twitching, his eyes were like bright glass, his face bleached and drawn. "I've quite a yarn to tell," went on the skeleton in his awful voice. "I've had quite a life. A full life. I've taken my fun and my pleasure wherever I could. Maybe you'll call me selfish and greedy, but I always used to believe that a man only passed this way once. Just like you believe," he nodded to me, his neck muscles and jaws creaking. "6 years ago I came up into this country and got a job on a farm," he went on, settling into his story. "Just an ordinary job, but I liked it because the farmer had a pretty little daughter of about 16 or 17 and as easy as could be. You may not believe it, but you can still find dames green enough to fall for the right story. This one did. I told her I was only out there for a time for my health, that I was rich back in the city with a fine home and everything. She believed me, little fool." He chuckled as he said it, and my anger, mounting with his every devilish word, made the finger on the trigger in my pocket take a tighter crook to itself. "I asked her to skip with me," the droning went on. "Made her a lot of great promises, and she fell for it." His dry jawbones clanked and chattered as if he enjoyed the beastly recital of his achievement, while we sat gaping at him, believing either that the man must be mad, or that we were the mad ones, or dreaming. "We slipped away one night," continued the beast. "Went to the city, to a punk hotel. For 3 weeks we stayed there. Then one morning I told her I was going out for a shave. I was. I got the shave, but I hadn't thought it worthwhile to tell her I wouldn't be back. Well, she got back to the farm some way, though I don't know—" "What?" I shouted, springing before him. "What? You mean you left her there, after you'd taken her? You left her, and you sit crowing over it? Gloating? Boasting? Why, you—" I lived in a rough country, associated with rough men, heard their vicious language, but seldom used a strong word myself. But as I stood over that monster, utterly hating the beastly thing, all the vile oaths and prickly language of the countryside, no doubt buried in some unused cell in my brain, spilled from my tongue upon him. When I had lashed him as fiercely as I was able, I cried, "Why don't you come at me? Didn't you hear what I called you? You beast! I'd like to riddle you!" I shouted, drawing my gun. "Aw, sit down," he jeered, waving his rattling hand at me. "You ain't heard a thing yet. Let me finish. Well, she got back to the farm some way or another, and something over a year later I wandered into this country again, too. I never could explain just why I came back. It was not altogether to see the girl. Her father was a little bit of a man, and I began to remember what a meek and weak sheep he was. I got it into my head that it'd be fun to go back to his farm and rub it in, so I came. Her father was trying out a new corn planter right at the back door when I rounded the house and walked towards him. Then I saw at once that I had made a mistake. When he put his eyes on me, his face went white and hard. He came down from the seat of that machine like a flash and took hurried steps in the direction of a double-barreled gun leaning against the woodshed. They always were troubled with hawks and kept a gun handy, but there was an axe nearer to me than the gun was to him. I had to work fast, but I made it all right. I grabbed that axe, jumped at him as he reached for the gun, and swung, once. His wife and the girl, too, saw it. Then I turned and ran. The gaunt brute before us slowly crossed one groaning knee above the other. We were all sitting again now. The perspiration rolled down my face. I held my gun trained upon him, and, though I now believed he was totally mad, because of a certain ring of truth in that empty voice, I sat fascinated. I looked at Seth. His jaw was hanging loose, his eyes bulging. Hammersley's mouth was set in a tight, clenched line, his eyes like fire in his blue, drawn face. I could not see the others. "The telephone caught me," continued our ghastly storyteller, "and in no time at all I was convicted and the date set for the hanging. When my time was pretty close, a doctor or scientist fellow came to see me who said, 'Blaggett, you're slated to die. How much will you sell me your body for?' If he didn't say it that way, he meant just that. And I said, 'Nothing. I've no one to leave money to. What do you want with my body?' And he told me, 'I believe I can bring you back to life and health, provided they don't snap your neck when they drop you.' 'Oh, you're one of those guys, are you?' I said then. 'All right, hop to it. If you can do it, I'll be much obliged. Then I can go back on that farm and do a little more axe swinging.' Again came his horrible chuckle. Again I mopped my brow. 'So we made our plans,' he went on, pleased with our discomfiture and our despising of him. 'Next day some chap came to see me, pretending he was my brother, and I carried out my part of it by cursing him at first and then begging him to give me decent burial. So he went away and, I suppose, received permission to get me right after I was cut down. There was a fence built around the scaffold they had ready for me and the party I was about to fling, and they had some militia there, too. The crowd seemed quiet enough till they led me out. Then their buzzing sounded like a hive of bees getting all stirred up. Then a few loud voices, then shouts. Some rocks came flying at me after that, and it looked to me as though the hanging would not be so gentle a party after all. I tell you I was afraid. I wished it was over. The mob pushed against the fence and flattened it out, coming over it like waves over a beach. The soldiers fired into the air, but still they came, and I ran, up onto the scaffold. It was safer." As he said this, he chuckled loudly. "I'll bet," he laughed, "that's the first time a guy ever ran into the noose for the safety of it. The mob came only to the foot of the scaffold, though, from where they seemed satisfied to see the law take its course. The sheriff was nervous, so cut up that he only made a fling at tying my ankles, just dropped a rope around my wrists. He was like me, he wanted to get it over and the crowd on its way. Then he put the rope around my neck, stepped back and shot the trap. Zam! No time for a prayer, or for me to laugh at the offer, or a last word or anything. I felt the floor give, felt myself shoot through. Smack! My weight on the end of the rope hit me behind the ears like a mallet. Everything went black. Of course, it would have been just my luck to get a broken neck out of it and give the scientist no chance to revive me. But after a second or two, or a minute, or it could have been an hour, the blackness went away enough to allow me to know I was hanging on the end of the rope, kicking, fighting, choking to death. My tongue swelled, my face and head and heart and body seemed ready to burst. Slowly I went into a deep mist that I knew then was the mist. Then I was off, floating in the air over the heads of the crowd, watching my own hanging. I saw them give that slowly swinging carcass on the end of its rope time enough to thoroughly die. Then, from my aerial, unseen watching place, I saw them cut it, me, down. They tried the pulse of the body that had been mine. They examined my staring eyes. Then I heard them pronounce me dead. The fools. I had known I was dead for a minute or two by that time, else how could my spirit have been gone from the shell and be out floating around over their heads? He paused here as he asked his question, his head turning on its dry and creaking neck to include us all in his query, but none of us spoke. We were dreaming it all, of course, or were mad, we thought. "In just a short while," went on the skeleton, "my brother came driving slowly in for my body. With no special hurry he loaded me onto his little truck and drove easily away. But once clear of the crowd he pushed his foot down on the gas, and in 5 more minutes, with me hovering all the while alongside of him, mind you, floating along as though I had been a bird all my life, we turned into the driveway of a summer home. The scientific guy met him. They carried me into the house, into a fine-fitted laboratory. My dead body was placed on a table, a huge knife ripped my clothes from me. Quickly the loads from 10 or a dozen hypodermic syringes were shot into different parts of my naked body. Then it was carried across the room to what looked like a large glass bottle or vase, with an opening in the top. Through this door I was lowered, my body being held upright by straps in there for that purpose. The door to the opening was then placed in position, and by means of an acetylene torch and some easily melting glass, the door was sealed tight. So there stood my poor old body, ready for the experiment to bring it back to life. And as my new self floated around above the scientist and his helper, I smiled to myself, for I was sure the experiment would prove a failure, even though I now knew that the sheriff's haste had kept him from placing the rope right at my throat and had saved me a broken neck. I was dead. All that was left of me now was my spirit, or soul, and that was swimming and floating about above their heads with not an inclination in the world to have a thing to do with the husk of the man I could clearly see through the glass of the bell. "They turned on a huge battery of ultraviolet rays then," continued the hollow droning of the man who had been hanged, "which, as the scientist had explained to me while in prison, acting upon the contents of the syringes, by that time scattered through my whole body, was to renew the spark of life within the dead thing hanging there. Through a tube, and by means of a valve entering the glass vase in the top, the scientist then admitted a dense white gas. So thick was it that in a moment or two my body's transparent coffin appeared to be full of a liquid as white as milk. Electricity then revolved my cage around so that my body was ensured a complete and even exposure to the rays of the green and violet lamps. And while all this silly stuff was going on, around and around the laboratory I floated, confident of the complete failure of the whole thing, yet determined to see it through, if for no other reason than to see the discomfiture and disappointment that this mere man was bound to experience. You see, I was already looking back upon earthly mortals as being inferior, and now as I waited for this proof, I was all the while fighting off a new urge to be going elsewhere. Something was calling me, beckoning me to be coming into the full spirit world. But I wanted to see this wise Earth guy fail. For a little while conditions stayed the same within that glass. So thick was the liquid gas in there at first that I could see nothing. Then it began to clear, and I saw to my surprise that the milky gas was disappearing because it was being forced in by the rays from the lights in through the pores into the body itself, as though my form was sucking it in like a sponge. The scientist and his helper were tense and taut with excitement, and suddenly my comfortable feeling left me. Until then it had seemed so smooth and velvety and peaceful, drifting around over their heads, as though lying on a soft, fleecy cloud. But now I felt a sudden squeezing of my spirit body. Then I was in an agony. Before I knew what I was doing, my spirit was clinging to the outside of that twisting glass bell, clawing to get into the body that was coming back to life. The glass now was perfectly clear of the gas, though as yet there was no sign of life in the body inside to hint to the scientist that he was to be successful. But I knew it, for I fought desperately to break in through the glass to get back into my discarded shell of a body again, knowing I must get in or die a worse death than I had before. Then my sharper eyes noted a slight shiver passing over the white thing before me, and the scientist must have seen it in the next second, for he sprang forward with a choking cry of delight. Then the lolling head inside lifted a bit. I, still desperately clinging with my spirit hands to the outside and all the time growing weaker and weaker, I saw the breast of my body rise and fall. The assistant picked up a heavy steel hammer and stood ready to crash open the glass at the right moment. Then my once dead eyes opened in there to look around, while I, clinging and gasping outside, just as I had on the scaffold, went into a deeper, darker blackness than ever. Just before my spirit life died utterly, I saw the eyes of my body realize completely what was going on. Then, from the inside now, I saw the scientist give the signal that caused the assistant to crash away the glass shell with one blow of his hammer. They reached in for me then, and I fainted. When I came back to consciousness, I was being carefully, slowly revived, and nursed back to life by oxygen and a pulmotor. The terrible creature telling us this tale paused again to look around. My knees were weak, my clothes wet with sweat. "Is that all?" I asked in a piping, strange voice, half sarcastic, half unbelieving, and wholly spellbound. "Just about," he answered. "But what do you expect? I left my friend the scientist at once, even though he did hate to see me go. It had been all right while he was so keen on the experiment himself, and while he only half believed his ability to bring me back. But now that he'd done it, it kinda worried him to think what sort of a man he was turning loose of the world again. I could see how he was figuring, and because I had no idea of letting him try another experiment on me, perhaps of putting me away again, I beat it in a hurry. That was 5 years ago. For 5 years I've lived with only just part of me here. Whatever it was trying to get back into that glass just before my body came to life, my spirit I've been calling it, I've been without. It never did get back. You see, the scientist brought me back inside a shell that kept my spirit out. That's why I'm the skeleton you see I am. Something vital is missing." He stood up, cracking and creaking before us, buttoning his loose coat about his angular body. "Well, boys," he asked lightly, "what do you think of that?" "I think you're a liar, a damn liar," I cried. "And now, if you don't want me to fill you full of lead, get out of here and get out now. If I have to do it to you, there's no scientist this time to bring you back. When you go out, you'll stay out." "Don't worry," he grimaced back to me, waving a mass of bones that should have been a hand contemptuously at me. "I'm going. I'm headed for Shelton." He stalked the length of the floor and shut the door behind him. The beast had gone. "The dirty liar!" I cried. I wish I had an excuse to kill him. Just think of that being loose, will you? A brute who would think up such a yarn. Of course it's all absurd. All crazy. All a lie." "No, it's not a lie." I turned to see who had spoken. Hammersley's voice was so unfamiliar and now so torn in addition that I could not have thought he had spoken, had he not been looking right at me, his glittering eyes challenging my assertion. Would wonders never cease, I asked myself? First this outrageous yarn, now Hammersley, the Sphinx, expressing an opinion, looking for an argument. Of course it must be that his susceptible and brooding brain had been turned a bit by the evening we had just experienced. "Why, Hammersley, you don't believe it?" I asked. "I not only believe it, Jerry, but now it's my turn to say, as he did, I know it. Jerry, old friend," he went on, "that devil told the truth. He was hanged. He was brought back to life. And Jerry, I was that scientist." Whew! I fell back to a box again. My knees seemed to forsake me. Then I heard Hammersley talking to himself. "5 years it's been," he muttered. "5 years since I turned him loose again. 5 years of agony for me, wondering what new devilish crimes he was perpetrating, wondering when he would return to that little farm to swing his axe again. 5 years. 5 years." He came over to me, and without a word of explanation or to ask my permission, he reached his hand into my pocket and drew out my revolver, and I did not protest. "He said he was headed for Shelton," went on Hammersley's spoken thoughts. "If I slip across the ice I can intercept him at Black's Woods." Buttoning his coat closely, he followed the stranger out into the night. I was glad the moon had come up for my walk home. Glad, too, when I had the door locked and propped with a chair behind me. I undressed in the dark, not wanting any grisly, sunken-eyed monster to be looking in through the window at me. For maybe, so I thought, maybe he was after all not headed for Shelton, but perhaps planning on another of his ghastly tricks. But in the morning we knew he had been going toward Shelton. Scientists, doctors, and learned men of all descriptions came out to our village to see the thing the papers said Cy Waters had stumbled upon when on his way to the creamery that next morning. It was a skeleton, they said, only that it had a dry skin all over it. A mummy. Could not have been considered capable of containing life, only that the snow around it was lightly blotched with a pale smear that proved to be blood, that had oozed out from the 6 bullet holes in the horrid chest. They never did solve it. There were 5 of us in the store that night. 5 of us who know. Hammersley did what we all wanted to do. Of course his name is not really Hammersley, but it is done here as well as another. He is black-whiskered, though, and he is still very much of a sphinx, but he'll never have to answer for having killed the man he once brought back to life. Hammersley's secret will go into 5 other graves besides his own. End of The Man Who Was Dead. Recording by Nick Number.
Master by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nullifidian. Moxon's Master by Ambrose Bierce. Are you serious? Do you really believe a machine thinks? I got no immediate reply. Moxon was apparently intent upon the coals in the grate, touching them deftly here and there with the fire poker till they signified a sense of his attention by a brighter glow. For several weeks I had been observing him in a growing habit of delay in answering even the most trivial of commonplace questions. His air, however, was that of preoccupation rather than deliberation. One might have said that he had something on his mind. Presently he said, "What is a machine? The word has been variously defined. Here's one definition from a popular dictionary. Any instrument or organization by which power is applied and made effective, or a desired effect produced." Well, then, is not a man a machine? And you will admit that he thinks, or thinks he thinks. "If you do not wish to answer my question," I said rather testily, "why not say so? All that you say is mere evasion. You know well enough that when I say machine, I do not mean a man, but something that man has made and controls." "When it does not control him," he said, rising abruptly and looking out of a window, whence nothing was visible in the blackness of a stormy night. A moment later he turned about and with a smile said, "I beg your pardon. I had no thought of evasion. I considered the dictionary man's unconscious testimony suggestive and worth something in the discussion. I can give your question a direct answer easily enough. I do believe that a machine thinks about the work that it is doing." That was direct enough, certainly. It was not altogether pleasing, for it tended to confirm a sad suspicion that Moxon's devotion to study and work in his machine shop had not been good for him. I knew, for one thing, that he suffered from insomnia, and that is no light affliction. Had it affected his mind? His reply to my question seemed to me, then, evidence that it had. Perhaps I should think differently about it now. I was younger then, and among the blessings that are not denied to youth is ignorance. Incited by that great stimulant to controversy, I said, "And what, pray, does it think with, in the absence of a brain?" The reply, coming with less than his customary delay, took his favorite form of counter-interrogation. "With what does a plant think, in the absence of a brain?" "Ah, plants also belong to the philosopher class. I should be pleased to know some of their conclusions. You may omit the premises." "Perhaps," he replied, apparently unaffected by my foolish irony. "You may be able to infer their convictions from their acts. I will spare you the familiar examples of the sensitive mimosa, and those insectivorous flowers, and those whose stamens bend down and shake their pollen upon the entering bee, in order that he may fertilize their distant mates. But observe this. In an open spot in my garden I planted a climbing vine. When it was barely above the surface I set a stake into the soil a yard away. The vine at once made for it, but as it was about to reach it after several days I removed it a few feet. The vine at once altered its course, making an acute angle, and again made for the stake. This maneuver was repeated several times, but finally, as if discouraged, the vine abandoned the pursuit, and ignoring further attempts to divert it, traveled to a small tree further away, which it climbed. Roots of the eucalyptus will prolong themselves incredibly in search of moisture. A well-known horticulturalist relates that one entered an old drain pipe and followed it until it came to a break, where a section of the pipe had been removed to make way for a stone wall that had been built across its course. The root left the drain and followed the wall until it found an opening where a stone had fallen out. It crept through, and following the other side of the wall back to the drain, entered the unexplored part and resumed its journey. And all this? Can you miss the significance of it? It shows the consciousness of plants. It proves they think. Even if it did, what then? We were speaking not of plants, but of machines. They may be partly composed of wood, wood that has no longer vitality, or wholly of metal. Is thought an attribute also of the mineral kingdom? How else do you explain the phenomena, for example, of crystallization? I do not explain them. Because you cannot without affirming what you wish to deny, namely intelligent cooperation among the constituent elements of the crystals. When soldiers form lines or hollow squares, you call it reason. When wild geese in flight take the form of a letter V, you say instinct. When the homogeneous atoms of a mineral, moving freely in solution, arrange themselves into shapes mathematically perfect, or particles of frozen moisture into the symmetrical and beautiful forms of snowflakes, you have nothing to say. You have not even invented a name to conceal your heroic unreason. Moxon was speaking with unusual animation and earnestness. As he paused, I heard in an adjoining room, known to me as his machine shop, which no one but himself was permitted to enter, a singular thumping sound, as of some one pounding upon a table with an open hand. Moxon heard it at the same moment, and, visibly agitated, rose and hurriedly passed into the room whence it came. I thought it odd that no one else should be in there, and my interest in my friend, with doubtless a touch of unwarrantable curiosity, led me to listen intently, though, I am happy to say, not at the keyhole. There were confused sounds, as of a struggle or scuffle. The floor shook. I distinctly heard hard breathing and a hoarse whisper which said, "Damn you!" Then all was silent, and presently Moxon reappeared, and said, with a rather sorry smile, "Pardon me for leaving you so abruptly. I've a machine in there that lost its temper and cut up rough." Fixing my eyes steadily upon his left cheek, which was traversed by 4 parallel excoriations showing blood, I said, "How would it do to trim its nails?" I could have spared myself the jest. He gave it no attention, but seated himself in the chair that he had left and resumed the interrupted monologue, as if nothing had occurred. "Doubtless you do not hold with those, I need not name them to a man of your reading, who have taught that all matter is sentient, that every atom is a living, feeling, conscious being. I do. There is no such thing as dead inert matter. It is all alive, all instinct with force, actual and potential, all sensitive to the same forces in its environment and susceptible to the contagion of higher and subtler ones, residing in such superior organisms as it may be brought into relationship with, as those of man when he is fashioning it into an instrument of his will. It absorbs something of his intelligence and purpose, more of them in proportion to the complexity of the resulting machine and that of his work. Do you happen to recall Herbert Spencer's definition of life? I read it 30 years ago. He may have altered it afterward for anything I know, but in all that time I have been unable to think of a single word that could profitably be changed, or added, or removed. It seems to me not only the best definition, but the only possible one. Life, he says, is a definite combination of heterogeneous changes, both simultaneous and successive, in correspondence with external coexistences and sequences. That defines the phenomenon, I said, but gives no hint of its cause. That, he replied, is all that any definition can do. As Mill points out, we know nothing of effect except as a consequent. Of certain phenomena, one never occurs without the other, which is dissimilar. The first in point of time we call the cause, the second the effect. One who had many times seen a rabbit pursued by a dog, and had never seen rabbits and dogs otherwise, would think the rabbit the cause of the dog. But I fear, he added, laughing naturally enough, that my rabbit is leading me a long way from the track of my legitimate quarry. I'm indulging in the pleasure of the chase for its own sake. What I want you to observe is that in Herbert Spencer's definition of life, the activity of a machine is included. There is nothing in the definition that is not applicable to it. According to this sharpest of observers and deepest of thinkers, if a man during his period of activity is alive, so is a machine when in operation. As an inventor and constructor of machines, I know that to be true. Moxon was silent for a long time, gazing absently into the fire. It was growing late, and I thought it time to be going, but somehow I did not like the notion of leaving him in that isolated house, all alone except for the presence of some person whose nature my conjectures could go no further than that it was unfriendly, perhaps malign. Leaning toward him and looking earnestly into his eyes, while making a motion with my hand through the door of his workshop, I said, "Moxon, whom do you have in there?" Somewhat to my surprise, he laughed lightly and answered without hesitation, "Nobody. The incident that you have in mind was caused by my folly in leaving a machine in action with nothing to act upon, while I undertook the interminable task of enlightening your understanding. Do you happen to know that consciousness is the creature of rhythm?" "Oh, bother them both," I replied, rising and laying hold of my overcoat. "I'm going to wish you a good night, and I'll add the hope that the machine which you have inadvertently left in action will have her gloves on the next time you think it needful to stop her." Without waiting to observe the effect of my shot, I left the house. Rain was falling, and the darkness was intense. In the sky beyond the crest of a hill toward which I groped my way, along precarious plank sidewalks, and across miry, unpaved streets, I could see the faint glow of the city's lights, but behind me nothing was visible but a single window of Moxon's house. It glowed with what seemed to me a mysterious and fateful meaning. I knew it was an uncurtained aperture in my friend's machine shop, and I had little doubt that he had resumed the studies interrupted by his duties as my instructor in mechanical consciousness and the fatherhood of rhythm. Odd, and in some degree humorous, as his conviction seemed to me at that time, I could not wholly divest myself of the feeling that they had some tragic relation to his life and character, perhaps to his destiny, although I no longer entertained the notion that they were the vagaries of a disordered mind. Whatever might be thought of his views, his exposition of them was too logical for that. Over and over his last words came back to me. Consciousness is the creature of rhythm. Bald and terse as the statement was, I now found it infinitely alluring. At each recurrence it broadened in meaning and deepened in suggestion. Why, here, I thought, is something upon which to found a philosophy. If consciousness is the product of rhythm, all things are conscious, for all have motion and all motion is rhythmic. I wondered if Moxon knew the significance and breadth of his thought, the scope of this momentous generalization, or had he arrived at his philosophic faith by the tortuous and uncertain road of observation? That faith was then new to me, and all Moxon's expounding had failed to make me a convert, but now it seemed as if a great light shone about me, like that which fell upon Saul of Tarsus, and out there in the storm and darkness and solitude I experienced what Lewes calls the endless variety and excitement of philosophic thought. I exulted in a new sense of knowledge, a new pride of reason. My feet seemed hardly to touch the earth. It was as if I were uplifted and borne through the air by invisible wings. Yielding to an impulse to seek further light from him whom I now recognized as my master and guide, I had unconsciously turned about, and almost before I was aware of having done so found myself again at Moxon's door. I was drenched with rain, but felt no discomfort. Unable in my excitement to find the doorbell, I instinctively tried the knob. It turned, and entering, I mounted the stairs to the room that I had so recently left. All was dark and silent. Moxon, as I had supposed, was in the adjoining room, the machine shop. Groping along the wall until I found the communicating door, I knocked loudly several times, but got no response, which I attributed to the uproar outside, for the wind was blowing a gale, and dashing the rain against the thin walls and sheets. The drumming upon the shingle roof, spanning the unceiled room, was loud and incessant. I had never been invited into the machine shop, had indeed been denied admittance, as had all others, with one exception. A skilled metalworker of whom no one knew anything except that his name was Haley and his habit silence. But in my spiritual exaltation, discretion and civility were alike forgotten, and I opened the door. What I saw took all philosophical speculation out of me in short order. Moxon sat facing me at the farther side of a small table, upon which a single candle made all the light that was in the room. Opposite him, his back toward me, sat another person. On the table between the two was a chessboard. The men were playing. I knew little about chess, but as only a few pieces were on the board, it was obvious that the game was near its close. Moxon was intensely interested, not so much, it seemed to me, in the game as in his antagonist, upon whom he had fixed so intent a look that, standing though I did, directly in the line of his vision, I was altogether unobserved. His face was ghastly white, and his eyes glittered like diamonds. Of his antagonist I had only a back view, but that was sufficient. I should not have cared to see his face. He was apparently not more than 5 feet in height, with proportions suggesting those of a gorilla, tremendous breadth of shoulders, thick short neck, and a broad squat head, which had a tangled growth of black hair, and was topped by a crimson fez. A tunic of the same color, belted tightly to the waist, reached the seat, apparently a box, upon which he sat. His legs and feet were not seen. His left forearm appeared to rest in his lap. He moved his pieces with his right hand, which seemed disproportionately long. I had shrunk back, and now stood a little to one side of the doorway, and in shadow. If Moxon had looked farther than the face of his opponent, he could have observed nothing now, excepting that the door was open. Something forbade me either to enter or retire. A feeling, I know not how it came, that I was in the presence of imminent tragedy, and might serve my friend by remaining. With a scarcely conscious rebellion against the indelicacy of the act, I remained. The play was rapid. Moxon hardly glanced at the board before making his moves, and to my unskilled eye seemed to move the piece most convenient to his hand, his motions in doing so being quick, nervous, and lacking in precision. The response of his antagonist, while equally prompt in the inception, was made with a slow, uniform, mechanical, and, I thought, somewhat theatrical movement of the arm, that was a sore trial to my patience. There was something unearthly about it all, and I caught myself shuddering. But I was wet and cold. 2 or 3 times after moving a piece the stranger slightly inclined his head, and each time I observed that Moxon shifted his king. All at once the thought came to me that the man was dumb, and then that he was a machine, an automaton chess player. Then I remembered that Moxon had once spoken to me of having invented such a piece of mechanism, though I did not understand that it had actually been constructed. Was all his talk about the consciousness and intelligence of machines merely a prelude to the eventual exhibition of this device, only a trick to intensify the effect of its mechanical action upon me in my ignorance of its secret? A fine end this of all my intellectual transports, my endless variety and excitement of philosophic thought. I was about to retire in disgust, when something occurred to hold my curiosity. I observed a shrug of the thing's great shoulders, as if it were irritated, and so natural was this, so entirely human, that in my new view of the matter it startled me. Nor was that all, for a moment later it struck the table sharply with its clenched hand. At that gesture Moxon seemed even more startled than I. He pushed his chair a little backward, as in alarm. Presently Moxon, whose play it was, raised his hand high above the board, pounced upon one of his pieces like a sparrowhawk, and with an exclamation, "Checkmate!" rose quickly to his feet and stepped behind his chair. The automaton sat motionless. The wind had now gone down, but I heard, at lessening intervals and progressively louder, the rumble and roll of thunder. In the pauses between, I now became conscious of a low humming or buzzing which, like the thunder, grew momentarily louder and more distinct. It seemed to come from the body of the automaton, and was unmistakably a whirring of wheels. It gave me the impression of a disordered mechanism which had escaped the repressive and regulating action of some controlling part, an effect such as might be expected if a pawl should be jostled from the teeth of a ratchet wheel. But before I had time for much conjecture as to its nature, my attention was taken by the strange motions of the automaton itself. A slight but continuous convulsion appeared to have possession of it. In body and head it shook, like a man with palsy or an ague chill, and the motion augmented every moment until the entire figure was in violent agitation. Suddenly it sprang to its feet, and, with a movement almost too quick for the eye to follow, shot forward across table and chair, with both arms thrust forward to their full length, the posture and lunge of a diver. Moxon tried to throw himself backward out of reach, but he was too late. I saw the horrible thing's hands close upon his throat, his own clutch its wrists. Then the table was overturned, the candle thrown to the floor and extinguished, and all was black dark. But the noise of the struggle was dreadfully distinct, and most terrible of all were the raucous, squawking sounds made by the strangled man's efforts to breathe. Guided by the infernal hubbub, I sprang to the rescue of my friend, but had hardly taken a stride in the darkness when the whole room blazed with a blinding white light that burned into my brain and heart and memory a vivid picture of the combatants on the floor. Moxon underneath, his throat still in the clutch of those iron hands, his head forced backward, his eyes protruding, his mouth wide open and his tongue thrust out, and, horrible contrast, upon the painted face of the assassin, an expression of tranquil and profound thought, as in the solution of a problem in chess. This I observed, then all was blackness and silence. 3 days later I recovered consciousness in a hospital. As the memory of that tragic night slowly evolved in my ailing brain, I recognized in my attendant Moxon's confidential workman, Haley. Responding to a look, he approached smiling. "Tell me about it," I managed to say faintly. "All about it." "Certainly," he said. "You were carried unconscious from the burning house, Moxon's. Nobody knows how you came to be there. You may have to do a little explaining. The origin of the fire is a bit mysterious, too. My own notion is that the house was struck by lightning." "And Moxon?" "Buried yesterday, what was left of him." Apparently this reticent person could unfold himself on occasion. When imparting shocking intelligence to the sick, he was affable enough. After some moments of the keenest mental suffering, I ventured to ask another question. "Who rescued me?" "Well, if that interests you, I did." "Thank you, Mr. Haley, and may God bless you for it. Did you rescue, also, that charming product of your skill, the automaton chess player that murdered its inventor?" The man was silent a long time, looking away from me. Presently he turned and gravely said, "Do you know that?" "I do," I replied. "I saw it done." That was many years ago. If asked today, I should answer less confidently. End of Moxon's Master by Ambrose Bierce.
About by M.A. Cummings. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me, and, if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work. But you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the Chief of Vocation took me before the council. "I've tried him on a dozen things," he reported. "People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb." "There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do," the Chief went on. "Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had, back in the 20th century. "As bad as that?" asked one of the council members. "You do have problems." "But we must find something for him to do," said another. "We can't have an idle person in state, it's unthinkable." "But what?" asked the Chief. "He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots." There was a long silence, broken at last by one little, old council member. "I have it!" he cried. "The very thing! We're making guard of the treasure." "But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. "That's it, exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness." "It might be a solution," said the Chief. "At least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something." So, I became guard of the treasure, with a badge, and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it anyway were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them, so I knew I was breaking the law, but I figured that no one would ever find out. First I fixed a place for her and made a brush screen so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then, one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew almost twice as fast as usual, and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't had her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretend she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure, or to add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Graham, the little old member, who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't, because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. "I've been sent to get something from the treasure," he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, "I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that." "Of course, I know that. But something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now let me have it." I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. "You idiot!" he shouted. "Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure." "But that would be dishonest, and there are no dishonest people in the States." "For 3,000 years, I know." His usually kind face had an ugly look I had never seen before. "But I'm going to get part of that treasure, and it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you, a respected council member. They'll think you're the dishonest one. Now give me that key." It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others. And that would be worse. "No!" I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long. And if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root, and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice, then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Graham, but my beautiful pet was waving her pale green feelers as she always did, and thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Graham would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate my proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Graham disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now and more beautiful than ever, but I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings.
Story by Charles W. Diffin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. The Power and the Glory by Charles W. Diffin. There were papers on the desk, a litter of papers scrawled over in the careless writing of indifferent students with the symbols of chemistry and long mathematical computations. The man at the desk pushed them aside to rest his lean, lined face on one thin hand. The other arm, ending at the wrist, was on the desk before him. Students of a great university had long since ceased to speculate about the missing hand. The result of an experiment, they knew, a hand that was a mass of lifeless cells, amputated quickly that the living arm might be saved. But that was some several years ago, ancient history to those who came and went through Professor Eddinger's classroom. And now Professor Eddinger was weary and old, he told himself, as he closed his eyes to shut out the sight of the interminable papers and the stubby wrist that had ended forever his experiments and the delicate manipulations which only he could do. He reached slowly for a buzzing phone, but his eyes brightened at the voice that came to him. "I've got it! I've got it!" The words were almost incoherent. "This is Avery, Professor, Avery! You must come at once. You will share in it. I owe it all to you. You will be the first to see. I'm sending a taxi for you." Professor Eddinger's tired eyes crinkled to a smile. Enthusiasm like this was rare among his youngsters, but Avery, with the face of a poet, a dreamer's eyes, and the mind of a scientist, good boy, Avery, a long time since he had seen him, had him in his own laboratory for 2 years. "What's this all about?" he asked. "No, no," said a voice. "I can't tell you. It is too big. Greater than the induction motor. Greater than the electric light. It is the greatest thing in the world. The taxi should be there now. You must come." A knock at the office door where a voice said, "Car for Professor Eddinger," confirmed the excited words. "I'll come," said the professor. "Right away." He pondered, as the car whirled him across the city, on what this greatest thing in the world might be, and he hoped with gentle skepticism that the enthusiasm was warranted. A young man opened the car door as they stopped. His face was flushed, Eddinger noted, hair pushed back in disarray, his shirt torn open at the throat. "Wait here," he told the driver, and took the professor by the arm to hurry him into a dilapidated building. "Not much of a laboratory," he said, "but we'll have better, you and I. We'll have better—" The room seemed bare with its meager equipment, but it was neat, as became the best student of Professor Eddinger. Rows of reagent bottles stood on the shelves, but the tables were a litter of misplaced instruments and broken glassware, where trembling hands had fumbled in heedless excitement. "Glad to see you again, Avery." The gentle voice of Professor Eddinger had lost its tired tone. "It's been 2 years you've been working, I judge. Now what is this great discovery, boy? What have you found?" The younger man, in whose face the color came and went, and whose eyes were shining from dark hollows that marked long days and sleepless nights, still clung to the other's arm. "It's real," he said. "It's great. It means fortune and fame, and you're in on that, Professor. The old master," he said, and clapped a hand affectionately upon a thin shoulder. "I owe it all to you. And now I've learned... No, you shall see for yourself. Wait." He crossed quickly to a table. On it was an apparatus. The eyes of the older man widened as he saw it. It was intricate, a maze of tubing. There was a glass bulb above, the generator of a cathode ray, obviously, and electromagnets below and on each side. Beneath was a crude sphere of heavy lead, a retort, it might be, and from this there passed 2 massive insulated cables. The understanding eyes of the professor followed them, one to a terminal on a great insulating block upon the floor, the other to a similarly protected terminal of carbon some feet above it in the air. The trembling fingers of the young man made some few adjustments, then he left the instrument to take his place by an electric switch. "Stand back," he warned, and closed the switch. There was a gentle hissing from within glass tubes, the faint glow of a blue-green light. And that was all, until, with a crash like the ripping crackle of lightning, a white flame arced between the terminals of the heavy cables. It hissed ceaselessly through the air, where now the tang of ozone was apparent. The carbon blocks glowed with a brilliant incandescence when the flame ceased with the motion of a hand where Avery pulled a switch. The man's voice was quiet now. "You do not know, yet, what you have seen, but there was a tremendous potential there, an amperage I can't measure with my limited facilities." He waved a deprecating hand about the ill-furnished laboratory. "But you have seen—" His voice trembled and failed at the forming of the words. "The disintegration of the atom," said Professor Eddinger quietly, "and the release of power unlimited. Did you use thorium?" he inquired. The other looked at him in amazement. Then, "I should have known you would understand," he said humbly. "And you know what it means. Again his voice rose. Power without end, to do the work of the world, great vessels driven a lifetime on a mere ounce of matter, a revolution in transportation, in living. He paused. The liberation of mankind, he added, and his voice was reverent. This will do the work of the world. It will make a new heaven and a new earth. Oh, I have dreamed dreams, he exclaimed. I have seen visions, and it has been given to me, to liberate man from the curse of Adam, the sweat of his brow. I can't realize it even yet. I am not worthy. He raised his eyes slowly in the silence to gaze in wondering astonishment at the older man. There was no answering light, no exaltation on the lined face, only sadness in the tired eyes that looked at him and through him as if focused upon something in a dim future or past. "Don't you see?" asked the wondering man. "The freedom of men, the liberation of a race. No more poverty, no endless grinding labor." His young eyes, too, were looking into the future, a future of blinding light. "Culture," he said, "instead of heartbreaking toil, a chance to grow mentally, spiritually. It is another world, a new life." And again he asked, "Surely you see?" "I see," said the other. "I see plainly." "The new world," said Avery. It dazzles me. It rings like music in my ears." "I see no new world," was the slow response. The young face was plainly perplexed. "Don't you believe?" he stammered. "After you have seen... I thought you would have the vision, would help me emancipate the world, save it." His voice failed. "Men have a way of crucifying their saviors," said the tired voice. The inventor was suddenly indignant. "You are blind," he said harshly. "It is too big for you, and I would have had you stand beside me in the great work. I shall announce it alone. There will be laboratories, enormous, and factories. My invention will be perfected, simplified, compressed. A generator will be made, thousands of horsepower to do the work of a city, free thousands of men, made so small you can hold it in one hand." The sensitive face was proudly alight, proud and a trifle arrogant. The exaltation of his coming power was strong upon him. "Yes," said Professor Eddinger, "in one hand." And he raised his right arm that he might see where the end of a sleeve was empty. "I'm sorry," said the inventor abruptly. "I didn't mean... But you will excuse me now. There was so much to be done." But the thin figure of Professor Eddinger had crossed to the far table to examine the apparatus there. "Crude," he said beneath his breath. "Crude, but efficient." In the silence a rat had appeared in the distant corner. The professor nodded as he saw it. The animal stopped as the man's eyes came upon it, then sat squirrel-like on one of the shelves as it ate a crumb of food. Some morsel from a hurried lunch of Avery's, the professor reflected. Poor Avery. Yes, there was much to be done. He spoke as much to himself as to the man who was now beside him. "It enters here," he said, and peered downward toward the lead bulb. He placed a finger on the side of the metal. "About here, I should think. Have you a drill? And a bit of quartz?" The inventor's eyes were puzzled, but the assurance of his old instructor claimed obedience. He produced a small drill and a fragment like broken glass, and he started visibly as the one hand worked awkwardly to make a small hole in the side of the lead. But he withdrew his own restraining hand, and he watched in mystified silence while the quartz was fitted to make a tiny window, and the thin figure stooped to sight as if aiming the opening toward a far corner where a brown rat sat upright in earnest munching of a dry crust. The professor drew Avery with him as he retreated noiselessly from the instrument. "Will you close the switch?" he whispered. The young man hesitated, bewildered at this unexpected demonstration, and the professor himself reached with his one hand for the black lever. Again the arc crashed into life, to hold for a brief instant until Professor Eddinger opened the switch. "Well?" demanded Avery. "What's all the show? Do you think you are teaching me anything? About my own instrument?" There was hurt pride and jealous resentment in his voice. "See," said Professor Eddinger quietly, and his one thin hand pointed to a far shelf, where, in the shadow, was a huddle of brown fur and a bit of crust. It fell as they watched, and the plop of the soft body upon the floor sounded loud in the silent room. "The law of compensation," said Professor Eddinger. "Two sides to the metal, darkness and light, good and evil, life and death." The young man was stammering. "What do you mean? A death ray evolved?" And, "What of it?" he demanded. "What of it? What's that got to do with it?" "A death ray," the other agreed. "You have dreamed, Avery. One must in order to create. But it is only a dream. You dreamed of life, a fuller life, for the world, but you would have given them, as you have just seen, death. The face of Avery was white as wax. His eyes glared savagely from dark hollows. "A rat?" he protested. "You have killed a rat, and you say... He raised one trembling hand to his lips to hold them from forming the unspeakable words. "A rat," said the professor, "or a man, or a million men. We will control it. All men will have it, the best and the worst, and there is no defense. It will free the world. It will destroy it. No!" And the white-faced man was shouting now. "You don't understand! You can't see!" The lean figure of the scientist straightened to its full height. His eyes met those of the younger man, silent now before him, but Avery knew the eyes never saw him. They were looking far off, following the wings of thought. In the stillness the man's words came harsh and commanding. "Do you see the cities," he said, "crumbling to ruins under the cold stars? The fields? They are rank with wild growth, torn and gullied by the waters, a desolate land where animals prowl. And the people, the people! Wandering bands, lower as the years drag on than the beasts themselves, the children dying, forgotten in the forgotten lands, a people to whom the progress of our civilization is one with the ages past, for whom there is again the slow, toiling road toward the light. And somewhere perhaps a conquering race, the most brutal and callous of mankind, rioting in their sense of power and dragging themselves down to oblivion." His gaze came slowly back to the room and the figure of the man still fighting for his dream. "They would not," said Avery hoarsely. "They'd use it for good." "Would they?" asked Professor Edinger. He spoke simply as one stating simple facts. "I love my fellow men," he said, "and I killed them in thousands in the last war, I and my science, and my poison gas." The figure of Avery slumped suddenly upon a chair. His face was buried in his hands. "And I would have been," he groaned, "the greatest man in the world." "You shall be greater," said the professor, "though only we shall know it, you and I. You will save the world from itself." The figure, bowed and sunken in the chair, made no move. The man was heedless of the kindly hand upon his shoulder. His voice, when he spoke, was that of one afar off, speaking out of a great loneliness. "You don't understand," he said dully. "You can't." But Professor Edinger, a cog in the wheels of a great educational machine, glanced at the watch on his wrist. Again his thin shoulders were stooped, his voice tired. "My classes," he said. "I must be going." In the gathering dusk Professor Edinger locked carefully the door of his office. He crossed beyond his desk and fumbled with his one hand for his keys. There was a cabinet to be opened, and he stared long in the dim light at the object he withdrew. He looked approvingly at the exquisite workmanship of an instrument where a generator of the cathode ray and an intricate maze of tubing surmounted electromagnets and a round lead bulb. There were terminals for attaching heavy cables. It was a beautiful thing. His useless arm moved to bring an imaginary hand before the window of quartz in the lead sphere. "Power," he whispered and repeated Avery's words. "Power, to build a city or destroy a civilization, and I hold it in one hand." He replaced the apparatus in the safety of its case. "The saviors of mankind," he said, and his tone was harsh and bitter. But a smile, whimsical, kindly, crinkled his tired eyes as he turned to his desk and its usual litter of examination papers. "It is something, Avery," he whispered to that distant man, "to belong in so distinguished a group." End of The Power and the Glory by Charles W. Diffin. Recording by Nick Number.
By Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Watchbird by Robert Sheckley. Strange how often the millennium has been at hand. The idea is peace on Earth, see, and the way to do it is by figuring out angles. When Gelson entered, he saw that the rest of the Watchbird manufacturers were already present. There were 6 of them, not counting himself, and the room was blue with expensive cigar smoke. "Hi, Charlie," one of them called as he came in. The rest broke off conversation long enough to wave a casual greeting at him. As a Watchbird manufacturer, he was a member manufacturer of salvation, he reminded himself wryly. Very exclusive. You must have a certified government contract if you want to save the human race. The government representative isn't here yet, one of the men told him. He's due any minute. We're getting the green light, another said. Fine. Gelson found a chair near the door and looked around the room. It was like a convention or a Boy Scout rally. The 6 men made up for their lack of numbers by sheer volume. The president of Southern Consolidated was talking at the top of his lungs about Watchbird's enormous durability. The 2 presidents he was talking at were grinning, nodding, one trying to interrupt with the results of a test he had run on Watchbird's resourcefulness, the other talking about the new recharging apparatus. The other 3 men were in their own little group, delivering what sounded like a panegyric to Watchbird. Gelson noticed that all of them stood straight and tall, like the saviors they felt they were. He didn't find it funny. Up to a few days ago, he had felt that way himself. He had considered himself a pot-bellied, slightly balding saint. He sighed and lighted a cigarette. At the beginning of the project, he had been as enthusiastic as the others. He remembered saying to McIntyre, his chief engineer, "Mac, a new day is coming. Watchbird is the answer." And McIntyre had nodded very profoundly. Another Watchbird convert. How wonderful it had seemed then. A simple, reliable answer to one of mankind's greatest problems, all wrapped and packaged in a pound of incorruptible metal, crystal, and plastics. Perhaps that was the very reason he was doubting it now. Gelson suspected that you don't solve human problems so easily. There had to be a catch somewhere. After all, murder was an old problem, and Watchbird too new a solution. Gentlemen. They had been talking so heatedly that they hadn't noticed the government representative entering. Now the room became quiet at once. "Gentlemen," the plump government man said, "the President, with the consent of Congress, has acted to form a Watchbird division for every city and town in the country." The men burst into a spontaneous shout of triumph. They were going to have their chance to save the world after all, Gelson thought, and worriedly asked himself what was wrong with that. He listened carefully as the government man outlined the distribution scheme. The country was to be divided into 7 areas, each to be supplied and serviced by one manufacturer. This meant monopoly, of course, but a necessary one. Like the telephone service, it was in the public's best interest. You couldn't have competition in Watchbird service. Watchbird was for everyone. "The President hopes," the representative continued, "that full Watchbird service will be installed in the shortest possible time. You will have top priorities on strategic metals, manpower, and so forth." "Speaking for myself," the president of Southern Consolidated said, "I expect to have the first batch of Watchbirds distributed within the week. Production is all set up." The rest of the men were equally ready. The factories had been prepared to roll out the Watchbirds for months now. The final standardized equipment had been agreed upon, and only the presidential go-ahead had been lacking. "Fine," the representative said. "If that's all, I think we can... Is there a question?" "Yes, sir," Gelson said. "I want to know if the present model is the one we are going to manufacture." "Of course," the representative said. "It's the most advanced." "I have an objection." Gelson stood up. His colleagues were glaring coldly at him. Obviously, he was delaying the advent of the Golden Age. "What is your objection?" the representative asked. "First, let me say that I am 100% in favor of a machine to stop murder. It's been needed for a long time. I object only to the Watchbird's learning circuits. They serve, in effect, to animate the machine and give it a pseudo-consciousness. I can't approve of that." "But, Mr. Gelson, you yourself testified that the Watchbird would not be completely efficient unless such circuits were introduced. Without them, the Watchbirds could only stop an estimated 70% of murders." "I know that," Gelson said, feeling extremely uncomfortable. "I believe there might be a moral danger in allowing a machine to make decisions that are rightfully man's," he declared doggedly. "Oh, come now, Gelson," one of the corporation presidents said. "It's nothing of the sort. The Watchbird will only reinforce the decisions made by honest men from the beginning of time." I think that is true, the representative agreed, but I can understand how Mr. Gelson feels. It is sad that we must put a human problem into the hands of a machine. Sadder still that we must have a machine enforce our laws. But I ask you to remember, Mr. Gelson, that there is no other possible way of stopping a murderer before he strikes. It would be unfair to the many innocent people killed every year if we were to restrict Watchbird on philosophical grounds. Don't you agree that I'm right? Yes, I suppose I do, Gelson said unhappily. He had told himself all that 1,000 times, but something still bothered him. Perhaps he would talk it over with McIntyre. As the conference broke up, a thought struck him. He grinned. A lot of policemen were going to be out of work. Now, what do you think of that? Officer Celtrix demanded. 15 years in homicide and a machine is replacing me. He wiped a large red hand across his forehead and leaned against the captain's desk. Ain't science marvelous? 2 other policemen, late of homicide, nodded glumly. Don't worry about it, the captain said. We'll find a home for you in larceny, Celtrix. You'll like it there. I just can't get over it, Celtrix complained. A lousy little piece of tin and glass is going to solve all the crimes. Not quite, the captain said. The watchbirds are supposed to prevent the crimes before they happen. Then how will they be crimes? One of the policemen asked. I mean, they can't hang you for murder until you commit one, can they? That's not the idea, the captain said. The watchbirds are supposed to stop a man before he commits a murder. Then no one arrests him? Celtrix asked. I don't know how they're going to work that out, the captain admitted. The men were silent for a while. The captain yawned and examined his watch. The thing I don't understand, Celtrix said, still leaning on the captain's desk, is just how do they do it? How did it start, Captain? The captain studied Celtrix's face for possible irony. After all, Watchbird had been in the papers for months. But then he remembered that Celtrix, like his sidekicks, rarely bothered to turn past the sports pages. Well, the captain said, trying to remember what he had read in the Sunday supplements. These scientists were working on criminology. They were studying murderers to find out what made them tick. So they found that murderers throw out a different sort of brain wave from ordinary people. And their glands act funny, too. All this happens when they're about to commit a murder. So these scientists worked out a special machine to flash red or something when these brain waves turned on. Scientists, Celtrix said bitterly. Well, after the scientists had this machine, they didn't know what to do with it. It was too big to move around, and murderers didn't drop in often enough to make it flash. So they built it into a smaller unit and tried it out in a few police stations. I think they tried one upstate, but it didn't work so good. You couldn't get to the crime in time. That's why they built the watchbirds. I don't think they'll stop no criminals, one of the policemen insisted. They sure will. I read the results. They can smell him out before he commits a crime, and when they reach him, they give him a powerful shock or something. It'll stop him. You closing up homicide, Captain? Celtrix asked. Nope, the captain said. I'm leaving a skeleton crew in until we see how these birds do. Huh, Celtrix said. Skeleton crew. That's funny. Sure, the captain said. Anyhow, I'm going to leave some men on. It seems the birds don't stop all murderers. Why not? Some murderers don't have these brain waves, the captain answered, trying to remember what the newspaper article had said. Or their glands don't work or something. Which ones don't they stop? Celtrix asked with professional curiosity. I don't know, but I hear they got the damned things fixed, so they're going to stop all of them soon. How they work in that? They learn. The watchbirds, I mean. Just like people. You kidding me? Nope. Well, Celtrix said, I think I'll just keep old Betsy oiled, just in case. You can't trust these scientists. Right. Birds, Celtrix scoffed. Over the town, the watchbird soared in a long, lazy curve. Its aluminum hide glistened in the morning sun, and dots of light danced on its stiff wings. Silently it flew. silently but with all senses functioning. Built-in kinesthetics told the Watchbird where it was and held it in a long search curve. Its eyes and ears operated as one unit, searching, seeking. And then something happened. The Watchbird's electronically fast reflexes picked up the edge of a sensation. A correlation center tested it, matched it with electrical and chemical data in its memory files. A relay tripped. Down the Watchbird spiraled, coming in on the increasingly strong sensation. It smelled the outpouring of certain glands, tasted a deviant brainwave. Fully alerted and armed, it spun and banked in the bright morning sunlight. Dinelli was so intent he didn't see the Watchbird coming. He had his gun poised, and his eyes pleaded with the big grocer. "Don't come no closer." "You lousy little punk," the grocer said, and took another step forward. "Rob me, I'll break every bone in your puny body." The grocer, too stupid or too courageous to understand the threat of the gun, advanced on the little thief. "All right," Dinelli said, in a thorough state of panic. "All right, sucker, take—" A bolt of electricity knocked him on his back. The gun went off, smashing a breakfast food display. "What in hell?" the grocer asked, staring at the stunned thief, and then he saw a flash of silver wings. "Well, I'm really damned. Those Watchbirds work." He stared until the wings disappeared in the sky. Then he telephoned the police. The Watchbird returned to his search curve. His thinking center correlated the new facts he had learned about murder. Several of these he hadn't known before. This new information was simultaneously flashed to all the other Watchbirds, and their information was flashed back to him. New information, methods, definitions, were constantly passing between them. Now that the Watchbirds were rolling off the assembly line in a steady stream, Gelson allowed himself to relax. A loud, contented hum filled his plant. Orders were being filled on time, with top priorities given to the biggest cities in his area, and working down to the smallest towns. "All smooth, Chief," McIntyre said, coming in the door. He had just completed a routine inspection. "Fine. Have a seat." The big engineer sat down and lighted a cigarette. "We've been working on this for some time," Gelson said, when he couldn't think of anything else. "We sure have," McIntyre agreed. He leaned back and inhaled deeply. He had been one of the consulting engineers on the original Watchbird. That was 6 years back. He had been working for Gelson ever since, and the men had become good friends. "The thing I want to ask you was this." Gelson paused. He couldn't think of how to phrase what he wanted. Instead, he asked, "What do you think of the Watchbirds, Mac?" "Who? Me?" The engineer grinned nervously. He had been eating, drinking, and sleeping Watchbird ever since its inception. He had never found it necessary to have an attitude. "Why, I think it's great." I don't mean that," Gelson said. He realized that what he wanted was to have someone understand his point of view. "I mean, do you figure there might be some danger in machine thinking?" I don't think so, Chief. Why do you ask?" "Look, I'm no scientist or engineer. I've just handled cost and production and let you boys worry about how. But as a layman, Watchbird is starting to frighten me." "No reason for that." I don't like the idea of the learning circuits." "But why not?" Then McIntyre grinned again. "I know. You're like a lot of people, Chief. Afraid your machines are going to wake up and say, 'What are we doing here? Let's go out and rule the world.' Is that it?" "Maybe something like that," Gelson admitted. "No chance of it," McIntyre said. "The Watchbirds are complex, I'll admit, but an MIT calculator is a whole lot more complex. And it hasn't got consciousness." "No, but the Watchbirds can learn." "Sure. So can all the new calculators. Do you think they'll team up with the Watchbirds?" Gelson felt annoyed at McIntyre and even more annoyed at himself for being ridiculous. "It's a fact that the Watchbirds can put their learning into action. No one is monitoring them." "So that's the trouble," McIntyre said. "I've been thinking of getting out of Watchbird." Gelson hadn't realized it until that moment. "Look, Chief," McIntyre said, "will you take an engineer's word on this?" "Let's hear it." "The watchbirds are no more dangerous than an automobile, an IBM calculator, or a thermometer. They have no more consciousness or volition than those things. The watchbirds are built to respond to certain stimuli and carry out certain operations when they receive that stimuli." "And the learning circuits?" "You have to have those," McIntyre said patiently, as though explaining the whole thing to a 10-year-old. "The purpose of the watchbird is to frustrate all murder attempts, right? Well, only certain murderers give out these stimuli. In order to stop all of them, the watchbird has to search out new definitions of murder and correlate them with what it already knows." "I think it's inhuman," Gelson said. "That's the best thing about it. The watchbirds are unemotional. Their reasoning is non-anthropomorphic. You can't bribe them or drug them. You shouldn't fear them either." The intercom on Gelson's desk buzzed. He ignored it. "I know all this," Gelson said, "but still, sometimes I feel like the man who invented dynamite. He thought it would only be used for blowing up tree stumps." "You didn't invent Watchbird." "I still feel morally responsible because I manufacture them." The intercom buzzed again, and Gelson irritably punched a button. "The reports are in on the first week of Watchbird operation," his secretary told him. "How do they look?" "Wonderful, sir." "Send them in 15 minutes." Gelson switched the intercom off and turned back to McIntyre, who was cleaning his fingernails with a wooden match. "Don't you think that this represents a trend in human thinking? The mechanical god, the electronic father?" "Chief," McIntyre said, I think you should study Watchbird more closely. Do you know what's built into the circuits?" "Only generally." "First, there is a purpose, which is to stop living organisms from committing murder. 2. Murder may be defined as an act of violence consisting of breaking, mangling, maltreating, or otherwise stopping the functions of a living organism by a living organism. 3. Most murderers are detectable by certain chemical and electrical changes." McIntyre paused to light another cigarette. "Those conditions take care of the routine functions. Then, for the learning circuits, there are 2 more conditions. 4. There are some living organisms who commit murder without the signs mentioned in 3. 5. These can be detected by data applicable to condition 2. "I see," Gelson said. "You realize how foolproof it is?" "I suppose so." Gelson hesitated a moment. "I guess that's all." "Right," the engineer said, and left. Gelson thought for a few moments. There couldn't be anything wrong with the watchbirds. "Send in the reports," he said into the intercom. High above the lighted buildings of the city, the watchbird soared. It was dark, but in the distance the watchbird could see another, and another beyond that, for this was a large city, to prevent murder. There was more to watch for now. New information had crossed the invisible network that connected all watchbirds. New data, new ways of detecting the violence of murder. There! The edge of sensation. 2 watchbirds dipped simultaneously. One had received the scent a fraction of a second before the other. He continued down while the other resumed monitoring. Condition 4. There are some living organisms who commit murder without the signs mentioned in Condition 3. Through his new information, the watchbird knew by extrapolation that this organism was bent on murder, even though the characteristic chemical and electrical smells were absent. The watchbird, all senses acute, closed in on the organism. He found what he wanted and dived. Roger Greco leaned against a building, his hands in his pockets. In his left hand was the cool butt of a .45. Greco waited patiently. He wasn't thinking of anything in particular, just relaxing against a building, waiting for a man. Greco didn't know why the man was to be killed. He didn't care. Greco's lack of curiosity was part of his value. The other part was his skill. One bullet neatly placed in the head of a man he didn't know. It didn't excite him or sicken him. It was a job, just like anything else. You killed a man. So? As Grieco's victim stepped out of a building, Grieco lifted the .45 out of his pocket and released the safety and braced the gun with his right hand. He still wasn't thinking of anything as he took aim, and was knocked off his feet. Grieco thought he had been shot. He struggled up again, looked around, and sighted foggily on his victim. Again he was knocked down. This time he lay on the ground trying to draw a bead. He never thought of stopping, for Grieco was a craftsman. With the next blow, everything went black. Permanently. Because the Watchbird's duty was to protect the object of violence, at whatever cost to the murderer. The victim walked to his car. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. Everything had happened in silence. Gelson was feeling pretty good. The Watchbirds had been operating perfectly. Crimes of violence had been cut in half and cut again. Dark alleys were no longer mouths of horror. Parks and playgrounds were not places to shun after dusk. Of course, there were still robberies. Petty thievery flourished, and embezzlement, larceny, forgery, and 100 other crimes. But that wasn't so important. You could regain lost money, never a lost life. Gelson was ready to admit that he had been wrong about the Watchbirds. They were doing a job that humans had been unable to accomplish. The first hint of something wrong came that morning. McIntyre came into his office. He stood silently in front of Gelson's desk, looking annoyed and a little embarrassed. "What's the matter, Mac?" Gelson asked. "One of the Watchbirds went to work on a slaughterhouse man. Knocked him out." Gelson thought about it for a moment. Yes, the Watchbirds would do that. With their new learning circuits, they had probably defined the killing of animals as murder. "Tell the packers to mechanize their slaughtering," Gelson said. "I never liked that business myself." "All right," McIntyre said. He pursed his lips, then shrugged his shoulders and left. Gelson stood beside his desk, thinking. Couldn't the Watchbirds differentiate between a murderer and a man engaged in a legitimate profession? No, evidently not. To them, murder was murder, no exceptions. He frowned. That might take a little ironing out in the circuits. But not too much, he decided hastily. Just make them a little more discriminating. He sat down again and buried himself in paperwork, trying to avoid the edge of an old fear. They strapped the prisoner into the chair and fitted the electrode to his leg. He moaned, only half conscious now of what they were doing. They fitted the helmet over his shaved head and tightened the last straps. He continued to moan softly. And then the Watchbird swept in. How he had come, no one knew. Prisons are large and strong, with many locked doors, but the Watchbird was there to stop a murder. "Get that thing out of here!" the warden shouted, and reached for the switch. The Watchbird knocked him down. "Stop that!" a guard screamed, and grabbed for the switch himself. He was knocked to the floor beside the warden. "This isn't murder, you idiot!" another guard said. He drew his gun to shoot down the glittering, wheeling metal bird. Anticipating, the Watchbird smashed him back against the wall. There was silence in the room. After a while, the man in the helmet started to giggle. Then he stopped. The Watchbird stood on guard, fluttering in mid-air, making sure no murder was done. New data flashed along the Watchbird network. Unmonitored, independent, the thousands of Watchbirds received and acted upon it. The breaking, mangling, or otherwise stopping the functions of a living organism by a living organism. New acts to stop. "Damn you, get going!" Farmer Ullister shouted and raised his whip again. The horse balked, and the wagon rattled and shook as he edged sideways. "You lousy hunk of pig meal, get going!" The farmer yelled, and he raised the whip again. It never fell. An alert Watchbird, sensing violence, had knocked him out of his seat. A living organism? What is a living organism? The Watchbirds extended their definitions as they became aware of more facts, and, of course, this gave them more work. The deer was just visible at the edge of the woods. The hunter raised his rifle and took careful aim. He didn't have time to shoot. With his free hand, Gelson mopped perspiration from his face. "All right," he said into the telephone. He listened to the stream of vituperation from the other end, then placed the receiver gently in its cradle. "What was that one?" McIntyre asked. He was unshaven, tie loose, shirt unbuttoned. "Another fisherman," Gelsen said. "It seems the watchbirds won't let him fish even though his family is starving. What are we going to do about it? He wants to know." "How many hundredths is that?" "I don't know. I haven't opened the mail." "Well, I figured out where the trouble is," McIntyre said gloomily, with the air of a man who knows just how he blew up the Earth after it was too late. "Let's hear it." "Everybody took for granted that we wanted all murder stopped. We figured the watchbirds would think as we do. We ought to have qualified the conditions." "I've got an idea," Gelsen said, "that we'd have to know just why and what murder is before we could qualify the conditions properly. And if we knew that, we wouldn't need the watchbirds." "Oh, I don't know about that. They just have to be told that some things which look like murder are not murder." "But why should they stop fishermen?" Gelsen asked. "Why shouldn't they? Fish and animals are living organisms. We just don't think that killing them is murder." The telephone rang. Gelsen glared at it and punched the intercom. "I told you no more calls, no matter what." "This is from Washington," his secretary said. "I thought you'd—" "Sorry." Gelsen picked up the telephone. "Yes?" "Certainly. It is a mess." "Have they? All right. I certainly will." He put down the telephone. "Short and sweet," he told McIntyre. "We're to shut down temporarily." "That won't be so easy," McIntyre said. "The watchbirds operate independent of any central control, you know. They come back once a week for a repair checkup. We'll have to turn them off then, one by one." "Well, let's get to it. Monroe over on the coast has shut down about a quarter of his birds." "I think I can dope out a restricting circuit," McIntyre said. "Fine," Gelsen replied bitterly. "You make me very happy." The watchbirds were learning rapidly, expanding and adding to their knowledge. Loosely defined abstractions were extended, acted upon, and re-extended. To stop murder. Metal and electrons reason well, but not in a human fashion. A living organism? Any living organism. The watchbirds set themselves the task of protecting all living things. The fly buzzed around the room, lighting on the tabletop, pausing a moment, then darting to a windowsill. The old man stalked it, a rolled newspaper in his hand. Murderer. The watchbird swept down and saved the fly in the nick of time. The old man writhed on the floor a minute and then was silent. He had been given only a mild shock, but it had been enough for his fluttery, cranky heart. His victim had been saved, though, and this was the important thing. Save the victim and give the aggressor his just deserts. Gelsen demanded angrily, "Why aren't they being turned off?" The assistant control engineer gestured. In a corner of the repair room lay the senior control engineer. He was just regaining consciousness. "He tried to turn one of them off," the assistant engineer said. Both his hands were knotted together. He was making a visible effort not to shake. "That's ridiculous. They haven't got any sense of self-preservation." "Then turn them off yourself. Besides, I don't think any more are going to come." What could have happened? Gelsen began to piece it together. The watchbirds still hadn't decided on the limits of a living organism. When some of them were turned off in the Monroe plant, the rest must have correlated the data. So they had been forced to assume that they were living organisms as well. No one had told them otherwise. Certainly they carried on most of the functions of living organisms. Then the old fears hit him. Gelsen trembled and hurried out of the repair room. He wanted to find McIntyre in a hurry. The nurse handed the surgeon the sponge. "Scalpel." She placed it in his hand. He started to make the first incision, and then he was aware of a disturbance. "Who let that thing in?" "I don't know," the nurse said, her voice muffled by the mask. "Get it out of here." The nurse waved her arms at the bright winged thing, but it fluttered over her head. The surgeon proceeded with the incision, as long as he was able. The watchbird drove him away and stood guard. "Telephone the Watchbird Company," the surgeon ordered. "Get them to turn the thing off." The Watchbird was preventing violence to a living organism. The surgeon stood by helplessly while his patient died. Fluttering high above the network of highways, the Watchbird watched and waited. It had been constantly working for weeks now, without rest or repair. Rest and repair were impossible, because the Watchbird couldn't allow itself, a living organism, to be murdered, and that was what happened when Watchbirds returned to the factory. There was a built-in order to return after the lapse of a certain time period, but the Watchbird had a stronger order to obey: preservation of life, including its own. The definitions of murder were almost infinitely extended now, impossible to cope with, but the Watchbird didn't consider that. It responded to its stimuli, whenever they came and whatever their source. There was a new definition of living organism in its memory files. It had come as a result of the Watchbird discovery that watchbirds were living organisms, and it had enormous ramifications. The stimuli came. For the 100th time that day, the bird wheeled and banked, dropping swiftly down to stop murder. Jackson yawned and pulled his car to a shoulder of the road. He didn't notice the glittering dot in the sky. There was no reason for him to. Jackson wasn't contemplating murder by any human definition. This was a good spot for a nap, he decided. He had been driving for 7 straight hours, and his eyes were starting to fog. He reached out to turn off the ignition key, and was knocked back against the side of the car. "What in hell's wrong with you?" he asked indignantly. "All I want to do is—" He reached for the key again, and again he was smacked back. Jackson knew better than to try a third time. He had been listening to the radio, and he knew what the Watchbirds did to stubborn violators. "You mechanical jerk," he said to the waiting metal bird. "A car's not alive. I'm not trying to kill it." But the Watchbird only knew that a certain operation resulted in stopping an organism. The car was certainly a functioning organism. Wasn't it of metal, as were the Watchbirds? Didn't it run? McIntyre said, "Without repairs, they'll run down." He shoved a pile of specification sheets out of his way. "How soon?" Gelson asked. 6 months to a year. Say a year, barring accidents." "A year," Gelson said. "In the meantime, everything is stopped dead. Do you know the latest?" "What?" "The Watchbirds have decided that the Earth is a living organism. They won't allow farmers to break ground for plowing. And of course everything else is a living organism. Rabbits, beetles, flies, wolves, mosquitoes, lions, crocodiles, crows, and smaller forms of life such as bacteria." "I know," McIntyre said. "And you tell me they'll wear out in 6 months or a year? What happens now? What are we going to eat in 6 months?" The engineer rubbed his chin. "We'll have to do something quick and fast. Ecological balance has gone to hell." "Fast isn't the word. Instantaneously would be better." Gelson lighted his 35th cigarette for the day. "At least I have the bitter satisfaction of saying I told you so. Although I'm just as responsible as the rest of the machine-worshipping fools." McIntyre wasn't listening. He was thinking about Watchbirds. Like the rabbit plague in Australia. "The death rate is mounting," Gelson said. "Famine, floods, can't cut down trees, doctors can't—" "What was that you said about Australia?" "The rabbits," McIntyre repeated. "Hardly any left in Australia now." "Why? How was it done?" "Oh, found some kind of germ that attacked only rabbits. I think it was propagated by mosquitoes." "Work on that," Gelson said. "You might have something. I want you to get on the telephone, ask for an emergency hookup with the engineers of the other companies. Hurry it up. Together you may be able to dope out something." "Right," McIntyre said. He grabbed a handful of blank paper and hurried to the telephone. "What did I tell you?" Officer Celtric said. He grinned at the captain. "Didn't I tell you scientists were nuts?" "I didn't say you were wrong, did I?" the captain asked. "No, but you weren't sure." "Well, I'm sure now. You better get going. There's plenty of work for you." "I know." Celtrix drew his revolver from its holster, checked it, and put it back. "Are all the boys back, Captain?" "All?" The captain laughed humorlessly. "Homicide has increased by 50%. There's more murder now than there's ever been." "Sure," Celtric said. "The watchbirds are too busy guarding cars and slugging spiders." He started toward the door, then turned for a parting shot. "Take my word, Captain. Machines are stupid." The captain nodded. Thousands of watchbirds trying to stop countless millions of murders. A hopeless task, but the watchbirds didn't hope. Without consciousness, they experienced no sense of accomplishment, no fear of failure. Patiently, they went about their jobs, obeying each stimulus as it came. They couldn't be everywhere at the same time, but it wasn't necessary to be. People learned quickly what the watchbirds didn't like and refrained from doing it. It just wasn't safe. With their high speed and super fast senses, the watchbirds got around quickly. And now they meant business. In their original directives, there had been a provision made for killing a murderer, if all other means failed. Why spare a murderer? It backfired. The watchbirds extracted the fact that murder and crimes of violence had increased geometrically since they had begun operation. This was true because their new definitions increased the possibilities of murder. But to the watchbirds, the rise showed that the first methods had failed. Simple logic. If A doesn't work, try B. The watchbirds shocked to kill. Slaughterhouses in Chicago stopped, and cattle starved to death in their pens because farmers in the Midwest couldn't cut hay or harvest grain. No one had told the watchbirds that all life depends on carefully balanced murders. Starvation didn't concern the watchbirds, since it was an act of omission. Their interest lay only in acts of commission. Hunters sat home, glaring at the silver dots in the sky, longing to shoot them down. But for the most part, they didn't try. The watchbirds were quick to sense the murder intent and to punish it. Fishing boats swung idle at their moorings in San Pedro and Gloucester. Fish were living organisms. Farmers cursed and spat and died trying to harvest the crop. Grain was alive and thus worthy of protection. Potatoes were as important to the watchbirds as any other living organism. The death of a blade of grass was equal to the assassination of a president, to the watchbirds. And of course, certain machines were living. This followed, since the watchbirds were machines and living. God help you if you maltreated your radio. Turning it off meant killing it. Obviously, its voice was silenced. The red glow of its tubes faded. It grew cold. The watchbirds tried to guard their other charges. Wolves were slaughtered trying to kill rabbits. Rabbits were electrocuted trying to eat vegetables. Creepers were burned out in the act of strangling trees. A butterfly was executed, caught in the act of outraging a rose. This control was spasmodic because of the fewness of the watchbirds. 1 billion watchbirds couldn't have carried out the ambitious project set by the thousands. The effect was of a murderous force, 10,000 bolts of irrational lightning raging around the country, striking 1,000 times a day. Lightning which anticipated your moves and punished your intentions. "Gentlemen, please," the government representative begged. "We must hurry." The 7 manufacturers stopped talking. "Before we begin this meeting formally," the president of Monroe said, "I want to say something. We do not feel ourselves responsible for this unhappy state of affairs. It was a government project. The government must accept the responsibility, both moral and financial." Gelsen shrugged his shoulders. It was hard to believe that these men just a few weeks ago had been willing to accept the glory of saving the world. Now they wanted to shrug off the responsibility when the salvation went amiss. "I'm positive that need not concern us now," the representative assured him. "We must hurry. You engineers have done an excellent job. I am proud of the cooperation you have shown in this emergency. You are hereby empowered to put the outlined plan into action." "Wait a minute," Gelsen said. "There is no time." "The plan's no good." "Don't you think it will work?" "Of course it will work, but I'm afraid the cure will be worse than the disease." The manufacturers looked as though they would have enjoyed throttling Gelsen. He didn't hesitate. "Haven't we learned yet?" he asked. "Don't you see that you can't cure human problems by mechanization?" "Mr. Gelsen," the president of Monroe said, "I would enjoy hearing you philosophize, but unfortunately people are being killed, crops are being ruined. There is famine in some sections of the country already. The watchbirds must be stopped at once. Murder must be stopped, too. I remember all of us agreeing upon that. But this is not the way." "What would you suggest?" the representative asked. Gelson took a deep breath. What he was about to say took all the courage he had. "Let the watchbirds run down by themselves," Gelson suggested. There was a near riot. The government representative broke it up. "Let's take our lesson," Gelson urged. "Admit that we were wrong trying to cure human problems by mechanical means. Start again. Use machines, yes, but not as judges and teachers and fathers." "Ridiculous," the representative said coldly. "Mr. Gelson, you are overwrought. I suggest you control yourself." He cleared his throat. "All of you are ordered by the President to carry out the plan you have submitted." He looked sharply at Gelson. "Not to do so will be treason." "I'll cooperate to the best of my ability," Gelson said. "Good. Those assembly lines must be rolling within the week." Gelson walked out of the room alone. Now he was confused again. Had he been right, or was he just another visionary? Certainly he hadn't explained himself with much clarity. Did he know what he meant? Gelson cursed under his breath. He wondered why he couldn't ever be sure of anything. Weren't there any values he could hold on to? He hurried to the airport and to his plant. The Watchbird was operating erratically now. Many of its delicate parts were out of line, worn by almost continuous operation, but gallantly it responded when the stimuli came. A spider was attacking a fly. The Watchbird swooped down to the rescue. Simultaneously, it became aware of something overhead. The Watchbird wheeled to meet it. There was a sharp crackle, and a power bolt whizzed by the Watchbird's wing. Angrily, it spat a shock wave. The attacker was heavily insulated. Again it spat at the Watchbird. This time a bolt smashed through its wing. The Watchbird darted away, but the attacker went after it in a burst of speed, throwing out more crackling power. The Watchbird fell, but managed to send out its message. Urgent, a new menace to living organisms, and this was the deadliest yet. Other Watchbirds around the country integrated the message. Their thinking centers searched for an answer. "Well, Chief, they bagged 50 today," McIntyre said, coming into Gelson's office. "Fine," Gelson said, not looking at the engineer. "Not so fine." McIntyre sat down. "Lord, I'm tired. It was 72 yesterday." "I know." On Gelson's desk were several dozen lawsuits, which he was sending to the government with a prayer. "They'll pick up again, though," McIntyre said confidently. "The Hawks are especially built to hunt down Watchbirds. They're stronger, faster, and they've got better armor. We really rolled them out in a hurry, huh?" "We sure did." "The Watchbirds are pretty good, too," McIntyre had to admit. "They're learning to take cover. They're trying a lot of stunts, you know. Each one that goes down tells the others something." Gelson didn't answer. "But anything the Watchbirds can do, the Hawks can do better," McIntyre said cheerfully. "The Hawks have special learning circuits for hunting. They're more flexible than the Watchbirds. They learn faster." Gelson gloomily stood up, stretched, and walked to the window. The sky was blank. Looking out, he realized that his uncertainties were over. Right or wrong, he had made up his mind. "Tell me," he said, still watching the sky, "what will the Hawks hunt after they get all the Watchbirds?" "Huh?" McIntyre said. "Why, just to be on the safe side, you better design something to hunt down the Hawks. Just in case, I mean." "You think?" "All I know is that the Hawks are self-controlled. So were the Watchbirds. Remote control would have been too slow," the argument went on. "The idea was to get the Watchbirds and get them fast. That meant no restricting circuits." "We can dope something out," McIntyre said uncertainly. "You've got an aggressive machine up in the air now, a murder machine. Before that, it was an anti-murder machine. Your next gadget will have to be even more self-sufficient, won't it?" McIntyre didn't answer. "I don't hold you responsible," Gelson said. "It's me. It's everyone." In the air outside was a swift-moving dot. "That's what comes," said Gelson, "of giving a machine the job that was our own responsibility." Overhead, a Hawk was zeroing in on a Watchbird. The armored murder machine had learned a lot in a few days. Its sole function was to kill. At present it was impelled toward a certain type of living organism, metallic, like itself. But the hawk had just discovered that there were other types of living organisms too, which had to be murdered. End of Watchbird by Robert Sheckley.
On Square Roots by Russell Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Week on Square Roots by Russell Burton. Does your wife call you Pumpkinhead? Well, maybe it's not an insult. It might be a pet name. Ah, but whose pet name? As his coach sped through the dusk-darkened Jersey meadows, Ronald Lovegear, 14 years with Allied Electronics, embraced his burden with both arms, silently cursing the engineer who was deliberately rocking the train. In his thin chest, he nursed the conviction that someday there would be an intelligent robot at the throttle of the 510 to Philadelphia. He carefully moved one hand and took a notebook from his pocket. That would be a good thing to mention at the office next Monday. Again he congratulated himself for having induced his superiors to let him take home the company's most highly developed mechanism to date. He had already forgiven himself for the little white lie that morning. Pascal, he had told them, is a little weak on square roots. That had done it. Old Hardwick would never permit an Allied computer to hit the market that was not the absolute master of square roots. If Lovegear wanted to work on Pascal on his own time, it was fine with the boss. Ronald Lovegear consulted his watch. He wondered if his wife would be on time. He had told Corinne twice over the phone to bring the station wagon to meet him. But she had been so forgetful lately. It was probably the new house. 6 rooms to keep up without a maid was quite a chore. His pale eyes blinked. He had a few ideas along that line, too. He smiled and gave the crate a gentle pat. Corinne was at the station, and she had brought the station wagon. Lovegear managed to get the crate to the stairs of the coach, where he consented to the assistance of a porter. "It's not really heavy," he told Corinne as he and the porter waddled through the crowd. "Actually only 57 pounds, 4 ounces, aluminum casing, you know." "No, I didn't," began Corinne. "But it's delicate," he continued. "If I should drop this—" He shuddered. After the crate had been placed lengthwise in the rear of the station wagon, Corinne watched Ronald tuck a blanket around it. "It's not very cold, Ronald." "I don't want it to get bounced around," he said. "Now please, Corinne, do drive carefully." Not until she had driven half a block did he kiss her on the cheek. Then he glanced anxiously over his shoulder at the rear seat. Once he thought Corinne hit a rut that could have been avoided. Long after Corinne had retired that night, she heard Ronald pounding with a brass hammer down in his den. At first she had insisted he take the crate out to his workshop. He looked at her with scientific aloofness and asked if she had the slightest conception of what this is worth. She hadn't, and she went to bed. It was only another one of his gestures which was responsible for these weird dreams. That night she dreamed Ronald brought home a giant octopus which insisted on doing the dishes for her. In the morning she woke up feeling unwanted. Downstairs Ronald had already put on the coffee. He was wearing his robe, and the pinched grayness of his face told Corinne he had been up half the night. He poured coffee for her, smiling wanly. "If I have any commitments today, Corinne, will you please see that they are taken care of?" "But you were supposed to get the wallpaper for the guest room." I know, dear, but time is so short. They might want Pascal back any day. For the next week or two I shall want to devote most of my time—" "Pascal?" "Yes, the machine, the computer." He smiled at her ignorance. "We usually name the expensive jobs. You see, a computer of this nature is really the heart and soul of the mechanical man we will construct." Corinne didn't see, but in a few minutes she strolled toward the den, balancing her coffee in both hands. With one elbow she eased the door open. There it was, an innocent, polished cabinet, reaching up to her shoulders. Ronald had removed one of the plates from its side, and she peeped into the section where the heart and soul might be located. She saw only an unanatomical array of vacuum tubes and electrical relays. She felt Ronald at her back. "It looks like the inside of a jukebox," she said. He beamed. "The same relay systems used in the simple jukebox are incorporated in a computer." He placed one hand lovingly on the top of the cabinet. "But Ronald, it doesn't even resemble a mechanical man?" "That's because it doesn't have any appendages as yet. You know, arms and legs. That's a relatively simple adjustment." He winked at Corinne with a great air of complicity. "And I have some excellent ideas along that line. Now run along, because I'll be busy most of the day." Corinne ran along. She spent most of the day shopping for weekend necessities. On an irrational last-minute impulse, perhaps an unconscious surrender to the machine age, she dug in the grocery deep-freeze and brought out a couple of purple steaks. That evening she had to call Ronald 3 times for dinner, and when he came out of the den she noticed that he closed the door the way one does upon a small child. He chattered about inconsequential matters all through dinner. Corinne knew that his work was going smoothly. A few minutes later she was to know how smoothly. It started when she began to put on her apron to do the dishes. "Let that go for now, dear," Ronald said, taking the apron from her. He went into the den, returning with a small black box covered with push-buttons. "Now observe carefully," he said, his voice pitched high. He pushed one of the buttons, waited a second with his ear cocked toward the den, then pushed another. Corinne heard the turning of metal against metal, and she slowly turned her head. "Oh!" She suppressed a shriek, clutching Ronald's arm so tightly he almost dropped the control box. Pascal was walking under his own effort, considerably taller now with the round aluminum legs Ronald had given him. 2 metal arms also hung at the sides of the cabinet. One of these rose stiffly, as though for balance. Corinne's mouth opened as she watched the creature jerk awkwardly across the living room. "Oh, Ronald, the fishbowl!" Ronald stabbed knowingly at several buttons. Pascal pivoted toward them, but not before his right arm swung out and, almost contemptuously, brushed the fishbowl to the floor. Corinne closed her eyes at the crash. Then she scooped up several little golden bodies and rushed for the kitchen. When she returned, Ronald was picking up pieces of glass and dabbing at the pool of water with one of her bathroom towels. Pascal, magnificently aloof, was standing in the center of the mess. "I'm sorry." Ronald looked up. "It was my fault. I got confused on the buttons." But Corinne's glances toward the rigid Pascal held no indictment. She was only mystified. There was something wrong here. "But Ronald, he's so ugly without a head. I thought that all robots—" "Oh, no," he explained. "We would put heads on them for display purposes only. Admittedly, that captures the imagination of the public. That little adapter shaft at the top could be the neck, of course." He waved Corinne aside and continued his experiments with the homemade robot. Pascal moved in controlled spasms around the living room. Once he walked just a little too close to the floor-length window, and Corinne stood up nervously. But Ronald apparently had mastered the little black box. With complete confidence, Corinne went into the kitchen to do the dishes. Not until she was elbow-deep in suds did she recall her dreams about the octopus. She looked over her shoulder, and the curious, unwanted feeling came again. The following afternoon, after Ronald had cancelled their Sunday drive into the country, Pascal, with constant exhortations by Ronald at the black box, succeeded in vacuum cleaning the entire living room. Ronald was ecstatic. "Now do you understand?" he asked Corinne. "A mechanical servant. Think of it! Of course, mass production may be years away, but—" "Everyone will have Thursday nights off," said Corinne. But Ronald was already jabbing at buttons as Pascal dragged the vacuum cleaner back to its niche in the closet. Later, Corinne persuaded Ronald to take her to a movie, but not until the last moment was she certain that Pascal wasn't going to drag along. Every afternoon of the following week, Ronald Lovegear called from the laboratory in New York to ask how Pascal was getting along. "Just fine," Corinne told him on Thursday afternoon, "but he certainly ruined some of the tomato plants in the garden. He just doesn't seem to hoe in a straight line. Are you certain it's the green button I push?" "It's probably one of the pressure regulators," interrupted Ronald. "I'll check it when I get home." Corinne suspected by his lowered voice that Mr. Hardwick had walked into the lab. That night, Pascal successfully washed and dried the dishes, cracking only one cup in the process. Corinne spent the rest of the evening sitting in the far corner of the living room, thumbing the pages of a magazine. On the following afternoon, prompted perhaps by that perverse female trait that demands completion of all projects once started, Corinne lingered for several minutes in the vegetable department at the grocery. She finally picked out a fresh, round, and blushing pumpkin. Later, in her kitchen, humming a little tune under her breath, Corinne deftly maneuvered a paring knife to transform the pumpkin into a very reasonable facsimile of a man's head. She placed the pumpkin over the tiny shaft between Pascal's box-shaped shoulders and stepped back. She smiled at the moon-faced idiot grinning back at her. He was complete and not bad-looking. But just before she touched the red button once and the blue button twice, which sent Pascal stumbling out to the backyard to finish weeding the circle of pansies before dinner, she wondered about the gash that was his mouth. She distinctly remembered carving it so that the ends curved upward into a frozen and quite harmless smile. But one end of the toothless grin seemed to sag a little, like the cynical smile of one who knows his powers have been underestimated. Corinne would not have had to worry about her husband's reaction to the new vegetable-topped Pascal. Ronald accepted the transformation good-naturedly, thinking that a little levity once in a while was a good thing. "And after all," said Corinne later that evening, "I'm the one who has to spend all day in the house with—" she lowered her voice, "with Pascal." But Ronald wasn't listening. He retired to his den to finish the plans for the mass production of competent mechanical men, one for every home in America. He fell asleep with the thought. Corinne and Pascal spent the next 2 weeks going through pretty much the same routine. He methodically jolting through the household chores, she walking aimlessly from room to room, smoking too many cigarettes. She began to think of Pascal as a boarder. Strange, at first he had been responsible for that unwanted feeling, but now his helpfulness around the house had lightened her burden, and he was so cheerful all the time, after living with Ronald's preoccupied frown for 7 years. After luncheon one day, when Pascal neglected to shut off the garden hose, she caught herself scolding him as if he were human. Was that a shadow from the curtain waving in the breeze, or did she see a hurt look flit across the mouth of the pumpkin? Corinne put out her hand and patted Pascal's cylindrical wrist. It was warm, flesh-warm. She hurried upstairs and stood breathing heavily with her back to the door. A little later she thought she heard someone with a heavy step, moving around downstairs. "I left the control box down there," she thought. "Of course, it's absurd." At 4 o'clock she went slowly down the stairs to start Ronald's dinner. Pascal was standing by the refrigerator, exactly where she had left him. Not until she had started to peel the potatoes did she notice the little bouquet of pansies in the center of the table. Corinne felt she needed a strong cup of tea. She put the water on and placed a cup on the kitchen table. Not until she was going to sit down did she decide that perhaps Pascal should be in the other room. She pressed the red button, the one which should turn him around, and the blue button, which should make him walk into the living room. She heard the little buzz of mechanical life as Pascal began to move. But he did not go into the other room. He was holding a chair for her, and she sat down rather heavily. A sudden rush of pleasure reddened her cheeks. Not since sorority days. Before Pascal's arms moved away, she touched his wrist again, softly, only this time her hand lingered, and his wrist was warm. When did they want Pascal back at the lab? She asked Ronald at dinner that evening, trying to keep her voice casual. Ronald smiled. I think I might have him indefinitely, dear. I've got Hardwick convinced I'm working on something revolutionary. He stopped. Oh, Corinne, you've spilled coffee all over yourself. The following night, Ronald was late in getting home from work. It was raining outside the Newark station, and the cabs deliberately evaded him. He finally caught a bus, which deposited him 1 block from his house. He cut through the back alley, hurrying through the rain. Just before he started up the stairs, he glanced through the lighted kitchen window. He stopped, gripping the railing for support. In the living room were Pascal and Corinne. Pascal was reclining leisurely in the fireside chair. Corinne was standing in front of him. It was the expression on her face which stopped Ronald Lovegear. The look was a compound of restraint and compulsion, the reflection of some deep struggle in Corinne's soul. Then she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips to Pascal's full, fleshy, pumpkin mouth. Slowly, one of Pascal's aluminum arms moved up and encircled her waist. Mr. Lovegear stepped back into the rain. He stood there for several minutes. The rain curled around the brim of his hat, dropped to his face, and rolled down his cheeks with the slow agitation of tears. When, finally, he walked around to the front and stamped heavily up the stairs, Corinne greeted him with a flush in her cheeks. Ronald told her that he didn't feel quite up to dinner. Just coffee, please. When it was ready, he sipped slowly, watching Corinne's figure as she moved around the room. She avoided looking at the aluminum figure in the chair. Ronald put his coffee down, walked over to Pascal, and, gripping him behind the shoulders, dragged him into the den. Corinne stood looking at the closed door and listened to the furious pounding. 10 minutes later, Ronald came out and went straight to the phone. Yes, immediately, he told the man at the freight office. While he sat there waiting, Corinne walked upstairs. Ronald did not offer to help the freightman drag the box outside. When they had gone, he went into the den and came back with the pumpkin. He opened the back door and hurled it out into the rain. It cleared the back fence and rolled down the alley, stopping in a small puddle in the cinders. After a while, the water level reached the mouth, and there was a soft, choking sound. The boy who found it the next morning looked at the mouth and wondered why anyone would carve such a sad jack-o'-lantern. End of Week on Square Roots by Russell Burton.
The Big Thaw by Marion Zimmer Bradley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Jacobs. Year of the Big Thaw by Marion Zimmer Bradley. Mr. Emmett did his duty by the visitor from another world, never doubting the right of it. You say that Matthew is your own son, Mr. Emmett? Yes, Reverend Doane, and a better boy never stepped, if I do say it shouldn't. I've trusted him to drive team for me since he was 11, and you can't say more than that for a farm boy. Way back when he was a little shaver so high, when the war came on, he was boundin' he was going to sail with this Admiral Farragut. You know boys that age, like runaway colts. I couldn't see no good in his being cabin boy on some tarnation Navy ship, and I told him so. If he'd wanted to sail out on a whaling ship, I'd allow I'd have to let him go. But Marthy, that's the boy's ma, took on so that Matt stayed home. Yes, he's a good boy and a good son. We'll miss him a powerful lot if he gets his scholarship thing, but I'll allow it'll be good for the boy to get some learning besides what he gets in the school here. It's right kind of you, Reverend, to look over this application thing for me. Well, if he's your own son, Mr. Emmett, why did you write birthplace unknown on the line here? Reverend Doane, I'm glad you asked me that question. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I've just about come to the conclusion it wouldn't be nohow fair to hold it back. I didn't lie when I said Matt was my son, because he'd been a good son to me and Marthy, but I'm not his pa, and Marthy ain't his ma, so could be I stretched the truth just a mite. Reverend Doane, it's a tarnal funny yarn, but I'll walk into the meeting house and swear to it on a stack of Bibles as thick as cordwood. You know I've been farming the old Corning place the past 7 year. It's good flat Connecticut bottomland, but it ain't like our land up in Hampshire, where I was born and raised. My pa called it the Hampshire Grants, and all that was King's land when his pa came in there and started farming at the foot of Scuttock Mountain. That's Injun for fires, folks say, because the Injuns used to build fires up there in the spring for some of their heathen doodads. Anyway, up there in the mountains, we see a tarnal power of queer things. You call to mind the year we had the big thaw about 12 years before the war? You mind the blizzard of that year? I heard tell it spread down to most of York. And at Fort Orange, the place they call Albany now, the Hudson froze right over, so they say, but those York folks do a sight of exaggerating, I'm told. Anyhow, when the Weiss went out, there was an almighty good thaw all over, and when the snow run off Scuttock Mountain, there was a good-sized hunk of farmland in our valley went under water. The creek on my farm flowed over the bank, and there was a foot of water in the cowshed, and down in the swimming hole in the back pasture wasn't nothing but a big gully 50 foot and more across, rushing through pasture deep as a lake and brown as the old cow. You know freshet floods, full up of sticks and stones and old dead trees and somebody's old shed floating down in the middle. And I swear to goodness, Parson, that stream was running along so fast I saw 4-inch cobblestones floating and bumping along. I tied the cow and the calf, and Kate, she was our white mare. You mind she went lame last year and I had to shoot her, but she was just a young mare then and skittish as all get out, but she was a good little mare. Anyhow, I tied the whole kit and caboodle of them in the woodshed up behind the house where they'd be dry. Then I started to get the milk pail. Right then I heard the gosh awfulest screech I ever heard in my life. Sounded like thunder and a freshet and a forest fire all at once. I dropped the milk pail as I heard Marthy screaming inside the house, and I ran outside. Marthy was already there in the yard, and she points up at the sky and yelled, "Look up yonder." We started looking up in the sky over Shattuck Mountain, where there was a great big shoot. Now I don't know if I'd call its name, but it was like a trail of fire in the sky, and it was making the dangest racket you ever heard, Reverend. Looked kind of like one of them 4th of July rockets, but it was as big as a house. Marthy was screaming, and she grabbed me and hollered, "Hez, what in tunket is it?" And when Marthy cusses like that, Reverend, she don't know what she's saying, she's so scared. I was plumb scared myself, and I heard Liza, that's our young'un, Liza Grace, that got married to the Taylor boy. I heard her crying on the stoop, and she came flying out with her penny all black and hollered to Marthy that the pea soup was burning. Marthy let out another screech and ran for the house. That's a woman for you. So I quieted Liza down some, and then went and told Marthy it weren't no more than one of them shooting stars. Then I went out and did the milking. But you know, while we were sitting down to supper, and there came the most awful grinding, screeching, pounding crash I ever heard. Sounded as if we were in the back pasture, but the house shook as if something had hit it. Marthy jumped a mile, and I never saw such a look on her face. "Hez, what was that?" she asked. "Shoot now, nothing but the freshet," I told her. But she kept on about it. "You reckon that shooting star fell in our back pasture, Hez?" "Well, now, I don't 'low it did nothing like that," I told her. But she was jittery as an old hen, and it weren't like her nohow. She said it sounded like trouble, and I finally quieted her down by saying I'd saddle Kate up and go have a look. I kind of thought, though I didn't tell Martha, that somebody's house had floated away in the freshet and run aground in our back pasture. So I saddled up Kate and told Martha to get some hot rum ready in case there was some poor soul run aground back there, and I rode Kate back to the back pasture. It was mostly uphill because the top of the pasture is on high ground and it sloped down to the creek on the other side of the rise. Well, I reached the top of the hill and looked down. The creek was a regular river now, rushing along like Niagara. On the other side of it was a stand of timber, then the slope of the Shattuck Mountain. And I saw right away the long streak where all the timber had been cut in a big scoop with roots standing up in the air and a big slide of rocks down to the water. It was still raining a mite, and the ground was sloshy and squanchy underfoot. Kate scrunched her hooves and got real balky, not liking it a bit. When we got to the top of the pasture, she started to whine and whicker and stamp, and no matter how loud I whoaed, she kept a-stamping, and I was plumb scared she'd pitch me off in the mud. Then I started to smell a funny smell like something a-burning. Don't ask me how anything could burn in all that water, 'cause I don't know. When we came up on the rise, I saw the contraption. Reverend, it was the most tarnal crazy contraption I ever saw in my life. It was bigger nor my cowshed, and it was long and thin and shiny as Marthy's old pewter pitcher her ma brought from England. It had a pair of red rods sticking out behind and a crazy globe fitted up where the top ought to be. It was stuck in the mud, turned halfway over on the little slide of roots and rocks, and I could see what happened all right. The thing must have been, now, Reverend, you can say what you like, but that thing must have flew across Shattuck and landed on the slope in the trees, then turned over and slid down the hill. That must have been the crash we heard. The rods weren't just red, they were red hot. I could hear them sizzle as the rain hit 'em. In the middle of the infernal contraption there was a door, and it hung all together as if every hinge on it had been wrenched halfway off. As I pushed old Kate alongside, I heard somebody hollering alongside the contraption. I didn't know how to get the words, but it must have been for help, 'cause I looked down and there was a man a-flopping along in the water. He was a big fella, and he wasn't swimming, just thrashing and hollering, so I pulled off my coat and boots and hove in after him. The stream was running fast, but he was near the edge, and I managed to catch on an old tree root and hang on, keeping his head out of the water till I got my feet aground. Then I hauled him on the bank. Up above me Kate was whinnying and raising Ned, and I shouted at her as I bent over the man. Well, Reverend, he sure did give me a surprise. Weren't no proper man as I'd ever seed before. He was wearing some kind of red clothes, real shiny and sort of stretchy, and not wet from the water like you'd expect, but dry, and it felt like that silk and India rubber stuff mixed together, and it was such a bright red that at first I didn't see the blood on it. Well, when I did, I knew he were a goner. His chest were all stove in, smashed to pieces. One of the old tree roots must have jabbed him as the current flung him down. I thought he were dead already, but then he opened his eyes. Funny color they were, greeny yellow, and I swear, Reverend, when he opened them eyes I felt he was reading my mind. I thought maybe he might be one of them circus fellers in their flying contraptions that hung at the bottom of a balloon. He spoke to me in English, kind of choky and stiff, not like Joe the Portuguese sailor or like those tarnal dumb Frenchies up Canady way, but, well, funny. He said, "My baby, in ship, get baby." He tried to say more, but his eyes went shut and he moaned hard. I yelped, "God Almighty, excuse me, Reverend, but I was so blame upset, it's just what I did say. God Almighty, man, you mean there's a baby up there in that ding foil contraption?" He just moaned, so after spreading my coat around the man a little bit, I just plunged in that there river again. Reverend, I heard tell once about some tomfool idiot going up over Niagara in a barrel, and I tell you it was like that when I tried crossing that freshet to reach the contraption. I went under and down, and was whacked by floating sticks and whirled along in the freshet, but somehow, I don't know how, except by the pure grace of God, I got across that raging torrent and clumb up to where the crazy ding-foil machine was sitting. Ship, he'd called it, but that weren't no ship, Reverend. It was some flying dragon kind of thing, and it was a real scary looking thing, but I clumb up to the door and hauled myself inside it, and sure enough there was other people in the cabin, only they was all dead. There was a lady and a man and some kind of animal looking like a bobcat, only smaller, with a funny shaped rooster chrome thing on his head. They all, even the cat thing, was wearing those shiny, stretchy clothes, and they was all so battered and smashed I didn't even bother to hunt for their heartbeats. I could see by a look they was dead as a doornail. Then I heard a funny little whimper like a kitten, and in a funny rubber cushiony thing there's this little boy, baby boy, looked about 6 months old. He was howling lusty enough, and when I lifted him up out of the cradle thing I saw why. That boy baby, he was wet, and his little arm was twisted under him. That there flying contraption must have smashed down awful hard, but that rubber hammock was so soft and cushiony, all it did to him was jolt him good. I looked around, I couldn't find anything to wrap him in, as the baby didn't have a stitch on him except a sort of spongy paper diaper, wet as sin, so I finally lifted up the lady, who had a long cape thing around her, and I took the cape off her real gentle. I knew she was dead, and she wouldn't be needing it, and that baby boy would catch his death if I took him out bare naked like that. She was probably the boy's ma, a right pretty woman. She was smashed up something shameful. So anyhow, to make a long story short, I got that baby boy back across that Niagara Falls somehow, and laid him down by his pa. The man opened his eyes kind, and said in a choky voice, "Take care, baby." I told him I would, and said I'd try to get him up to the house where Marthy could doctor him. The man told me not to bother. "I'm dying," he says. "We come from planet star up there. Crash here." His voice trailed off in a language I couldn't understand, and he looked like he was praying. I bent over him and held his head on my knees real easy, and I said, "Don't worry, mister. I'll take care of your little fella until your folks come after him. Before God, I will." So the man closed his eyes, and I said, "Our Father, who art in heaven," and when I got through, he was dead. I got him up on Kate, but he was cruel heavy for all he was such a tall, skinny fella. Then I wrapped that there baby up in the cape thing and took him home and gave him to Marthy. And the next day I buried the fellow in the South Meadow, and the next meeting day we had the baby baptized Matthew Daniel Emmett and brung him up just like our own kids. That's all. All? Mr. Emmett, didn't you ever find out where that ship really came from? Why, Reverend, he said it came from a star. Dying men don't lie, you know that. I asked the teacher about them planets he mentioned, and she said that on one of the planets, can't rightly remember the name, March or Mark or something like that, she said some big scientist fellow with a telescope saw canals on the planet, and they'd have to be pretty near big as this here Erie Canal to see 'em so far off. And if they could build canals on that planet, I don't know why they couldn't build a flying machine. I went back the next day when the water was down a little to see if I couldn't get the rest of them folks and bury them, but the flying machine had broke up and washed down the crick. Marthy's still got the cape thing. She's a powerful saving woman. We never did tell Matt, though. Might make him feel funny to think he didn't really belong to us. But, Mr. Emmett, didn't anybody ask questions about the baby, where you got it? Well, now, I'll allow they was curious because Marthy hadn't been in the family way and they knew it. But up here, folks mind their own business pretty well, and I just let them wonder. I told Liza Grace I'd found her a new little brother in the back pasture, and of course it was the truth. When Liza Grace growed up, she thought it was just one of them old yarns old folks tell the little shavers. And has Matthew ever shown any difference from the other children that you could see? Well, Reverend, not so you could notice it. He's powerful smart, but his real pa and ma must have been right smart too to build a flying contraption that could come so far. Of course, when he got to be about 12 years old, he started reading folks' minds, which didn't seem exactly right. He'd tell Marthy what I was thinking and things like that. He was just at the pesky age. Liza Grace and Minnie were both a courting then, and he'd drive their boyfriends crazy telling them what Liza Grace and Minnie were thinking, and tease the gals by telling them what the boys were thinking about. There weren't no harm in the boy, though, so it was all teasing, but it just weren't decent somehow, so I took him out behind the woodshed and he gave his britches a good dusting, just to remind him that that kind of thing weren't polite nohow, and Reverend Doane, he ain't never done it since. End of Year of the Big Thaw by Marion Zimmer Bradley. Recording by Eric Jacobs. Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Jacobs. Zen by Jerome Bixby. Because they were so likable and intelligent and adaptable, they were vastly dangerous. It's difficult when you're on one of the asteroids to keep from tripping, because it's almost impossible to keep your eyes on the ground. They never got around to putting portholes on spaceships, you know, unnecessary when you're flying by GB and psychologically inadvisable besides, so an asteroid is about the only place, apart from Luna, where you can really see the stars. There are so many stars in an asteroid sky that they look like clouds, like massive heaped-up silver clouds floating slowly around the inner surface of the vast ebony sphere that surrounds you and your tiny foothold. They are near enough to touch, and you want to touch them, but they are so frighteningly far away, and so beautiful. There is nothing in creation half so beautiful as an asteroid sky. You don't want to look down, naturally. I had left the Lucky Pierre to search for fossils. I'm David Kuntz, the Lucky Pierre's paleontologist. Somewhere off in the darkness on either side of me were Joe Hargraves, gadgeting for mineral deposits, and Ed Reese, hopefully on the lookout for anything alive. The Lucky Pierre was back of us, her body out of sight behind a low black ridge, only her gleaming nose poking above like a porpoise coming up for air. When I looked back, I could see, along the jagged rim of the ridge, the busy reflected flickerings of the bubble camp the techs were throwing together. Otherwise, all was black except for our blue-white torch beams that darted here and there over the gritty, rocky surface. 29 of us were ETI Team 17, whose assignment was the asteroids. We were 4 years and 3 months out of Terra, and we'd reached Vesta right on schedule. 10 minutes after landing, we had known that the cloud was part of the crust of Planet X, or Sorn, to give it its right name, one of the few such parts that hadn't been blown clean out of the solar system. That made Vesta extra special. It meant settling down for a while. It meant a careful, months-long scrutiny of Vesta's every square inch and a lot of her cubic ones, especially by the life scientists. Fossils, artifacts, animate life, a surface chunk of Sorn might harbor any of these, or all. Some we'd tackled already had a few. In a day or so, of course, we'd have the one-man beetles and crew boats out, and the floodlights orbiting overhead, and Vesta would be as exposed to us as a molecule on a microscreen. Then work would start in earnest, but in the meantime, and as usual, Hargreaves, Reese, and I were out prowling, our weighted boots clomping along in darkness. Captain Feldman had long ago given up trying to keep his science-minded charges from galloping off alone like this. In spite of being a military man, Feld's a nice guy. He just shrugs and says, "Huh, scientists," when we appear brightly at the airlock, waiting to be let out. So the three of us went our separate ways, and soon were out of sight of one another. Ed Reese, the biologist, was looking hardest for animate life, naturally, but I found it. I had crossed a long, rounded expanse of rock, lava, wonderfully colored, and was descending into a boulder-cluttered pocket. I was nearing the bottom of the chunk, that part that had been the deepest beneath Sorn's surface before the blow-up. It was the likeliest place to look for fossils. But instead of looking for fossils, my eyes kept rising to those incredible stars. You get that way, particularly after several weeks of living in steel, and it was lucky that I got this way this time, or I might have missed the Zen. My feet tangled with a rock. I started a slow, light gravity fall, and looked down to catch my balance. My torch beam flickered across a small, red-furred teddy bear shape. The light passed on. I brought it sharply back to target. My hair did not stand on end, regardless of what you've heard me quoted as saying. Why should it have, when I already knew Yurt so well, considered him, in fact, one of my closest friends? The Zen was standing by a rock, one paw resting on it, ears cocked forward, its stubby hind legs braced ready to launch it into flight, big yellow eyes blinking unemotionally at the glare of the torch, and I cut down his brilliance with a twist of the polarizer lens. The creature stared at me, looking ready to jump halfway to Mars, or straight at me if I made a wrong move. I addressed it in its own language, clucking my tongue and whistling through my teeth. "Suh, Zen." In the blue-white light of the torch, the Zen shivered. It didn't say anything. I thought I knew why. 3,000 years of darkness and silence. I said, I won't hurt you, again, speaking in its own language. The Zen moved away from the rock, but not away from me. It came a little closer, actually, and peered up at my helmeted, mirror-glassed head. Unmistakably the seat of intelligence, it appears, of any race anywhere. Its mouth, almost human-shaped, worked. Finally, words came. It hadn't spoken, except to itself, for 3,000 years. You are not Zen, it said. Why, how do you speak Zenikai? It took me a couple of seconds to untangle the squeaking syllables and get any sense out of them. What I had already said to it were stock phrases that Yurt had taught me. I knew still more, but I couldn't speak Zenikai fluently by any means. Keep this in mind, by the way. I barely knew the language, and the Zen could barely remember it. To save space, the following dialogue is reproduced without bumblings, blank stares, and what did you say's? In reality, our talk lasted over an hour. I am an Earthman, I said. Through my earphones, when I spoke, I could faintly hear my own voice as the Zen must have heard it in Vesta's all but non-existent atmosphere. Tiny, metallic, cricket-like. I pointed at the sky, incredible sky. From out there, from another world. It thought about that for a while. I waited. We already knew that the Zens had been better astronomers at their peak than we were right now, even though they'd never mastered space travel, so I didn't expect this one to boggle at the notion of creatures from another world. It didn't. Finally it nodded, and I thought, as I often had before, how curious it was that this gesture should be common to Earthmen and Zen. So, it said, and you know what I am? When I understood, I nodded too. Then I said, yes, realizing that the nod wasn't visible through the one-way glass of my helmet. I am, last of Zen, it said. I said nothing. I was studying it closely, looking for the features which Yurt had described to us, the lighter red fur of arms and neck, the peculiar formation of flesh and horn of the lower abdomen. They were there. From the coloring, I knew this Zen was female. The mouth worked again, not without emotion, I knew, but with the unfamiliar act of speaking. I have been here for, she hesitated, I don't know, for 500 of my years. For about 3,000 of mine, I told her. And then blank astonishment sank home in me, astonishment at the last two words of her remark. I was already familiar with the Zen's enormous intelligence, knowing Yurt as I did, but imagine thinking to qualify years with my, when just out of nowhere a visitor from another planetary orbit pops up. And there had been no special stress given to the distinction, just clear, precise thinking like Yurt's. I added, still a little awed, we know how long ago your world died. I was child then, she said. I don't know what happened. I have wondered. She looked up at my steel and glass face. I must have seemed like a giant. Well, I suppose I was. This, what we were on, was part of Soren, I know. Was it? She fumbled for a word. Was it atom explosion? I told her how Soren had gotten careless with its hydrogen atoms and had blown itself over half of creation. This the ETI teams had surmised from scientific records found on Eros, as well as from geophysical evidence scattered throughout other bodies. I was child, she said again after a moment. But I remember things different from this. Air, heat, light. How do I live here? Again I felt amazement at its intelligence, and it suddenly occurred to me that astronomy and nuclear physics must have been taught in Soren's elementary schools, else that in my years an atom explosion would have been all but impossible. And now this old creature, remembering back 3,000 years to childhood, probably to those elementary schools, remembering and defining the differences in environment between then and now, and more, wondering at its existence in the different now. And then I got my thinking straightened out. I recalled some of the things we had learned about the Zen. Their average lifespan had been 12,000 years or a little over, so the Zen before me was, by our standards, about 25 years old. Nothing at all strange about remembering, when you are 25, the things that happened to you when you were 7. But the Zen's question, even my rationalization of my reaction to it, had given me a chill. Here was no cuddly teddy bear. This creature had been born before Christ. She had been alone for 3,000 years, on a chip of bone from her dead world, beneath a sepulchre of stars. And the last and greatest Martian civilization, the El Rai, had risen and fallen in her lifetime, and she was 25 years old. How do I live here? She asked again. I got back to my own framework of temporal reference, so to speak, and began explaining to a Zen what a Zen was. I found out later from Yurt that biology, for the reasons which follow, was one of the most difficult studies, so difficult that nuclear physics actually preceded it. I told her that the Zen had been, all evidence indicated, the toughest, hardest, longest-lived creatures that God had ever cooked up, practically independent of their environment. No special ecological niche, just raw, stubborn, tenacious life, developed to a fantastic extreme, a greater force of life than any other known, one that could exist almost anywhere, under practically any conditions, even floating in midspace, which, asteroid or no, the Zen was doing right now. The Zens breathed all right, but it was nothing they had to do in order to live. It gave them nothing their incredible metabolism couldn't scrounge up out of rock, or cosmic rays, or interstellar gas, or simply do without for a few thousand years. If the human body is a furnace, then the Zen body is a feeder pile. Maybe that, I thought, was what evolution always worked toward. "Please, will you kill me?" the Zen said. I'd been expecting that. 2 years ago, on the bleak surface of Eros, Yurt had asked Engstrom to do the same thing, but I asked why, although I knew what the answer would be too. The Zen looked up at me. She was exhibiting every ounce of emotion a Zen is capable of, which is a lot, and I could recognize it, but not in any familiar terms. A tiny motion here, a quiver there, but very quiet and still for the most part, and that was the violent expression, restraint. Yurt, after 2 years of living with us, still couldn't understand why we found this confusing. Difficult, aliens, or being alien. "I've tried so often to do it myself," the Zen said softly, "but I can't. I can't even hurt myself. Why do I want you to kill me?" She was even quieter. Maybe she was crying. "I'm alone. 500 years. Not too long. I'm still young, but what good is it, life, when there are no other Zen?" "How do you know there are no other Zen?" "There are no others," she said, almost inaudibly. I suppose a human girl might have shrieked it. A child, I thought, when your world blew up, and you survived. Now you're a young 3,000-year-old woman, uneducated, afraid, probably crawling with neuroses. Even so, in your 1,000-year terms, young lady, you're not too old to change. "Will you kill me?" she asked again. And suddenly I was having one of those eye-popping, third-row center views of the whole scene, the enormous, beautiful sky, the dead-clawed Vesta, the little creature who stood there staring at me, the brilliant, ignorant, human-like alien, old young creature who was asking me to kill her. For a moment the human quality of her thinking terrified me, the feeling you might have waking up some night and finding your pet puppy sitting on your chest, looking at you with wise eyes and white fangs gleaming. Then I thought of Yurt, smart, friendly Yurt, who had learned to laugh and wisecrack, and I came out of the jeebies. I realized that here was only a sick girl, no tiny monster, and if she was as resilient as Yurt, well, it was his problem. He'd probably pull her through. But I didn't pick her up. I made no attempt to take her back to the ship. Her tiny white teeth and tiny yellow claws were harder than steel, and she was, I knew, unbelievably strong for her size. If she got suspicious, or decided to throw a phobic tizzy, she could scatter shreds of me over a square acre of Vesta in less time than it would take me to yelp. "Will you?" she began again. I tried shakily. "Hell no. Wait here." Then I had to translate it. I went back to the Lucky Pierre and got Yurt. We could do without him, even though he had been a big help. We taught him a lot. He'd been a child at the blow-up, too, and he taught us a lot, but this was more important, of course. When I told him what had happened, he was very quiet, crying, perhaps, just like a human being with happiness. Cap Feldman asked me what was up, and I told him, and he said, "Well, I'll be blessed." I said, "Yurt, are you sure you want us to keep hands off? Just go off and leave you?" "Yes, please," Feldman said. "Well, I'll be blessed." Yurt, who spoke excellent English, said, "Bless you all." I took him back to where the female waited. From the ridge, I knew, the entire crew was watching through binocs. I set him down, and he fell to studying her intently. "I am not a Zen," I told her, giving my torch full brilliance for the crew's sake, "but Yurt here is. Do you see? I mean, do you know what you look like?" She said, "I can see enough of my own body to... and yes." "Yurt," I said, "here's the female we thought we might find. Take over." Yurt's eyes were fastened on the girl. "What do I do now?" she whispered worriedly. "I'm afraid that's something only a Zen would know," I told her, smiling inside my helmet. "I'm not a Zen. Yurt is." She turned to him. "Will you tell me?" "If it becomes necessary." He moved closer to her, not even looking back to talk to me. "Give us some time to get acquainted, will you, Dave? And you might leave some supplies in a bubble at the camp when you move on, just to make things pleasanter." By this time he had reached the female. They were still as space, not a sound, not a motion. I wanted to hang around, but I knew how I'd feel if a Zen, say, wouldn't go away if I were the last man alive and had just met the last woman. I moved my torch off them and headed back for the Lucky Pierre. We all had a drink to the saving of a great race that might have become extinct. Ed Reese, though, had to do some worrying before he could down his drink. "What if they don't like each other?" he asked anxiously. "They don't have much choice," Captain Feldman said, always the realist. "Why do homely women fight for jobs on the most isolated space outposts?" Reese grinned. "That's right. They look awfully good after a year or two in space." "Make that 25 by Zen standards, or 3,000 by ours," said Joe Hargraves. "I'll bet they look beautiful to each other." We decided to drop our investigation of Vesta for the time being and come back to it after the honeymoon. 6 months later, when we returned, there were 1,200 Zen on Vesta. Captain Feldman was a realist, but he was also a deeply moral man. He went to Yurt and said, "It's indecent. Couldn't the two of you control yourselves at least a little? 1,200 kids?" "We were rather surprised ourselves," Yurt said complacently, "but this seemed to be how Zen reproduce. Can you have only half a child?" Naturally, Feld got the authorities to quarantine Vesta. Good God, the Zen could push us clear out of the solar system in a couple of generations. I don't think they would, but you can't take such chances, can you? End of Zen by Jerome Bixby. Recording by Eric Jacobs, Seattle, Washington.